and then on April the 5th as well, and Councillor Potts and Baines joined me at the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Grey Bruce and West Simcoe Bowl for Kids' Sake event. On behalf of Council, I thank Executive Director Story and her team for their efforts, as well as the bowlers who are participating and helping to raise much needed funds for 2024. A shout out to our own fire department and clerk services and some others that were contingent that participated and rather enthusiastically from what I could see. Big Brothers Big Sisters provides a vitally important community service to some of our vulnerable young people, both with their traditional little program, but also with the various mentoring opportunities. If anyone is interested in contributing to the bowling campaign, or doing a direct donation, or of course volunteering, please contact Big Brothers Big Sisters on their website, greybruce.bigbrothersbigsisters.ca. As noted in our consent agenda items, April is National Volunteer Appreciation Month, as it is our privilege to celebrate and show appreciation for the invaluable services that so many selflessly provide. This year's national theme, Every Moment Matters, highlights the importance. Volunteers are the lifeblood of our community. In addition to our flag raising as recognition on April the 15th, on April the 23rd, from 11:30 to 1:30, Simcoe County will be on hand to have an event at the Sunset Manor for volunteer appreciation. This year, a highlight of the event will be the volunteers' successful Give a Lift campaign for a new mobility bus. They are very proud, as they should be, of being able to finally raise the $167,000 required for the vehicle, and it'll be coming shortly. Just staying with the theme of the importance of community volunteers, on March 26th, I attended Simcoe Muskoka United Way's 4 Feet Up documentary viewing and panel discussion. The volunteers on the panel were Doug Linton, from not only our important Affordable Housing Task Force perspective, but also as a longtime community fundraiser for poverty relief. Samantha Jones of My Friend's House and Vanessa Hurley from Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit. It was the first part of this year's Reel to Reel Film Festival that is a fundraiser as well. The hope is by sharing real life stories, it will continue to spark important conversations and inspire change in Collingwood and the catchment area. A focus about how vital the micro programs such as primary schools breakfast programs and Hope Chapel's weekly lunch program for secondary school students were a focus that day. So I'm really hoping the federal government's recent $1 billion announcement for a national school fund will assist these local programs, because many always are so close or on the verge to having to shut down. And those are my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So on the topic of volunteers, on April 19th, the Rotary Club of Collingwood are going to have their lunch project, and it's order a bagged lunch. There are 3 $15 sandwich choices and 1 $18 gluten-free option, and all options are served with veggies and dip, fruit, and a butter tart, and there is a delivery service available probably for larger orders. You simply visit www.rotarycollingwood.org to order, and all of the proceeds go to support the Rotary's youth programs. And if you're anything like me in the middle of tax time, any meal I can have cooked by someone else is a great idea. And then the other announcement was just simply to revisit what I think is really important, was the announcement of the $200,000 grant to Collingwood to support our GHG reduction in our municipal facilities. And just a shout out to staff who take the time to pursue these grant possibilities and follow up with, and then also a shout out to FCM and the Green Municipal Fund who make these programs available to us. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder that April 20th, which is not next weekend, but the weekend following, is Earth Day, and there will be a Earth Day event organized by Collingwood Climate Action in partnership with the town at the Curling Club from 10 to 2 on Saturday, April 20th. And then just a note to council, last week I attended the Ontario Bike Summit. 3 days of absolutely mind-blowing information, heavily skewed this year toward master transportation planning. So relevant to what we're doing right here in Collingwood. And I must say that in many years past, the rooms have been filled with a combination of staff, electeds, and NGOs. But this year, actually, by the numbers, there were more engineers in attendance than any other sector. And they were representing local, national, and international interests. So I will provide council with a more detailed summary the next council meeting. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I have 2 items. The first, I'd like to congratulate the Collingwood Minor Hockey following our junior and blues teams, the U10A, the U12A, the U14A, and the U18A, and the U15C. All 5 teams had won their league championships in the last couple over the last month, and all attended the All-Ontario Championships. So kind of a big news story out of this is we were a double B center just a couple years ago, and a small community at Collingwood has gone to the A division, and each team has finished in the top 10 in Ontario. So congratulations to them. And also congratulations to the Collingwood Girls Lightning teams, the U15B, the U18B, and the Senior C team. Again, same line, finished within the top 10 of Ontario, getting to the Ontario Women's Provincial. So congratulations to both organizations and their teams and coaches and families. And it's only a few more months and we'll be back on the ice. So again, congratulations to all. Thanks.
Thank you. That's awesome news. Councillor Ring.
Nothing today. There's not much sense in duplicating what some of us have already said.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was delighted last week to attend a check presentation to Mountain View School for their Food Safe program, a check of $4,500 from the Optimist Club of Collingwood, along with which included, I should say, a special refrigerator with a glass door. The intent being to entice children to take a healthy snack. It's unfortunate these sorts of grants are required, but it's important to keep our children well fed. This was followed up by another grant of $5,000 to CCI for the same sort of program. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have 3 announcements, but 2 for the library this week. During the month of April, the library is offering advanced care planning. End-of-life care specialist Elizabeth Matos will help you create a working document that will outline your wishes. This is a 3-part workshop taking place Tuesday, April 16th, 23rd, and 30th at 2 p.m. You can register through the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. Hey, teens! Dungeons and Dragons is back starting Wednesday, April 10th at 6 p.m. Dungeon Master Oliver is leading this campaign, so create a character and get started. This program is designed for youth aged 13 to 17, and beginners are welcome to attend. You can register through the library's website, collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca, or swing by the Youth Service Department on the 2nd floor to talk to Amy. And finally, seeing the week of April 14th is National Volunteer Appreciation Week, I'd like to give a shout out to one of our local volunteers who I had the pleasure to work with this past Saturday. Jennifer Posh, who is 15 and a grade 10 student at CCI, kindly volunteered her time to help take some of the decking off some of the local bridges for the Blue Mountain Snowdrifters Snowmobile Club. It's heavy work, but Jennifer was so focused and on a mission that I didn't even have the chance to chat or thank her. So thank you, Jennifer. Your work ethic and dedication was greatly appreciated. Not bad for 15.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll just highlight a few things. Last week, I attended the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Base Borden had a wonderful ceremony in honor of this. They unveiled a sculpture. We had a tour of a recently renovated hangar that they've made into a museum in honor of this anniversary. And I would say any member of the public who's at all interested should go in. Base Borden is open to the public. You can visit the museum and have a good look at the sculptures and the other things going on in there. It's pretty awesome. Notwithstanding the jets flying overhead, that was really awe-inspiring. Also, last Saturday, I went to offer some greetings at the Collingwood Skating Club's annual carnival. It's their end of season event where over 150 children came out at different times onto the ice to do skating routines. Really fun. Okay, I confess my fave are the 4-year-olds. They are so cute. So congratulations to them on a season finished. And lastly, I'll just mention today is, as everyone knows, the eclipse. So if the weather cooperates, and what we'll do in any event, we're going to just recess at 3 o'clock. And go into the Braniff room or outside if people prefer, just to take advantage for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back and resume our meeting. Okay, deputations. The one we have today, Sue Nicholson, on behalf of the BIA to present the 2024 budget. As council knows, we'll hear the budget presentation today, and that at a later meeting, council will by bylaw adopt the BIA budget. Over to you, Sue.
Thank you very much. Am I moving the slides or is you're moving it, Jenny? Thanks very much. Okay, we can go to the next one then. So we'll be back next week, of course, to talk about our accomplishments and our priorities for 2024. But as part of the budget process, I always like to highlight some of the things that we are doing. And we basically have 3 buckets. This is the first one, the Maintenance and Beautification Committee. We are going to finalize the installation of the Gateway Public Art Project at First and Huron and Hurontario streets. The holes are dug, and I understand from Green Space Manager Martin that we may be pouring concrete today, depending on whether they have to shut down during the eclipse. We're also going to continue to work with the BIA, our members, and the community at large to activate the new public space at 84 here, Ontario. It's certainly has become a center of activity over the last year. And the next one. And we are working with the Parks, Rec and Culture Department to bring back art on the street. Many of you will remember that. We have done the painted chairs most recently the last couple of years, but we're going to bring back the banner program. So that will be the banners that you'll see throughout downtown starting on the May long weekend. We've gone through a call to artists, and we have some amazing art that will be on the banners as well as will be painted on chairs, and we look to launch that in late May, and then it will continue right through till Thanksgiving weekend. And also in collaboration with that department, we're going to be undertaking the refurbishment of the previous Seawood sign so that it can be used for what it was originally intended to be, was to be a pop-up at events throughout the community. So it hasn't gone away. Sorry, Jenny. And then we're going to continue, of course, our year-round decor program. We've got more trees to wrap in the warm lights in the South Hurontario at Sheffer Court and across from Sheffer Court. We have those trees to do this year, as well as in some of the parking lot borders. We're going to continue with our garden master plan by testing some new plantings in a couple of test gardens. And then, of course, continuing, which was grant funded this past year, the 4-season plantings in the large planters. And now that the weather's warmed up a bit, they're actually starting to put in the spring plantings as we speak. And then we're going to work with the town's green space staff on the new irrigation system installation and hopefully monitor what effects it might have on what we can put in the gardens and hopefully make our gardens more healthy and save some staff time as well. Next slide. Thank you. The promotion committee, we're always very active with our program of events and festivals. The market, of course, is returning. We have a stack this high on my colleague Sam's desk of applications for this year. Local live lunch planning has started. Of course, we're working with the town on the Collingwood Festival for Canada, which will be actually held over 4 days this year, the way the holiday falls. We are going to bring back the pianos, of course, Fashion Week in the fall, and of course, our major Christmas and seasonal activities in November, December. And then the Art on the Street, we're going to promote it as a tour, self-guided tour, and then tie in events at galleries. And of course, the art crawl will be a major focus of that, but we'll help promote all the art that we have downtown, as well as the musicians and artists that come down specifically for events. And then we're working with the town to enhance the integration of side launch days with our downtown to ensure that we move people back and forth between the downtown and the harborfront area. And then with our new third-party event policy, we'll be supporting events such as the Pride Festival and others. Next slide, thanks. And then, of course, our marketing campaign will continue. We're doing traditional print and radio, not so much print anymore. We found direct mail is working very well for us, so we'll be doing, we've enhanced that program. We have the billboard incoming on Mountain Road, which we've found has been quite successful in ensuring that people who are visiting in the mountain area know that we are just a few minutes away. And then we are working with RTO7 on enhanced digital campaigns, paid campaigns, as well as we'll be doing some more video and photography assets, particularly for the Christmas season, because many of what we already have in-house has masks. And we'd like to have some nice Christmas scenes without people wearing masks. Next slide, please. And then our gift card program is ramping up very successfully. We've got more and more of our businesses involved in it. And so we'll be continuing to market that as an ideal gift idea for people at any time of the year. And then we're looking at planning more member social events so that we can get together with our members other than our business meetings. And our new membership platform, we're hoping to increase our membership engagement and our data collection, which will help as we advocate for small business in downtowns across the province. Okay, and the levy this year represents a 2% increase from the previous year. And with additional funding from grants, fees, ticket sales, sponsorships, and a key transfer from our reserve funds, that will add just a little over $275,000 to that. So our total expenditures is $741,850. And that's quite a bit less than last year because the grants that we had last year are just not there. Although rest assured, I've applied for many, many grants over the past couple of months. So there may be more good news coming. And that's it for the presentation, unless there's any questions. I think you've all been circulated the detailed budget, and we'd be quite happy to answer questions or go over any details that you'd like to include about that.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for going over an exciting 2024 lineup of great things for the downtown. Any member of council like to pose a question? Council? No, that was me. No. Okay, lots of thumbs up, but no questions.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is a public meeting. This has to do with the water treatment plant development charge rates. I'm just going to read the required introduction. It's as follows. Welcome to the Town of Collingwood. Statutory public meeting is required under the Development Charges Act with respect to the proposed development charge rates related to the water treatment plant, as well as the policies that will be applied throughout the town. Members of the public are invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the proposed development charges once Hemson Consultant has completed their presentation this afternoon. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public discussion will be allowed. Before closing, I will ask for further comments. I will then ask council members if they have any questions for staff. Under the Development Charges Act, any person or organization may appeal a development charge bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing with the clerk on or before the last day for appealing the bylaw, a notice of appeal setting out the objection to the bylaw and the reasons supporting the objection. The earliest date that the bylaw specific to the water treatment plant development charge rates is anticipated to come forward to council is April 22, 2024. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses, including postal code, of individuals having an interest in the matter being discussed. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any future council meetings concerning the matter being considered, you must complete one of the interested party forms located at the podium. This public hearing is being recorded along with your name, address, comments, and any other personal information in accordance with the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public, including the town's website. I will now ask the clerk to confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Development Charges Act.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council and the public, I can confirm that appropriate notice has been provided for the public statutory meeting being held today.
Thank you. So before I turn this over to Hempson as representative, would our treasurer like to add an introductory comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have Jackie Hall from Hempson Consulting here today. For those of you that have been following along, this is strictly for the water treatment plant development charge update today. We will be coming forward with the townwide development charges in the next month or so. The statutory notice will go out soon. Jackie was here back on March 18th to give sort of an overview as part of a council information session. We spoke to members of our development community this morning as well. And upon conclusion of her presentation, we'll speak about that. So thank you very much. And I'll hand it over to Jackie.
Thank you. Welcome back, Jackie. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I believe we have a presentation that will be shared as well. That'll come up. Excellent. Great. So as the mayor indicated at the beginning of the discussion today, this is the statutory public meeting, which would be held under the requirements of the Development Charges Act. If we could go to the next slide, I'll just review some of the key dates that have been held as it relates specifically to this background study. So as the treasurer mentioned, this specific statutory public meeting today is related to the water treatment plant DC background study and associated rates, as well as the draft bylaw that has been prepared specific for the service. The background study was made publicly available on the town's website on February 21st, and the draft bylaw was made available on March 25th for review. Next slide. What I'd like to do, the presentation will be relatively short because we want to provide opportunity for members of the public and development industry to make representation if they so choose. But over the next 10 minutes or so, what I'd like to do is a quick review and background of the study process, legislative background, a review of the capital program, as well as the calculated development charge rates and next steps. So I do apologize for members of council. This might be a bit repetitive to what you saw on March 18th, but this is very specific just to the water treatment plant. So I will just mention that. So if we go to the next slide. The town's existing development charge bylaw has a 5-year life. It came into force on September 2019, and so it expires on September 1st, 2024. Future development charge bylaws will have a statutory life of 10 years, so the town may choose to let the bylaw run for a 10-year period, or it could be updated and repealed in advance of that timeline, but we're no longer required to update the bylaws every 5 years like we have historically. As part of this DC background study process, we have prepared 2 separate background studies, the first being the one for the water treatment plant and the second related to the townwide DC services, which include things such as water, such as library, parks and recreation, fire services, etc. This specific study is just scoped to the water treatment plant, recognizing that there is a fairly substantial piece of infrastructure and cost tied to the treatment plant expansion itself. Next slide. It relates, so the background study and the information that was made available pertaining to the DC rates relates solely to the recovery of the Raymond Barker treatment plant expansion. The totality of the cost is $270 million, of which 63% has been identified to be funded from the town of New Tecumseth. The DC rates have been calculated based on a planning horizon of 2024 to 2041. And the reason why we're preparing an update for this particular service outside of the townwide update is that we would like to have it as a standalone DC rate, given the significance of the cost of this piece of infrastructure. It also allows us to have a dedicated reserve fund, and should any updates need to be made to this particular service in the future, we can also do a scoped amendment of these particular DC rates. Next slide. So just a bit of context for those who might not be familiar with development charges. The underlying principle is that essentially charges are imposed in order to pay for growth-related capital costs. We are not allowed to recover things such as operating expenditures through development charges. And essentially, it's intended to pay for new infrastructure and facilities in order to maintain service levels. A common expression that we use around development charges is that growth should pay for growth, so that way the existing taxpayers of the town aren't required to pay for infrastructure that's solely related to increasing servicing for new development. The development charges has a whole host of requirements that we have to go through in order to pass a bylaw. We have to first draft a bylaw, and prior to that, we also have to undertake a background study, which is what is posted on the town's website, and we have to have at least one public meeting, which is the purpose of today. The background study is appealable and to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and any appeals that might happen of this bylaw or the townwide bylaw would be adjudicated by the tribunal itself. Next slide. The schematic on the screen shows the approach in which we undertake and calculate development charges. We start the process with a development forecast that looks at the amount, type, and location of development. We then look at the growth-related capital needs. What do we need to build? What type of infrastructure is required in order to service that new development? For services not specific to water and wastewater, but certain services like library, parks, and recreation, we are limited by a 15-year historic service level. We also then identify the capital program needs that are related to servicing growth, and we make a series of reductions such as grants, any sort of contributions. So in this case, the town of New Tecumseth is expected to contribute to shares of the infrastructure project. So we do take that into account when we calculate the development charge rates. We account for any sort of available reserve fund balances or shares of projects that shares of the project that will benefit growth occurring beyond 2041. We certainly take that into consideration. After we make all those adjustments, we arrive at our costs that are eligible for recovery. Those costs are then split into two distinct buckets, one being the residential sector, or residential development, and non-residential development. Residential rates are calculated on a per unit basis to reflect the different occupancies of those different types of units, and non-residential rates are calculated on a per square meter of gross floor area. Next slide. Just to quickly overview some of the recent policy changes that occurred as a result of the Bill 23 More Homes, More Choices Act, which was introduced in November of 2022. There are a number of new statutory discounts and exemptions that have to be considered. So fully calculated rates must now be phased in over 5 years, and I'll get to that in a couple of slides. There is an exemption for nonprofit housing, which is defined by the legislation. There's also an exemption for affordable and attainable housing. However, those units have not yet been defined and therefore are not yet in force. However, once the province properly defines the thresholds for those units, those exemptions will automatically apply to the town's bylaw, even if they are passed. Even if the bylaw has been passed and these exemptions have not yet been finalized, it'll supersede anything in the town's bylaw once they come into force. There's also a discount for rental housing based on the number of units. So 3 or more bedrooms are discounted at 25% reduction of the DCs. 2 bedrooms have a 20% reduction, and excuse me, 1 bedroom or less has a 15% reduction. There's also been some methodological changes. We're now required to do a 15-year historic service level versus a 10. Housing and studies are no longer eligible services, although there is indication from the province that studies could potentially become eligible again. So we were talking about that this morning with the development industry consultation session, that we have calculated a rate for those particular services. There's also been administrative changes. So interest rates for DCs are frozen, are limited or capped at prime plus 1%. As I mentioned, the expiry of the DC bylaw has been extended to 10 years, and council must spend or allocate being the keyword, 60% of the reserve fund balances for water, wastewater, and roads in a year. Next slide. So with respect to the water treatment capital program, the current cost of the infrastructure is $270 million. Since the release of the background study in late February, we have continued to review the calculation of the rates, and we have further adjusted the capital expenditures to account for the fact that we are introducing this bylaw in advance of the townwide update. So there will be about 2 months where there essentially is a bit of an overlap between the collections of this particular bylaw and the 2019 DC bylaw. And so we've made an adjustment for about $230,000 to account for that overlap in the bylaw. Our adjusted gross capital cost then amounts to $269.8 million. From that net capital cost, we then have to adjust for other things, such as the town of New Tecumseh's share. So they're contributing $170 million towards the water treatment plant. So that's been removed from the DC rate calculations. We have calculated a benefit to existing share that totals about $8 million. That's related to unconnected units in the town, and also some available capacity within the existing water treatment plant. Available DC reserves, we have about $712,000 we can apply. And we've also identified about $42 million in costs that are related to growth occurring beyond 2041. It's not that those costs are not eligible for DC collections. They certainly will be brought into the DC rate calculations as part of future DC updates. However, it just extends beyond our planning horizon of 2041. As such, the total amount we bring forward to the DC rate calculation is roughly $49 million. Next slide. So the rate structure for the water treatment plant DC rates, and this is consistent with the approach we're using for the townwide rates as well. Residential rates will vary based on unit type, and the unit types we've identified are single and semi-detached units, multiple, so those include things like townhouses and row houses, apartments that have 2 or more bedrooms, and apartments that have 1 bedroom or less. Non-residential rates are calculated on what we call a uniform basis, so no matter what type of non-residential development you're building, you're paying the same rate, and it's charged based on per square meter of gross floor area. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we have made a few minor refinements to the rate calculations from what was shown in the February 21st background study. There's been a slight reduction in the DC rates to account for those collections, that timeline of the overlapping between the 2 bylaws. So the rate calculated for the water treatment plant for single and semi-detached amounts to $9,563 a unit. And then it varies by unit type based on affiliated occupancies. So an apartment with 1 bedroom or less would pay $3,557 per unit, and that recognizes that there's less people that occupy a small apartment than a single and semi-detached unit. Thus, the non-residential rate has been calculated at $52.01 per square meter of gross floor area. Next slide. The slide in front of you provides a comparison of the current versus calculated water treatment plant rate. So it is a bit of a tricky comparison to do because currently the town has a water services rate in its 2019 bylaw, and that includes not only the water treatment plant, but also the linear infrastructure. So if we were to isolate out the amount of the water services rate that relates solely to the water treatment plant, it would be about $1,942. The rate that we've calculated is $9,563 per single detached unit. So over the next 5 years, that rate will be incrementally phased in accordance with the requirements of the legislation. So in year one, we can only charge about 80% of what that fully calculated rate is. Now, the increase in that initial year is quite substantial. However, the cost increases are reflective of the recent tender estimates. So we recognize that the cost of this plant has increased quite substantially since what was originally estimated in 2019. And so with respect to the non-residential rates, we see a similar pattern as well. If we were to isolate the amount of the water services DC rate that relates to the water treatment plant, it's about $12.84 a square meter. In year one, once the bylaw is implemented, the rate would increase to $41.61 a square meter, and that would phase in over the 5-year period to a total of $52.01 per square meter in year 5. I will also mention that the DCs are frozen at site plan and rezoning, subject to interest, but are payable at building permit. So individuals that have their site plans in, that have their rezoning applications in before this new bylaw comes into force will be frozen at the current rate, subject to interest. Next slide. And so just to conclude with our presentation, the formal presentation today before we move to questions and comments, just a bit of an overview of where we've been with the study and where we're going. So we did release the study on the 21st of February, as I mentioned. Today is a statutory public meeting. Following today's meeting, up until the passage at the end of the month on April 22nd, we certainly can respond and receive comments and questions of the public and clarify any questions that individuals may have as it relates to the rates, with the intention of the bylaw being brought forward and passed and coming into force on April 22nd. So with that, I will, if we go to the next slide, I will turn it over for questions and comments of the public.
Thank you very much, Jackie. That's awesome. So at this point, I'm going to ask if there's any members in the gallery who would like to comment on this. Yes, please come forward. And please start by stating your name and address. Thank you.
Today, council, worship staff. My name is Mark Eplett, E-P-L-E-T-T, 507 Peel Street, Whitby, Ontario. Represent Blue Rock Developments and Barbio, and I guess the estate of Red's Whitehood. Red's just passed away in the last year. Regarding the 40 acres, when you come into town, I've been developing, I'll make it quick, I've been developing commercial real estate around Ontario for the last 25 years. So it's probably the first time I've ran into running out of water, or per se. I know the business plan didn't have pandemic or run out of water, and but I get what it is. I was also government relations chair for ICSC, the shopping center industry. And I remember writing an article on development charges not more than 12 years ago, and how they become addictive. But when other levels of government are not paying, and it's really one of the only handles you got. In the development industry, we get accustomed to it. This $5 or $50 a square meter, $5 a foot, whatever it is, just gets added on to the other charge. The tenants, the end users pay for it at the end of the day, unfortunately. It's encouraging, though, to see you brought in some developers to help you in the beginning and not just stick to the Redder Group program of consultants leading everything. And the relationship with the town of Nuke Tecumseh and Richard, the mayor, it's good to see that the two of you hold a strong bond there. So it's very important going through. I realize provincial elections 2 years away, but we know that we'll sprinkle money here soon with hospital and hopefully water system. So I'm really here I really want to get it from the horse's mouth. Is this the end of the charges? Or is this going to, because in the last 4 years, I've never seen anything go up like this before. Even in our industry, our costs went up 30-40%. This year, my bids are just coming in now, and they're around 5%. So that's a big plus after we just went through the last 3 years. But it's not just the cost for us as an industry, and a lot of money sitting in land that somebody's going to pay interest and pay for. It's the timing too. And I think that's really one of the most important things, because the bigger the property, the bigger the investment in your soft costs, which are your studies, your HEMS, your planners, your engineers, and they're not cheap. They can run into the millions very easily. And with planning, a lot of studies only have a shelf life of a year, 2-3 years. And then you have to, because of regulation stuff, you have to redo studies. So it's hard to go invest a lot of money without knowing you got a goal line you can hit. And I think the original line was 2024, 25 maybe. And I think I've just heard in the last bit we're at 2031, I believe. So really, like I said, I'm just looking to can we finalize these two things, the numbers and the dates? And I appreciate what council's doing to date. You have a lot of new staff have come since, a lot that were involved before gone, but it's good for the community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for raising that with us. Yeah, I think some of your questions we can answer today, and I'll just turn it over to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll start by saying I understand that this has been a long time coming, and I'm sure you've been following along. The costs that have been included in the DC study are the tendered costs to go to construction for this. In terms of the DC charges remaining the same, I think as part of the presentation you saw that we phase it in over 5 years. That's the new Bill 23 requirements. So they will definitely go up. They will go up. The max amount is that 95.63, recognizing also that there is the non-residential construction price index that we inflate by on an annual basis as well. So those, when I say that the cost is tendered, that is true, but the cost will escalate according to the schedule and with the NRB CPI as well. So the inflationary impact will be included as well. The second part of your question, I think, and please tell me if I've missed anything, sir, but timing. So provided that that everything moves forward in the next few weeks. I think it's common knowledge that we have until April 15th with the current contractor. The plan, according to Construction Today, is that the water will be turned on in August of 2029 with the entire completion of the project for 2031. So that 2029 date is the expectation of when water will flow through the new plant. So that is, I think, the second part. And I think I've got all of your questions, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just summarize, because if you're not at the mic, no one can hear. But I think the question, if I understood it, was if we accept the bid document and construction begins, how much water will be available annually until, as our treasurer described it, water flows. And do you have an answer for that, Monica? Treasurer Quinlan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do. We do have Director Slama here as well. I don't know if Director Slama maybe wants to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could give me a few minutes, I'll call up what we
Sure.
last presented to council for an accurate answer.
So while she's looking that up, I think another part to your question, if I can put words in your mouth, is what are all the costs going to be? And as during the introduction, it was described that there's a second part of this amendment to the development charge bylaw coming in the next month or so. And I'm expecting there'll be substantial increases in all the other charges as well. Okay, you know that. Okay, that's good. Yeah. It's hard when our town has become a growth center. Okay, Director Slama, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as presented last month in our semi-annual uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity report, we did provide a conceptual annual servicing capacity forecast. So we looked at 24, 25, and 26, each having 400 single dwelling units being open for allocation. And then the last 3 years, 27, 28, and 29, until we anticipate the expansion to be complete, 280 annually. Yes. Yes.
That, yeah, the 400 includes commercial and industrial, but it is also, as I understand, and I can ask Director Slama to confirm this, within the averages that we typically issue every year. It's not a reduction. Is that right, Director Slama?
Yes, Your Worship, I would say that is correct. Generally, you know, the town of Collingwood, though we have seen fluctuations in what we allocate annually, certainly anything from 350, 450, 500 is what we've seen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I would say if I can just offer tales out of school, I haven't seen any projects not get approved because of water. Yeah, so bring your best forward. We're here. Okay, thank you. Would there be anyone else in the gallery who would like to address council? Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ken Hale. I'm Vice President, Georgian Triangle Development Institute. Thank you for providing this opportunity to learn more about this and have us here today. I'd first like to thank the mayor and staff for having us at the task force when the bids came out. I know it helped us in the development industry learn about the process that the town was undertaking with respect to the water treatment plant. So thank you for that. I really don't have any technical comments to pass along here today, other than that I am receiving some questions from our members, and I will be providing them in a written format to town staff and to council for clarification. So that's all I have to say here today, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you. We very much appreciate our development community participating and bringing their questions and concerns forward as you see them. Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments from the gallery or questions? Clerk Thomas, would there be anyone online who would like to participate in the public meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a few participants. We do have an individual with their hand up. And that is Corey Chisholm, and we will unmute Corey.
Okay, Corey, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. First of all, I'd like to thank the town and their consultant for the presentation. It was very helpful. I'm here before you this afternoon on behalf of our client, Eden Oak Raglan Inc., who's the developer for the subdivision development in town off of Raglan Street. We did submit a letter with some comments in that regard to some of their concerns with the proposed increases. So I'll make my comments brief. I did have two questions that I'm hoping either a member of town staff or perhaps their consultant would be able to answer today. Just some clarification on the proposed DC increases moving forward. The first part is there have been a number of announcements recently from both provincial and federal levels of government about some big funds that are available for municipal infrastructure projects. So the first question is whether the town has or is applying for those different levels of grant funding. And then a follow-up to that, the second question would be if the town is successful in receiving funding in the future following the approval of the new DC bylaw, would the town then go back and revise it? So essentially, if the province or federal government cuts a check to pay for the town's portion of the water treatment plant, would the DC in the future then be reduced to account for that?
Okay, that's a great question. I can tell you that we have applied to various grants that are available to assist with the water treatment plant. So with respect to the second question, Jackie, would this be a question for you? Would you be able to answer that today? Thank you.
Yes, certainly through you, Your Worship. And it's a great question, Corey. We have had discussions with town staff about what would happen if, say, those grants come to fruition and are applied to the project. The way in which we've drafted the background study is that right now we don't have commitments, formal commitments on those grant amounts. So we've reflected that there currently are none. But certainly if there was a substantial grant amount that was made, this is another reason why we've pulled this service into its standalone bylaw and into its own background study, is that if there is a substantial adjustment that's made, it may warrant us to re-examine the rate calculation and potentially bring forward an amending bylaw. Unfortunately, we don't have a crystal ball, so we're not exactly sure what that will look like, but we are trying to set it up so that way if there is new information that becomes available and certainty around the grant, we can make that determination and adjust the rates accordingly.
That's
okay,
great. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Corey?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Thomas, would there be anyone else?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a few other participants participating remotely. If you'd wish to address council regarding the public meeting, please press the raise your hand feature on the bottom of your screen. Not at this time, Your Worship.
Okay, last call. Any members of the public who wish to address the public meeting, please put your hand up. And I see none. So now I'll turn this over to council for any questions they may have. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm not sure whom to address this, either Ms. Hall or perhaps the treasurer or perhaps Director Slama, but this is specifically in regard to current approved developments that prior to the intended passing of the April 22nd DC bylaw, that their rates would be under the current DC bylaw, correct? And if so, how long would that last? I.e., is the grandfathered rates for how long, and just how many developments would enjoy that grandfather? Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Quinlan's going to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll lean on our consultant as well, Jackie Hall, as I explain this, but it is a little bit complicated. It's under Section 26.2 of the Development Charges Act. Essentially, the way it works is if you have applied for a planning, let's say a site plan approval or a draft plan of subdivision, the date that you receive the approval is the date that we go back to. Let me start that over. You have to put the application in, and that the date that we calculate your development charges is based on the date that the application is received. That freezing of those DC rates is in place for up to 2 years after the date the approval was received. So for example, if you put in an application in 2021, and it was deemed approval in 2022, your DCs are frozen to the 2021 rate until 2024. But you have to come forward with a building permit application prior to that 2-year deadline. I'll also note that there is interest that gets applied to the DC rates. Prior to June 1st of 2022, that interest rate is based on the town's DC interest policy. Following June 1st, 2022, it's then applied based on the Development Charges Act, where a maximum prescribed interest rate was included under Bill 23. The number of developments that would be part of that, I think that would be a difficult question for us to answer on the spot, to be perfectly honest. Unless Director Valentine feels that she may have some idea. Yeah, I think it would be very difficult for us to answer that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And as I'm thinking of, my question actually is a little bit of a dovetail with Mr. Chisholm's question and Ms. Hall's response. But the one thing I was going to say is we're in such a unique situation. I've been dealing with development charges all my career and never known to be in this kind of a situation. But as the treasurer pointed out, when we got the tender amounts for the plant, council decided to start a process and go through. I don't think anybody expected that we wouldn't have heard about funding by now, but that's the kind of unique situation we're in. So we mentioned about the fact that if funding comes in and it's significant, and hopefully that's the case, we can go back to the stage of going through this process again. I guess what I'd like to just check through, Mayor, to the treasurer, we wouldn't anticipate that to be a costly process. It's just something that would need to be done in order to follow the rules, in order to implement something that would take into account any kind of significant funding that had come in.
I think maybe Jackie might be the best person to ask that because she'll probably be doing the numbers. Okay, Jackie, tell us what's involved.
Yes, it's a great question. So through your worship, certainly, if I believe we are expecting a decision on this funding within the next year. The background study has a life of a full calendar year. So for us to go back and make any sort of adjustment from February 2024 to February 2025, it is not an onerous undertaking. We can very easily adjust the rates. We may make a determination to have another public meeting just to make sure that everyone has opportunity to provide comments. However, with grant funding, the rates would be coming down. So it would be our job to make sure that people are aware of that before we bring forward the bylaw. So to answer your question, it shouldn't be an onerous undertaking if it happens within the next year. If we're getting into 2025 and things have changed quite substantially, we might have to make some further adjustments.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, if I may, Mayor Hamlin, in that case, if funding came in, would there be the possibility of retroactivity considered in any kind of a restudy of this?
There's a question you haven't heard before. Go ahead, Jackie. Do you have a thought on this?
Yes, Your Worship, and thank you. So through yourself, another great question. With respect to retroactivity, unfortunately, development charges are always a point-in-time analysis. We can only base it off of the best available information we have at the time. It's similar to those individuals who right now are paying a rate that arguably is less than what it should be because we know the tender cost, but we're having to go through the process of bringing things up to date. So unfortunately, those individuals who have paid a rate under this bylaw, not accounting for a grant, would be subject to that rate. We could certainly take this back and examine it a bit further, just recognizing kind of the uniqueness of the situation that the town is in right now with respect to the substantial cost of this piece of infrastructure and the potential funding. But unfortunately, sometimes in these areas, members can't, or individual applicants can get caught in between. But we certainly can take that back and see if there is any sort of way that we could structure policy or look at things in that respect.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, team, for your hard work on this. So we're going to recess now until 3:30. And just a reminder, in the exciting event that the skies are clear, use safety precautions like the right glasses to look at the sun. Okay, see you in half an hour. Thank you. Okay, council, we'll reconvene our meeting. Thank you, everyone. We were out on the street in front of Town Hall with a lot of members of our community, and I can report it was very cloudy, but it did get a bit dark and cold. But the best view was on Director Slummer's phone, who was showing us the total eclipse in other parts of the world. Okay, back to the agenda. The next item on our agenda is item number 7. We're going to adopt council minutes. So 7.1, it's the regular meeting of Council Committee of the Whole held March 18, 2024. The recommendation is that the minutes of that meeting, excluding the Committee of the Whole recommendations and the council meeting held March 25, 2024, be approved as presented. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Baines. Any comments on those minutes? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none. 7.2, the recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held March 18, 2024, contained within the March 18, 2024 council minutes be hereby approved as presented. There are 5 items. C 2024-01, Delegation of Authority Review and Uptake. P 2024-03, 2023 Investment Report. P 2024-06, Proposed Zoning Bylaw Amendment for 58 George Street. PRC 2024-03, Collingwood Sailing Academy, and PW 2024-02, Pretty River Estates Subdivision Assumption. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ring and Councillor Houston. Any comments on those? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. We have 5 bylaws. Before I read them, well, I'll read them one at a time. 8.1, the recommendation is the bylaw number 2024-027, being a bylaw to assume and dedicate certain highways and municipal services within the Pretty River Estates subdivision, be enacted and passed this 8th day of April, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Comments? All those in favor? Unanimous. 8.2, the recommendation that bylaw number 2024-028, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act for prohibiting the use of land for or except for such purposes as may be set out on the bylaw on lands municipally known as 58 George Street, Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 8th day of April, 2024. Moved by Councillor Houston, seconded by Councillor Potts. Comments? All those in favor? Unanimous. 8.3, I'll read in the recommendation that bylaw number 2024-029, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2020-059, Delegation of Authority, and bylaw number 2022-073, Duties, roles, and responsibilities of the Chief Administrative Officer for the Town of Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 8th day of April, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Now, I'm just going to stop here because our clerk would just like to clarify one amendment that she made following our last meeting. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. We did, it came up during the conversation of, during the Committee of the Whole at our last meeting. And this was a follow-up to an amendment that was made and approved by members of council. And the amendment had, in this here section related to the lame duck provisions, council added with the amendment to implement actions that align with the strategic plan or other corporate master plans, including. However, during the conversation, council confirmed that, or I should say committee at the time, confirmed that their intent was as long as it was not contradictory to. And I did have an opportunity to further review this. And if there was any sort of review, a legal review, it would be, if it was not specific to provide this additional context to it, it would be that it would have to align with. And we thought, based on the conversation, or sorry, I thought, based on the conversation, adding these additional words provides that clarity and the intent that council had indicated at that time.
Okay, is there any discussion? As I say, this is in what's before us that I've just read in, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. So I'm not seeing any questions or comments. So all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 8.4, the recommendation that bylaw number 2024-030 being a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers for the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 8th day of April 2024. And these are seasonal officers. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then lastly, recommendation that bylaw number 2024-031 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the letter of agreement for the use of the dedicated gas tax funds for the public transportation program between His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario and the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 8th day of April 2024. That's moved by Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So we have 3 departmental updates today. The first one is with respect to our stormwater master plan, and we'll just start with Director Slama. Director Slama, you're over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just give a brief intro as we have our consultants from Greenland Engineering here with us today. So while they come up to the podium, we have Josh Maitland, Jim Hartman, and Kirsten McFarlane. So the Town of Collingwood retained Greenland Engineering a few years ago to complete phase 1 of our stormwater master plan, and that involved the development of a computer model of our stormwater system. So the town is now working with Greenland again to build on the work that was started on with entering into our phase 2 of our stormwater master plan. And with the consultants here today will give council a summary of what will be looked at in the study and provide some milestones and timelines as well.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Over to you.
With Greenland Engineering, and I'm joined at the podium with Josh Maitland, who is the project manager for this project. So again, we're just providing an overview of our Collingwood Stormwater Management Master Plan, Phase 2. So next slide. So just as some background as to kind of how we got here. So Phase 1 of our Stormwater Management Master Plan consisted of creating a existing conditions master stormwater management model, which included storm sewer drainage systems and multiple water courses that traverse through the Town of Collingwood limits. So the purpose of that phase 1 study was to gain a better understanding of the existing capacity of the stormwater infrastructure and riverine systems within the town, and then to identify some potential flood damage zones, otherwise known as kind of our areas of concern within the town limits. So the deliverables coming out of that study were an updated stormwater infrastructure database, floodline mapping of our riverine systems, flood mapping of our urban areas, and a summary report that was made public in January of 2022. So next slide. So this is just a kind of overview of the mapping that was produced out of our phase 1 study. So on the left there is our regulatory flood limits from the riverine systems, or an example of them. And then that map on the right is an example map of the urban flooding that was produced, or our urban flood mapping that was produced. And it can identify deeper or shallower areas of flooding. So this phase 1 info will be presented to the public again as part of our first public information center. And all this mapping essentially from phase 1 identified areas of potential risk that we will then be building upon for phase 2 to identify ways to mitigate these risks. So next slide. So the purpose of phase 2 of our stormwater management master plan will be to develop and assess alternative solutions to address our flooding issues that we identified in phase 1 within Collingwood, and establish our preferred solutions to effectively mitigate these issues. And I'm just going to pass off to Josh, who will take it from here.
Thank you, Kirsten, for the background there and the introduction. Hi, everybody. So just to speak to pick up where Kirsten left off, the main objectives of this phase of our project are to analyze the model results that we got through the initial modeling exercise in phase 1, and to just identify more specific areas of flood risk across Collingwood, and develop a list of problems and opportunities that we can then act on through the EA process in this phase 2. So we're going to update this model in accordance with 2 different development scenarios that we're working with town staff on finalizing right now, which is 2051 and the ultimate build-out scenarios. And from there, we're going to develop and select preferred flood mitigation solutions in those areas of concern. And we're going to do that in accordance with the municipal EA process. And we'll run you through that a little bit on the next slide there. So this phase 2 of the master plan is going to complete phase 1 and 2 of the EA process. So just, I know it can get confusing with the phases and the phases, but phase 1 of the EA process is where we identify our problem and opportunity. And then we generally present that in the form of a notice of commencement, which we did back in December. And then phase 2 is where we move into the portion of the project where we, of the EA process rather, where we develop our potential solutions for the different problems that we identified. And we do a process of assessing those solutions against various criteria to ensure that we can come up with the best solutions for each of our different problems that were identified. So at the end of that process, we'll have a list of different projects that need to be prioritized in order to move through to the final phase of the EA process, phase 5, which is implementation. Generally speaking, phase 3 and 4 are for much larger kind of things like your wastewater treatment plants and things of that nature. So we're not expecting that we'll need to go through phase 3 for this process. We'll only be doing phase 1 and 2 of the EA process for this master plan. So if we can jump to the next slide there. So this is just a bit of a process flow chart of where we are now and where we're going on this project. So we're updating the existing conditions models, finalizing our problem statement. That was actually done in December. And we're currently in the process of quantifying our flood damage and the financial impacts associated with the potential risks that we're finding through the modeling. So from there, we develop high-level sort of system-wide solutions, things like looking at upstream drainage areas and whether there's things that we can do perhaps in the undeveloped areas to provide solutions, or perhaps more catchment-wide solutions like low-impact development, infiltration, and things like that. See what we can get out of these kind of big, wide net casting solutions. And then from there, we're going to quantify the benefits of those solutions and what the impacts of those types of solutions could be on our problem areas. So once we've done that high level assessment, we're going to do an interim report, and that's when we'll do our first public information center to present the results of that. And from that point on, we move into developing our site specific solutions. So anything we can't catch with the wide net, we get into our detailed stuff and look at those particular areas and develop engineering solutions to deal with the problems in those areas specifically. And we'll do that through the framework of the EA process methodology. So once that's complete, we prepare our draft report outlining all the solutions and a final report from there, along with our second PIC. So I believe the next slide will give us a bit more specifics on the timelines, as well as our public points of contact. So as I mentioned, we did the initial notice of commencement back in December of 2023. We're currently working with town staff to get a public survey up on the Engage page for this project. That'll be likely up and running in the next week or so, and that'll run probably into May, where we can gather some information from the public about some of the issues they've perhaps been seeing, get some insights that we may not have gotten otherwise just from looking at the model. From there, we go into Public Information Center number 1. Our goal is to do that likely near the end of May of this year. And Public Information Center number 2 will likely be coming in October or November. Following the completion of that Public Information Center, we go to our final report, and then there's a 30-day public review period as well. And we expect the notice of completion to be issued for this project in early January of next year, with another return to council to give you guys an update on the final project as well. Just on to the final slide there, I think. So the final deliverables of this project will be updated stormwater models, both hydraulic and hydrologic. That'll include the riverine systems and stormwater infrastructure for the 3 scenarios, the existing, which we've now pretty much completed, the 2051 and the ultimate build out. And there will be flood mapping to go with each of those scenarios, both for the urban and the riverine systems. In addition, and this is the big one, I think, for you guys, is the 10-year forecast of proposed capital projects that we'll be recommending to implement to resolve some of these identified risks and issues. And the final report will summarize our methodology throughout the process. Again, we'll tie it back to the problem opportunity statement. We'll summarize the flood damage centers for each development scenario and go through our identification and evaluation process for each of those proposed alternative solutions to resolve the issues. So we'll also prioritize these proposed solutions, do a risk assessment, and provide some, essentially a list of which projects should be done first. There'll be some cost benefit stuff associated with that, of course. And we'll provide some input in this report to help guide the town on future policy and standard recommendations moving forward for stormwater management. And of course, we'll also include a record of our public engagement and stakeholder consultation throughout the process too. And that is, I believe, the end of our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so council, do you have any questions? Councillor Perry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Excuse me for not knowing this, but it says urban and riverine systems. Can you explain exactly what that is?
Yeah, for sure.
Just so I understand more. Thank you.
So the urban system is our modeling of the storm sewers and ditches and road overflow and things like that, whereas the riverine system is looking purely at the river models and where things might spill out into the urban system. So we've kind of got a differentiation between the two, and we look at the interaction between both systems as part of the study.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. And maybe through yourself, Mayor Hamlin, to Treasurer Quinlan. In considering the fact that we're going through our current DC study right now, it's obviously impossible to be completely caught up with master plans and things like that. But this is a fairly significant look, and I guess the master transportation study as well. So I just wanted to see if the treasurer could comment about there are these major studies and plans that they're going to be considered, but in a lot of cases, it's just looking at costs that are already somewhat known and just confirming or highlighting new costs. If I may, Maria?
Yes, go ahead, Director or Treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. So with respect to the development charge background study, they are looking at all of the servicing or the master plans that are available today. So albeit that this is one that's still sort of in the works, I suspect it would be ready for the next round. But certainly, yeah, exactly what you're saying. So when they look at the master servicing plans, they're identifying the projects that are required, and then we actually go out to engineers and ask them to cost the projects appropriately. So yes, exactly what you're saying is correct. Unfortunately, this plan is not quite there yet for us to engage as part of the background study, but we'll get there for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. The first just was to clarify, you are planning to do a public survey this month. So you are just collecting more anecdotal information from the public. You're not putting anything in front of them at this point in time to evaluate.
That's correct. Yeah, we're asking for input from residents in everywhere in town, but also we are targeting certain areas that we've identified in the study with some handouts, just to say, hey, we're doing this study. We'd love it if you have any input for us. It'll help us to develop our solutions in a way that helps you, and just to let us know, have you experienced flooding? Very, very general kind of questions like that.
Okay, thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead.
So when you say that the deliverable is to provide a value or a estimate of the capital cost investments over the next X number of years, when you say capital, are you talking hard infrastructure? Are you working into these plans some soft stormwater management systems, like improved natural drainage through the use of swales, permeable pavement, or permeable hard surface alternatives, stormwater management, grading toward existing riverine systems, et cetera? Are you looking at that as part of this, or are you just looking at the pipes and the sewers and?
Yep. Yeah, no, thanks. That's a great question. Yeah, we are actually looking at both. So as I'd mentioned, we're doing sort of the high level assessment first, where we look at some of those, I guess, soft solutions, as you called them, where we can look at sort of catchment wide things like adding infiltration, permeable pavement, LID type solutions. What would the impacts of say a certain percentage of areas being upgraded to include that? What would that impact be on our downstream areas? So we're going to look at some of those solutions, as well as over control through stormwater management practices for new development upstream, things like that. So that's kind of our first phase of assessment, is can we get the desired results through some softer type solutions, and we'll kind of see how far we can take that. Again, it's a modeling based exercise, so we'll see what we can figure out there, and from there, anything that can't be resolved, we'll get into the nitty gritty and be looking at the site specific areas. Do we need to increase the storm pipe here, or add a pond there? Those types of more hard infrastructure type solutions. Yeah, so we will be looking at both.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So those will be incorporated into the investment forecasts.
We'll
Like
create
all
some
solutions will be.
Yes. So our final deliverable will be to have essentially a list of the projects that need to be undertaken based on our findings to resolve the issues or mitigate the risks, I should say. And that list of projects will each come with a capital estimate that we prepare, a conceptual level estimate, which you can carry forward for your additional studies in the future for planning capital estimates and development charges and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Mr. Maitland, is it?
Yes.
I assume you've been consulting or will consult with NVCA, and I would hope they would have a lot of material and data they could provide with you or for you.
Yes, we've already met with them once, and we are in consultation with them about the project.
Thank you. And secondly, in regard to quote information, I suppose, please ask the deputy mayor for his photograph of my neighbor 2 houses south of me that he told me about with a sailboat floating in his front yard in the 1950s. I back on the Oak Street Canal, and this is of great concern to me. So thank you.
I still can't find it. Keep looking.
Yes, Councillor Potts.
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Mr. Maitland. Our existing, I guess, in reference to the Oak Street Canal and any outlets that we have now, will there be, I guess, a report on if there's any upgrades or improvements that will be made that will be needed to allow for, as we look at stormwater and the management of it down the road, if there's any, again, larger culverts, or I guess just any kind of infrastructure that's going to be needed to take the stormwater in the future. And I use the Oak Street Canal as currently with our bridge, the way it is on second and Oak currently now, it's going to be needing some severe work. And I just look at the existing infrastructure we have. Is that kind of something that's part of this to see what capital projects will be coming down the pipe?
Absolutely, yeah. So as part of phase one, we did a lot of modeling to establish what we have now. What are the existing conditions? What kind of shape are the assets in? Again, it was all based on the information that was given to us by the town, supplemented with some field work as well. And short answer, yes, we're going to be looking at the existing conditions versus the future conditions and trying to make sure that we can marry the two of them into something that's going to help long term.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to add a couple of points that I thought were really important about this work. We have a lot of great engineering firms in town. Greenland is one of them, and this is one of their specialties, dealing with riverine and stormwater flooding and management. And the first question from Councillor Perry was a really good one about, is this just stormwater and or rivers? And it's both. That's quite complex, and it's not normally always the case. A lot of times the conservation authorities will do the rivers and the towns will do the stormwater, and ne'er the twain shall meet. But in this one, they're very, very closely married. And when we look, for example, at the Oak Street Canal and the rivers that go right through town, we have to make sure that we understand them both. And some of our stormwaters, like, for example, the Oak Street Canal's basin is large enough that it's actually considered a river, as according to MNRF and the rivers mapping. So they really do start to intertwine. We've worked a little bit with through FCM with an insurance company and another local utility, and they provided some compliments in the initial discussions on the phase one of this project that the town was, with the help of Greenland in phase one, had a good understanding of what's happening here, the lay of the land, literally, and how our geography drains and what might happen. And we may collaborate through Greenland in this project with some options for mitigation in the future that may involve the public doing some things on their own properties or non-town actions that could be, in fact, better investments even than investing further within the town lands. One thing I thought was really important to bring up today is the scenarios that the team mentioned. Often when people who are in the town are worried about a single development going forward, they don't know that this type of study has already happened. So what the team is looking at when they say 2051 or full build out, they're saying, what can we predict may happen if all the developments that are in our official plan and beyond are actually built? So when individual developers do their individual studies around water in their development, what they're doing is augmenting or refining a certain area or a certain portion of the build out, but council will have already been informed, if everybody comes on board, what do we need to have ready? So it's really important, and it's quite helpful instead of just having one of and every development sort of adding a little more water till we hit the brink. This is saying what's everything and how should we put it in right the first time. There's one other option in the policy around paying for items. The deputy mayor mentioned development charges, and there's some options in some municipalities are looking at user fees where people who, for example, do those type of swales and allow water to infiltrate on their own property and may be able to avoid some fees in the future depending on how this all works out. Not saying we'll have new fees, but we want to examine what other municipalities are doing and to start to have that type of policy advice on what we might want to think of. And on a slightly different tangent, with the two conservation authorities and the other municipalities in this area, we have and Greenland applied for a grant based on water quality in one of the systems that Greenland uses. It's called their threat systems. So we don't know if we'll get it, but if so, it will build on some of the geography knowledge that is available in Collingwood and beyond, looking at water quality, and which is also very important beyond the quantity that's within this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just say I was on council last term when phase 1 report came through, and I studied carefully the mapping that I know you mentioned today will be part of the public process. But I was, I'll just say, slightly alarmed, because I don't want to say anything more than that, but how many areas of our community are at high risk in the event of flooding? And we've certainly seen other cities that have had flooding occur and the terrible situations that they're left in. So I am so pleased that you're on board and working away on phase 2 at this time, because it's one thing to know where the risk areas are. It's another thing to say, okay, now what are we going to do to make sure that we don't have flooding? And working with the conservation authorities, working with our community, doing the hard infrastructure needs where required. And I was pleased to hear both you and our CAO talk about investments that perhaps we made on individual property owners' properties. And maybe they'll, you know, and I'm just spitballing here, but I could see, you know, incentives for the public, let's say, and I'm totally making this up, but they put in a permeable driveway. If there is going to be a charge in that area for stormwater, for example, maybe there's some kind of an incentive. So I'm hoping as this all unfolds, we'll see a really good approach for our community and how we should handle our low-lying town. So thank you. This has spawned something for you, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mary. Something just came in mind in terms of the report, and maybe it's part of next steps, but will the report be able to link for us the potential for significant funding streams in the go forward steps? Because I know there's some certain pots, particularly at FCM right now. So will we be able to sort that, or will we have to rely on staff to have the time after the fact to try to link those projects with the funding streams? And do you have that information available?
I believe our intention currently is to provide some high-level recommendations to that effect once we've got everything nailed down. The main benefit of this project is that it's going to provide you with those cost estimates so that you can sort of quantify what those financial needs are going to be moving forward. But certainly we'll be plugging in some recommendations on the things we're aware of that the town may be able to pursue to assist with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and
thanks for having us.
Work. Okay, thank you. The next departmental update we have is from Director Valentine, and this will be on our Ontario Land Tribunal appeals. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 brief updates for you today on Ontario Land Tribunal appeals that are active within our town. The first is related to the proposed high and medium density residential development, which includes an affordable housing component on the lands known as 560 586th Street. After positive decisions were rendered on this proposal, an appeal was received to the zoning bylaw amendment from a neighbor who does have concerns about the outcome and the process. No appeals were received to the official plan amendment or the draft plan of subdivision, and that means that those 2 planning instruments are in force and effect. And I would note here that third-party appeals to draft plans of subdivision decisions are scoped or otherwise limited under the Planning Act. The tribunal has acknowledged receipt of this appeal and has assigned a file number and case coordinator. A case management conference, or CMC, for the appeal has been scheduled for May 22nd. The CMC is one of the typical steps that most appeals take first off to confirm the appeal process, the parties to the appeal, and any individuals or organizations that are seeking participant status, as well as acts as a platform for early identification of witnesses or scoping of issues. In accordance with town procedure, the solicitor and staff brought the appeal matter to council in camera for discussion. Council did provide its direction, which has been communicated to the other parties as appropriate by the town solicitor. Staff will continue to provide updates as we're able in open session, and we will also return in camera for further council direction if that is needed for this particular appeal. The The second Ontario Land Tribunal update is related to a council refusal from February of this year of concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, as well as a draft plan of subdivision to facilitate residential development on the lands known as Huntingwood East. And this included a proposed revision that would see access to the development envelope coming from the west rather than from the north. On March 20th, the clerk did receive appeals to council's refusal decisions from the applicant. The appeals would apply to both of the applications. They're technically separate matters, but are likely to be consolidated by the tribunal because each of the applications are required to facilitate the single proposal. Staff have at this time prepared and submitted the municipal record to the tribunal, and we do await acknowledgement of the appeal as well as the assignment of a case number and case coordinator. In the meantime, the town solicitor and staff have prepared a report to advance to council in camera to provide direction on these appeals, and our target is to be in the May 15th cycle. That concludes the updates for today, and happy to answer any questions as I'm able to in open session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone on council have any questions of Director Valentine? Okay, I see none. The final update we have is from our communications division, and I'll turn this over to Executive Director Peg to start.
Thank you, Your Worship. So really excited this afternoon to have Manager Carter and Coordinator Caden here to provide an update to Council on the Communications Action Plan. So the team, our small but mighty team, I'll say, has been working diligently with the management team and staff to implement the action items that were directed by Council as part of that action plan. On a go-forward basis, this update will be provided as part of CAO Skinner's quarterly updates on the overall status of the operational plan. But we thought this was a great opportunity to have, again, Manager Carter and Coordinator Caden come and share the successes of 2023 and an update on plans for 2024. And then you will see those going forward in CAO Skinner's report. So with that, I will turn it over to Manager Carter.
Thank you. Good
Thank you.
afternoon,
Go ahead.
Mayor and Council. Yep, we do have a presentation. There we are. If we can go to the next slide, please. So as Executive Director Peg explained what this presentation is, we're doing kind of the wrap up of the Communications Division Plan. That was a requirement to have the Communications Coordinator role approval. So going forward, we will be providing updates within CAO Skinner's quarterly reports. So we will continue with our vision of ensuring an informed and engaged community through proactive communications and a variety of public engagement opportunities with Council. Just a quick refresher that the transformational goals that were part of the division plan were under the categories of community and internal, and each transformational goal had specific action items to be implemented. Next slide, please. So within 2023, the Communications Division continued actioning the items under the division plan that was approved by Council in 2022. The beginning of the year was the internal communications plan template was implemented for significant projects. The identification of large and significant projects that warranted a plan for community information or engagement and a delivery of that plan. That included consultation and collaboration with community groups and other levels of government. Training was provided to managers, department heads, and selected staff. And I believe it was May of last year that we updated the town's social media policy. Next slide, please. 2023 highlights continued. There were a number of opportunities for Council to engage with the public. It increased exponentially in last year with the addition of Council members at the farmers market booth more regularly for topics of significant interest. Council also initiated neighborhood Spark in the Park events. Right. Customer service module was implemented in the latter half of 2023. And finally, the Community Engagement Action Plan was delivered, being presented in December and approved in January this year. In 2023, we had some new items added, challenges and successes. So beyond the transformational goals, transformational goal items in 2023, the Communications Division undertook a major website cleanup, an effort to streamline and update information by service area and make the website more accessible, which is an ongoing effort. Communication staff also coordinated additional training for website content creators in content maintenance and accessibility. And this is in addition to the all-staff accessible document training conducted in 2023. Further, the communications team had to pivot in Q3, I believe it was the beginning of September, with Metroland shutting down the only print newspaper in Collingwood, the Collingwood Connection, which some residents relied heavily on for our regular town pages, which included important news and notices. Communications presence on Collingwood Today digital newspaper was amplified with the use of paid advertising and a special notices page being launched, with the inclusion of town notices in the daily email sent to over 18,000 subscribers. Next slide, please. Earlier in the year, Communications set up a subscription option for news and notices and employment opportunities for residents to get notified as new information in these categories was added to the website. The stats will come up later in the presentation for that. Communications also took over the south window display at Town Hall to implement a digital display of news, notices, upcoming council and committee meetings, public engagement opportunities. The north window display is still available for third-party bookings for nonprofit organizations. We did look into the idea brought up by council at our last update about having a storyboard trail to print out and post hard copies of the town pages. However, since our efforts pivoted to do the digital display and more digital advertising, it would take a lot of staff time to do the design and layout of the the town pages, to print hard copies and post them weekly. We would like to build on the number of digital displays that we have and can update those with more budget and time. Lastly, the communications team also provides communications planning advice, staff and council support, print materials, video, photography, event and engagement support, social media management, issues management, internal communications with the staff portal and weekly inside scoop, media relations, and website management. Next slide, please. Julie will now take you through our statistics for our website and social media.
Thank you, Krista. Hello, everyone. So just to recap some of the stats on our website and social media from 2023, we did have a bit of an issue with the integration of our analytics, Google Analytics on our website. So the stats that you're seeing are reflective of April 1st to December 31st. 2023, that should say. So we had 849,447 visits from 266,000 unique visitors. And then there's a breakdown of Q4 stats, excuse me, there as well. Of note, some of the most viewed pages in 2023 were the homepage, the events and important dates page and calendar, the downtown webcam, aquatic programs, employment page, public transit, waterfront parking, the search page, parking in Collingwood, and trails. So that is useful in informing our content on the website going forward. Social media at a glance, these are some sort of high-level numbers and statistics on both our corporate channels and the Experience Collingwood channels. I'm going to go through Instagram, Facebook, and then move on to a couple others. The Town of Collingwood launched its Instagram corporate channel on this past year, April 13th. So within the year from that date, April 13th to year end, we amassed just over 1,500 followers. We had 883 posts, and that is just static posts to the grid. It does not include stories that expire after 24 hours. We reached 126,981 accounts, and that's the number of people who saw our content, not reflective of the number of people following, because you can see our content without following us. And then just a breakdown of reach based on media types. So we had an overall reach with our media of 180,612 accounts. On the Experience Collingwood side, we have a much bigger audience. It's been established for much longer. So our followership grew by 1,376 people to a total of just over 10,000, 10.3. We had 657 posts on that profile within 2023. Again, that does not include story posts. The annual account reach was much higher by 1.2 million people. And then the breakdown by media type. Interestingly, on both corporate and Experience Collingwood, photo posts had the highest reach, despite what you hear about videos trending on these social media platforms. And we do put some effort, or a lot of effort and strategy, into our video content, and we'll continue to do so. But it is just interesting to see some of those statistics. Next slide, please. So this is just a bit of a snapshot because this was a new channel for us this year and we're excited about it. We launched with a bit of a grid kind of collage there on the left, and created some standardized branding elements so that our content on Instagram would be visible and recognizable as being official town content. So with that branded border and bottom, using elements from our town logo and brand colors. We tied that into stories, which are the two images on the right as well, and trying to provide more opportunities to educate, engage, and inform our audience on key topics, including in this example, you'll see the official plan. We use this channel heavily to engage people on the community engagement action plan, notifying people of public meetings, council meetings, and much more. Next slide, please. So over on Facebook, we had smaller growth on both channels. That's not surprising given the fact that content on Facebook is not necessarily served to the people that follow you. And that's just the way that the algorithm works and how Meta has decided to use that channel. So our audiences did have some growth. So on the town Facebook, we grew by 949 people to a total of 5,469. We had 1,125 posts in 2023. And then our breakdown by of reach by media type is there for you to see. I don't have the stat on here, but I looked it up while I was sitting down. The annual page reach, so the number of accounts that we reached on the Town of Collingwood Facebook, was 1.5 million. On the right side of the screen, it's the same breakdown just for our Experience Collingwood Facebook. So generally, a lot of the content, or most of the content that would be on the Experience Collingwood Instagram, would also appear on Experience Collingwood Facebook. Our followers grew incrementally, but nonetheless by 178 to just over 20,000. We had 451 posts last year, with an annual page reach of 2.2 million. And then again, the breakdown of that reach by media type is available there. And again, interestingly, photos outperformed any other media type on Facebook. Next slide, please. And lastly, we have, in terms of stats, sorry, and then I'll pass it back to Krista. We just have a bit of a snapshot of stats on X, which is the platform formerly known as Twitter, and YouTube. So our our growth on X was also incremental, but grew by 102 followers to a total of 5,550 followers. We had 970 tweets in 2023. I believe they're still called tweets. And then the impressions by post type are available there as well. For the most part, we're condensing what we post on the other channels to fit within the parameters of what you can post on X, which still has limitations to the number of characters. So it's the same information, just a little bit more brief and condensed, often with a link to learn more information on the website or wherever we want people to drive people. And then on YouTube, we have our Town of Collingwood channel, which had 366,000 views last year for a total watch time of 2,727 hours. We have 52 subscribers. And then on our streamed channel, which is where the folks at home might be watching on our YouTube, we had 11,689 views. These meetings are also streamed on Rogers Television and their website, I believe, for a total watch time on YouTube of 3,344 hours. And the average viewer stuck around for about 17 minutes and 10 seconds. Hopefully these minutes. And now I'll just pass it over to Krista.
Next slide, please, Jenny. Okay. All right, more stats for you here. So I'm not going to go through each of these individually, but over all of the e-newsletters that we have now, there was over 30 e-newsletters sent out last year across the variety of subject matters. This does not include Collingwood Museum and Public Library's respective monthly newsletters and the, I believe it's weekly economic development 60-second update. Those are in addition to these stats. Also, if you visited a municipal facility washroom lately, you might have seen this new decal that's on the mirrors in all of our facilities, and it will be on the washrooms at the seasonal facilities as well. And it says, while you're checking yourself out, why not check us out? Subscribe to receive town news and notices with a QR code that goes to our Stay Connected page with the subscription options for all of these newsletters, plus our news and notices and job postings. And they're also now all on our town buses that say, since you're on your phone anyway, scan this to subscribe to our news and notices. So news and notices, I believe, I want to say we launched that in maybe June last year. I'd have to double check that, but we have 573 subscribers as of last Friday, and job postings, 455 subscribers. We also have advertising running regularly through our Collingwood Today monthly advertising to encourage everyone to subscribe. Next slide, please. Media and public relations. In 2023, there were 109 media releases sent out. This includes media advisories, so that's for flag raisings and invitations to media to attend events, and statements from the Office of the Mayor. 125 media requests in 2023, which includes emailed questions and interview requests. Engagement projects. There were 14 new projects launched on Engaged Collingwood in 2023. That does not include pre-existing multi-year projects that are still there, some of them. And in total, we had 51,931 visits to that platform in 2023. Survey and other engagement tool reporting is done on a project-by-project basis. Next slide, please. So what's next for 2024? The implementation of the Community Engagement Action Plan. Training actually is complete. Staff are beginning to use the engagement planning tool, and council will begin to see the engagement reports attached to respective staff reports. It just depends on some of the projects, when the project started. If the actual project started from, I think, March moving forward, you'll see it, but it might be a bit sporadic at first. If a project already launched, you might not see that report on some of the staff reports coming forward just yet. And as mentioned earlier, we're looking to incorporate the communications quarterly engagement reports into the CAO's operational plan updates. The statistically significant survey, this was one of the items remaining on the communications division plan that actually completed on Friday. And continuing with work on the website towards accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities compliance. Creation of a municipal information guide, print and digital. This was budgeted for last year. However, due to resources, time and money spent towards making the website accessible, we pushed that off until this year. So it'll be something like an information guide so that we can include information about all the service areas of the town, information about council and its structure, basically a guide that we would want residents to keep on hand so they can refer back to it at any time. In addition to the municipal information guide, I'd like to create a new welcome package for residents. It should maybe be called a welcome information package. So just a small brochure holder bag that has the municipal info guide. Once we get that established, probably a copy of the county waste management guide, any current rack cards that we have, information to welcome new residents, and maybe a little sweet treat as well. Website redevelopment. This is actually the last item as well remaining from the Communications Division plan, was a website redevelopment to ensure greater and streamlined access to the information the community wants. So in the 2024 budget, we did propose having an all-in-one portal with the engagement platform as well. So the engagement portal will remain unchanged due to that part of the budget not being approved. Excuse me. Discussion is taking place internally on how best to invest the $60,000 that was approved. And finally, the Communications Collaboration Committee. This was also an item that was bumped forward from 2023. It's just an internal service level agreement so that we have an understanding across all departments what communications needs from other service areas for us to be able to help them promote their programs and services and what we need from them to be able to do that successfully. And that's the end of our presentation.
Awesome. Okay, Council, any questions? Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
So thank you very much. It's a lot of numbers and a lot of keeping track of those numbers. For technologically challenged councillor like myself, I'm wondering how I gauge the numbers. Are they reasonable? Are they good? Are they excellent? Are they extraordinary? What can I compare what we're getting in results to our communication attempts here? And where I'm working toward is like an ROI on what we're investing in. And do we have something we can compare or comparables that we can?
Through
the
Hamlin. I guess it would depend on which numbers that you're looking at. I think it comes up with the budget again and again. It's hard to compare to neighboring municipalities when they have different populations, different budgets, different things that they're promoting. So I guess it would depend on what you're looking to compare.
Well, just the statistics in terms of the number of followers or the number of, I don't know if that's good or bad or otherwise. Right. I can look at the numbers and you can tell me what we're doing. I just don't know if it's really good, really good, or just
we could look into adding comparables.
Yeah, so that would be great. And I guess that's the other thing, because between the platforms through the mayor, we can't really add them together because you may have duplicates. Do we have a way of sorting that out as to who's on Instagram and on the other platforms? Like if we have some real keen people out there, they'll be on everything, and I don't know how to subtract them out to know what the real numbers are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that would be possible.
That would involve a lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah. Okay.
Potentially possible to see where there's some overlap and where maybe, and we can look at the audience demographics on one platform versus another and see that, the trend on Facebook is an older audience, a little more male skewed. Mm-hmm. And whereas the audience on Instagram is younger. So it is hard to say, though, how many unique followers we have across all of the platforms. But speaking to your last question, if I may, we can there are sort of industry benchmarks. So for, public service and that sort of thing, we can see what type of growth rate or engagement rate is average and kind of see where we're at in relation to that. But as Krista said, comparing to, the city of Barrie or another municipality nearby is a bit tricky. One, without seeing the back end of their analytics, and two, just looking at that number, that follower count, which can be an impressive metric, but doesn't tell the whole story. Mm-hmm. So I hope that helps answer your question.
That does. Thank you. And then just in a follow-up, I had one more, probably on the same kind of lines, but we have 5,900 followers and 4,900 are from the UK. Can we determine the demographics of where the people are reaching us from? And if parts of it are we're wanting to communicate with our residents and our public in terms of getting their information, do we have a way of determining that demographics within some of those numbers? But I do like the idea of the industry benchmarks. I think that will help us, but also who is, and are we hitting our target market, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, go
One
ahead.
thing, if I can add, is anytime that we do paid advertising via social media, we can target. We know we're hitting the geographic area. We can do it by age category. So at least we know when we're spending more money on trying to reach our residents, that's who we're hitting.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Manager Carter. Just in the one part with the website was the AODA compliance section. Can you just help me understand a bit better what's involved in that, or what is that about?
Through your worship, I can speak to part of that, and potentially Executive Director Pegg can continue. So when I spoke to what the work that we did last year, I believe we started off in the spring. As part of both, we were looking at making sure that we hit, it's the WCAG 3.0, I think. I don't know if I got that right. It's the level of AODA that we need to reach on our website. To be able to reach that, we needed to first train staff to make sure that those who have access to the website and are uploading information and documents, make sure that those documents are first accessible. That takes a lot of time to train everybody to get it right before it's uploaded. So we had a lot of cleanup work to do, many spreadsheets, many hours spent poring over service area information for a website that's now 4 years old. It has thousands upon thousands of pages. So it's a lot of staff time to pour over reviewing that information. So we did get all staff trained in the creating accessible documents last year. We got a good portion of the website cleaned up. We're not quite there. That's why I said it is an ongoing effort, that's for sure. I don't know if Executive Director Pegg has anything to add.
Okay. Did you wish to add anything? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think Manager Carter did a great job. It's the WCAG 2.0 that we're aiming to meet. It is a really high bar. We could be WCAG compliant today and not WCAG compliant tomorrow, but we are doing everything we can within the resources we have, and we're on a compliance plan with the ministry specifically for this. That being said, we're unlikely we'll be fully compliant by the end of this year, but we're doing everything we can with the resources we have. And yeah, Manager Carter continues to lead that work very well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Manager Carter. Three questions, I suppose you'd say. Number one, the farmers market, will you be repeating that this year with a booth and hopefully involving councillors for some of that? It would be my suggestion that if you had a technical person there with or without that bathroom QR code that basically said to some of our technical Luddites like myself, everybody has a smartphone though. If you've never done Instagram, we can help you. If you've never done Facebook, we can walk you through it. We can sign you up for the mayor's newsletter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think farmers market and side launch would be an excellent opportunity to really grow that market. So congrats on that and what you've been doing so far. Secondly, the grab bags for new residents, if you will. If you might consider, I suppose this is a council policy, whether or not you would accept other materials in there for which the group or organization passed by council would be share the cost. I can think of several not-for-profit organizations that might love to get in there and would pay their fair share. Lastly, in regard, this is a geek question, the streamed viewers of council at 11,000, spending 3,400 hours. These are the hardcore guys, right? Versus 336,000 on YouTube, only spending 2,700 hours. Can you account for why streamed is so high relatively versus YouTube as far as retention or hours spent on it? And can you grow that market?
If I may, I'll answer the first two, and then I'm going to pass the third one to Julie. Absolutely. We have the farmers market. We are actually, I still need to sign up. We are signing up though. Currently the Excel spreadsheet sign up for the whole season is with staff. It's about a third full right now. So once we get the season all filled up, I'll give council their version of it to sign up for the time slots that work for them and the significant topics that, speak to you. So that'll be coming forth hopefully within the next couple of weeks. So you can plan your summer out accordingly. The other is the farmers market bin. one will have information. So we do have standard posters that are available, definitely with QR codes. So we'll make a new one this year now that we have more newsletters to sign up for. Everything's kind of all together on that one Stay Connected page. So we'll absolutely have posters there with the QR codes for people to be able to do that. I can't promise a tech person there every week, but we'll ensure definitely with a staff member at the booth each time. We'll make sure that we also have an iPad that's available for them to take with them, so we can set you up with that. And I'll to Julie if she has any insight on the third question.
Thank you. So in relation to your third question about YouTube growth, the difference between the two numbers obviously is significant, but the streaming is very different from other content that's on YouTube. So people are tuning in to see a live meeting. Generally, they can watch playbacks of old meetings. So that's a very timely, specific purpose, whereas the content on on the main portion of our channel is a lot of it is evergreen. It's there kind of for people to enjoy and peruse as they please. And it is also embedded and shared beyond the YouTube platform. So it's embedded on our various videos are embedded on our website. They're shared on social media. We can cast them, stream them to the digital signage as well. So there are definitely opportunities to explore in terms of growing that audience or the viewing hours on that part of our YouTube, does that answer your question? Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll just say thank you. I've really noticed an increase in the posts and whatever you call them in the last year. And it's been awesome. A lot of information I think is being conveyed to our community. And I like that it's on Instagram, which, as you mentioned, is our younger cohort by and large, as well as on Facebook. I think you're reaching a lot of people, just anecdotally, I'll say. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda is our consent items. And the recommendation is that council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. So what I'll do is I'll read in these 5 items, and then we'll see who would like to pull which items. 10.1, Amaranth motion. This is to pause Highway 413. 10.2, Pulsink. No, I'm not pronouncing that right. What is it? Puselink. Okay, motion. Sorry about that. Enbridge Gas. 10.3, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month and World Parkinson's Awareness Day, April 11. 10.4, National Volunteer Week, which is April 14 to 20. And lastly, 10.5, See Austin, Collingwood Fitness Capital of the World. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder to receive, please, Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Houston. And I guess we'll pass this and then we can pass it. Yeah, okay. All those in favor for receipt, thank you. It's unanimous. And then if people could just indicate if they want pulled. And I know Councillor Doherty has a couple items. Go ahead. Maybe I'll go through and just see who wants to pull what, and then we'll come back. So go ahead. Which ones? Your 1 and 2?
Yes, 10.1 and 10.2. And I'm noting right now the Puslinch motion is probably mislabeled. It's referencing Enbridge Gas, but in actual fact, it's talking about a resolution coming from the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors Training. So we could maybe adjust that.
Okay, thank you for raising that. Does anyone? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I don't think I need to pull 10.3. I just wanted to mention something about Parkinson's Day on April the 11th.
Okay, we'll come to that. Anything else? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Doherty with 10.1.
Thank you, Chair. So the Amaranth motion is requesting the province to pause Highway 413 and reallocate the resources to other areas that are more desperately needed in many, many communities, including hospitals, including road infrastructure. As an example, ourselves, water infrastructure. Communities are, over and over again appealing to the province to make us whole. And yet there's some 7 billion sitting in a fund that, in the opinion of many municipalities that this has gone to so far, is misallocated, to be honest. And then it just also does not take into account that Highway 413 will have impacts on agriculture, negative impacts on agriculture, on natural heritage. And it will have a significant environmental impact because of the increased greenhouse gas emissions that will come as a result of its use. So I will be providing a notice of motion later in the meeting to support this resolution. And then with regard to the Puss Lynch motion, the motion is calling for the province to support the training of public works skilled employees. There is no question that public works and actually planning are two areas where labor is really at a dire shortage. And if we are able to attract people that perhaps might be interested in working for the municipality but don't have the qualifications, if the province can assist, then also not only are we creating much needed jobs for municipalities, but it's also increasing the skilled level generally of the individuals that will participate. So again, I will be bringing notice of motion on this later on in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Fryer as to 10.3.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I just wanted to highlight the support, our council support for on April 11th, the Stand Up to Parkinson's Challenge that's going to go on at Central Park Arena between 11:30 and 1 p.m. Or you can participate at home. And the goal is to reach 2 million worldwide sit the stands in 24 hours. So I believe you can get information on the website as to how you can participate at home, or you can join at our facility. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Item number 11 is our county report, and back to you, Deputy Mayor Fryer, if you have anything you wish to report today.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I do want to highlight some things from March 26th meeting that may be of interest to the councillors. There was just a discussion and approval at the county level for continuation on the work on the insurance pool review that Collingwood's participating in, along with a number of other municipalities. So $200,000 has been approved for the county to take a look at an implementation plan, because the study has come back very favorable as to the possibility of cost savings for insurance. So I was pleased to hear that. I also wanted to highlight there was an extension of funding for the community paramedic program. And that's the one that is for non-hospitalized clients. So if they get enrolled, and then if their symptoms worsen, they can seek assistance from paramedic without a 911 call. And it's been very successful in reducing the number of 911 calls. So it's a program that the extension of is very welcomed. And there's also increased funding for about $100K for equipment and training that is meant to target these types of situations and improve levels of avoidable emergency visits. The other item I was just going to speak to was council received the annual tax ratio report and approved the current tax ratios will remain the same. The information in the staff report and presentation was very detailed and provided the reasons for the reconfirmed county-wide ratios that Collingwood and other municipalities will be using. That part of the discussion was pretty straightforward, but when I asked Mr. Freeze of Municipal Tax Equity Consultants, his opinion about MPAC bringing in the updated assessment adjustments, it was that it isn't likely to be soon. And that generated much more of a discussion because of that. What was highlighted was not just by Collingwood, but other impacted municipalities, was the shoreline and in our case, the mountain proximity premium that MPAC implemented when the 2016 assessments were set. Other municipalities are interested in that getting adjusted sooner rather than later. But in addition to Mr. Freeze's view, in the 2024 budget announcements, one of them was from the Ministry of Finance was that there'd be no adjustment until a complete review of the assessment process had been completed. So all continues to show that it doesn't appear any pending changes coming in the near term. So I just was updating council in that regard. Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. I was made aware a few weeks back, our local mobile soup kitchen, from them, that the community pantry was going to be ending at Erie Street in the end of April. So there was some correspondence through the soup kitchen to Executive Director Pegg, and thank you very much for the time and effort and the response to that. Is there any collaboration with the county with currently what they have that maybe to poke around to see if there's something that the county, I know the county had recognized the efforts of the soup kitchen, but also in the need of our community pantry. Is there any collaboration that we could potentially use, maybe a county property in Collingwood to relocate to serve the residents of Collingwood? Thanks.
Do you want to go with that?
Not that I'm aware of, but certainly we should look into it. I wasn't aware that situation was happening. I don't, perhaps through you to Director Pegg, was there any discussion with county if there was something available there, or is that something that we could pursue?
I think the question, if I just understand it, is whether the county can make space available. Is that right, for the use of the mobile soup kitchen?
Yeah, just to follow up. So it's not so much the mobile soup kitchen had reached out because they work hand in hand with the pantry.
Yeah.
And there was just, first of all, was a question of if there was any town locations, and staff had responded back appropriately. And there was just some reference in there that potentially some county, you know, I guess the county was named just as maybe a solution or an idea. So that's why I was just asking if there's any way we can move forward, collaborate with the county to see, as we have a few weeks, but it is a program that's heavily used.
Yeah.
And I use the word heavily. So I think that it's something that's, top of mind for me to see if there is something that the county, if they have an option. If they don't, we tried.
I think this is a question, maybe I'll ask our CAO if there's a particular staff person here who would be the best to follow up with the county.
Thank you, through the chair. We do meet with the county every quarter. There's about at least 4 of the directors that sit in on that, and the county, we ask the county about what they're doing and how we can support them. I think I could take that away, and we'll have one of the folks that sit in on that meeting. We don't really have a lead for those types of support for persons who are facing homelessness or, underhoused directly, because it has been a collaboration with the county at the county's lead. I don't know if they do have a program. There are a couple of not-for-profits in town that this group supplements. I know that I believe you'd made a suggestion around the Salvation Army or others. I know that there's also a food pantry at the library. So we had done some reaching out already there to see if it would be a good fit, which unfortunately it didn't seem to be. So we can, I can take that away to mention it to the county staff.
Okay, thank you. So.
Yeah, just quick, and again with Executive Director Pegg's response, which I was quite satisfied. The initial ask was if there was any town lot or property that could be used in the shortfall just to kind of until things got, figured out. So, and just in response back, the county was used. So that's kind of why I'm asking if there's any way we can look into it in conversations. It doesn't have to be, immediately, but just in the next conversations, if there is a possibility, that's all. It's, I would hate to see it not be offered somewhere because there are many families relying on it currently.
Okay, well, thank you for raising that. I just wanted to mention briefly at the county that at our last meeting, we approved a waste management bylaw. And my comment is specifically with respect to condominium owners of townhomes, because I noticed, and then I had a follow-up with the director there, but that if you're in a condominium and would like county waste pickup, as long as there is appropriate road widths and turning circles, you might qualify. And also the county can enter into individual agreements with property owners, which can have additional requirements or grant exemptions from the bylaw. So I just thought we have so many townhouse condominiums in our community. This might be of use. And also just to remind those condominium property owners that the county is now doing a pilot project on 13 properties in the county, including 4 condo townhouse properties in Collingwood, with the specific purpose of seeing if organics can be collected by the county, which I know some of our condo owners have reached out to me over the past year saying this, that would be so great if they could be picking up the compost. So as I say, the county's doing this pilot. It's going to run for 18 months. And at the end of it, they'll be making recommendations to the county council about whether to implement that service across the county. So I just wanted to raise that. Yeah, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As a takeaway from that, would that not then require us as a council that when future condominium developments come forward to here for approval, that we might, I won't say impose, but take a look at that template in regard to the width of roads, et cetera, the turning signals, et cetera, to accommodate county trucks in the future?
Well, that's a good point. I think I'm going to send that over to Director Valentine to say whether that's a useful thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and through you to Councillor Baines. Certainly the county is circulated on all land use planning applications, and they typically do respond, particularly for site plans, which are the underpinning of most condominium applications, whether the road layout would support county waste pickup or not. And if it doesn't, the applicant is aware, and it is included in the site plan agreement, that they would not be eligible for county waste pickup. So there is an opportunity for the proponent and the town to work together. And that also does sort of feed into one of Director Salama's projects to look at our engineering standards for private roads, which condominium roads fall under that category. So there's a few levers to pull on, but certainly developers are aware upfront whether the proposal that we're reviewing is eligible for county pickup.
Yeah, and I'm glad you've raised that because often the applicant / developer, they want to have the narrowest roads possible because they get, more lots, let's just say. So I think it behooves us as a community to say back to the developer, and this is where the development standards come in, and I'm looking over at you, Director Salama, where our community has to say to the developers, wait a minute, why are we asking, individual townhouse owners to have to pay for private garbage pickup, whereas if the road was, and I'm making this up, 2 feet wider, the county would come by. So I'm really hoping that'll be something we can turn our minds to as time goes on. Yeah. And you think you were next? Yeah, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And I want to comment, and maybe either you or the Deputy Mayor can elaborate a little bit, but I'm noting the testing of organics pickup in several condominium or townhouse developments as a test. And, with the suggestion that it's going to be optional. If it works out for the county or not. But as a former member of the AMO Waste Management Task Force, it's my understanding that it will be mandatory to be picking up organic waste by, I believe it's the end of 2025. So has there been any?
No, I don't know. I mean, I'll just say this. I know, and I'm not sure in what fashion this happens, but the county doesn't feel like it has to pick up garbage on private roads. So it may become mandatory for public roads. But this is a really good question. And, you know, I've certainly been pressing on the condo issue for our community for, you know, because we have so many that we should be having garbage pickup. So I'll keep this in mind. I'm sure our deputy mayor will as well. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just also add that organics pickup is also to be mandatory for apartment buildings and commercials by the end of 2025. Unless that date's been revised, that was the date that we were working with.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
We had reported back a little bit ago about the extensive discussion about the PRO, the responsibility of the distributors, right? And some of the things that you're talking about, I think, are their requirement, not necessarily the county's requirement, because the province is trying to make it producer responsibility.
Right.
So there was quite a bit of discussion about things that need to be sorted out, no pun intended, in the whole process. And I share with Mayor Hamlin the fact that these pilot studies are being done on some of our condo areas is great, because hopefully they'll be successful in coming up with ways that some of those can be recovered. It could very well be that the county will be providing the service for the PRO, but those things still have to be worked out. So we'll try to continue to keep an eye on it and report back as things more firmly are put forward. But that's where it is, in my opinion, at this particular stage is they know that these changes are going to be implemented, and they're trying to put the proper pieces in place to handle all that.
Yeah, and I think sorry, you
go ahead. No, you know, if we're staying on this, I just have one other thing.
Go ahead.
You go ahead on.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think if I understood it right, the PRO is the recyclable, the producer responsibility to pick up recyclables. And the county's getting out of some of that business for small commercial and others. So anyway, that's, I think, the discussion our deputy mayor was referring to. And I think what you're talking about, I think, was something a little bit different, which was the organic pickup, which I honestly haven't heard a thing about at the county, but we'll keep our ears peeled or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Back to you, deputy mayor.
The other thing about organic pickup is, as we discussed the situation that day and what was approved was some enforcement measures that the bylaw officers can use. Things like right now, the only enforcement they have is we're going to stop the service for you. And if there's issues with overfilling or the carts not being set out properly, generally 2 feet apart is what's preferred, those types of things, the officers are going to have the ability to put warnings forward and then perhaps put a fine in place rather than necessarily take the service away. So I wanted to make sure, since we were talking about this, that councillors are aware that those types of steps are possibly going to be implemented.
So if you hear from people getting fines for not having their garbage bins in the right spot, we'll give you the name of the staff person at the county. Yes, Councillor Baines.
Mayor Hamlin, my challenge is on Birch Street, where I live, on my block from 4th to 5th, only 7 of 21 homes use the green bin. On Beach Street, in the same area, it's virtually about, I'd say 85 to 90% use the green bin. Interesting sociological / economic observation as far as the value of homes on beach versus verge. But I would hope that the county would implement with summer students, perhaps, some sort of PR firm by asking young people to knock on doors in the summer and say, perhaps you don't know the benefit of using the green bin, i.e. use the soft approach rather than the stick at this point, at least first off, because I see terribly underutilized capacity here in this town of people not taking up use of the green bin. And as someone who worked at the Recycling Council of Ontario, I would dearly love those numbers to come up in this town. And I think it's the county, if they could find the resources to do that, it would be a wonderful thing. Thank you.
It's a good point. And I think what I observed when the county rolled out their program is they made it too cheap, if I can put it that way. And they gave too big a bins for the regular garbage. So, and especially if you don't have a lot of people in your house, it's a lot easier to just fill up your garbage bin than keep separate track of your compost. So I think there's some fine tuning there that could be done that would automatically encourage people. But anyway, let's see how that goes. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So just on that, please don't send them to my house with the big stick because I don't have enough. I take it to my neighbors. We share bins. We have for quite a few years because I feel better that I'm not making that arm go up and down every week when I can just put it with my neighbors. So I think in those programs, if they wanted to encourage people to share, so it could make faster pickup for the guys going around. And so do not send the big stick to me.
Noted. Okay, on to motions. We have a few motions here. The first one is Councillor Doherty, and the item is 12.1. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So as council is aware, I am currently a member of the board of directors on AMO, the Small Urban Caucus, and by association also the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Organization. Elections are run every 2 years, and so this is an election year. I would like to put my name forward again. I hope that council finds that what I'm able to bring back and take away is worth the investment. So this is a motion that I require approval from council as part of the application process. So whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario is a non-partisan entity that represents the interest of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within provincial jurisdiction. And whereas AMO's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide AMO with the feedback and emphasis required to carry the municipal message to the provincial government. And whereas the AMO annual conference will be held in Ottawa from August 18 to 21, 2024, during which the annual general meeting will occur, followed by the election of AMO's board of directors and reporting caucuses. Be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood endorse Councillor Deb Doherty to stand for election on AMO's Board of Directors and Small Urban Caucus, and further that Council assume all costs associated with Councillor Deb Doherty attending AMO's Board of Directors meetings up to the allocated approved budgeted amount.
Okay, and could I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Houston. Councillor Doherty, do you want to speak first or last?
I think I kind of in my preamble kind of covered it. So I would just respectfully ask for council's support.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your hard work on the AMO board. Okay, 12.2, over to you, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Recommendation, whereas the Cranberry Marsh and Creek watershed is reportedly to be approximately 2 feet, or 0.60 meters, higher than average level in the last 10 years, and has been this way for 2 years now. And by that, I mean, at one point in the year, upwards of 2 feet higher. And whereas this high water level is dangerously threatening the adjacent boardwalk and causing many trees bordering the marsh to die due to the high water level, and whereas there are many stakeholders bordering the marsh, condominium corporations, residents association, Cranberry Golf Resort, trail users, etc., who are alarmed at the high water level and are very concerned about the spring runoff expected within weeks, and whereas there are a number of regulatory bodies, Town of Collingwood, MNR, NVCA, and others who may have authority to effect change and take corrective action to resolve all or parts of this situation. And whereas residents groups, condominium corporations, Cranberry Golf Resort, and others have expressed concern and agreement to take what steps they can within their ability, as this is a shared responsibility of all stakeholders surrounding and utilizing the marsh. Be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood directs staff to report back on remedial steps that can be taken to lower the water level of the Cranberry Marsh as soon as possible in order to avoid a possible flood this spring, and that furthermore, staff consider recommendations to get all stakeholders together to discuss long-term solutions by all parties to ensure a manageable water level going forward.
Thank you. Would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Perry, would you like to speak first or last?
I can say I met with a number of individuals and stakeholders and will be again meeting with a representative of Cranberry Golf Club tomorrow, all of whom have expressed concern about the height of the water level at this point, although be it since this was written, it has reduced, but the trend over the last number of years is concerning. And I think, as I stated in here, it is a shared resource. And if you actually go on, thanks to George Christie for this, RED's platform overlooking the marsh, I had no idea the size of this. I certainly saw it on a map, but I didn't appreciate it until I saw the size of this. So everyone surrounding this marsh, and I think we need a Friends of Cranberry Marsh at some point, has a role to play in this and reducing this level, because it's going to be an ongoing problem, at least in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And the next motion, over to you, Councillor Jeffrey. This is 12.3.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So this is just regarding our ongoing pursuit of advocacy with the federal government in terms of their funding for our infrastructure. Whereas Canada is experiencing record population growth, having welcomed 1.25 million new Canadians last year alone. And whereas, according to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, we need to build at least 3.5 million additional homes by 2030, and municipalities need to build or expand the infrastructure to accommodate this growth. And whereas FCM has estimated that the cost of the municipal infrastructure required support housing development is on average in range of $107,000 per unit. And whereas, according to Statistics Canada, the cost of upgrade existing municipal infrastructure so that it is in a good state of repair is in the range of $170 billion. And whereas non-residential construction price inflation has risen by 29%. Since the end of 2020, and municipalities are facing soaring costs for infrastructure project without a corresponding growth in revenue. And whereas, unlike federal and provincial revenue, municipal tax revenue has not increased in recent years, along with inflation, economic growth, or population growth. And whereas the municipalities are facing a gap in federal infrastructure funding as the 10-year Investing in Canada infrastructure program has come to an end, the Canada Community Building Fund is being renegotiated, and the Permanent Public Transit Fund is set to start in 2026. And whereas the Canada Community Building Fund, which was formerly known as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, provides more than $2 billion in annual capital funding directly to municipalities through a predictable allocation mechanism, and municipalities of all sizes use the CCBF to deliver direct results for Canadians by building and renewing critical core public infrastructure, including water infrastructure, local roads, public transit, and community and cultural and recreation facilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the federal government work with agreement signatories and municipalities to maintain the CCBF as a source of direct, predictable, long-term funding or local infrastructure priorities. And be it further resolved that the federal government commit in budget 2024 to the next generation of infrastructure programs, including a new program for water and wastewater infrastructure and an increase to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. And be it further resolved that the federal government convene provinces, territories, and municipalities to negotiate a municipal growth framework to modernize the way that municipalities are funded in order to enable Canada's long-term growth. And further, that this motion be circulated to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities of Canada, Sean Fraser, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and MP Terry Dowdell.
Thank you. Do you want to speak first or last? Yeah. You want to go last then?
No. I think it's self-explanatory. I've been pounding the pavement with our message for a while now, and it's critically important, particularly with the upcoming budget, that they pay attention to infrastructure. And one announcement did just come out that they're listening. So that's what it's about.
Okay, and I should have asked for a seconder, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Obviously, I will very happily support this motion. I can only just add that the Canada Community Building Fund, which is administered by AMO, an agreement has been reached, and I actually do have a report on that later under other business. And also to suggest, just as a friendly, to copy AMO on this motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Absolutely friendly. The other thing I'd like to just ask through you to, because I'm curious now, it's an agreement has been reached as to a doubling or an amount? Because I would have heard, or do you mean it's just as to distribution going forward?
An amount, yes, and distribution.
Okay, well, if there's no other comments, all those in favor? Thank you, that's unanimous. I'll be looking for a motion to move into the committee of the whole. And after we vote on this, we'll take a break for 30 minutes and then we'll come back and start our committee of the whole portion of the meeting. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Perry. All those in favor? See you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, committee, I will call the committee of a whole together to order. And we're going to do a slight shuffle on the agenda, and we are going to move the DAP item, which is 13.2.5. We are going to move that up after 13.2.1 because the consultant is online at the moment. So item 13.2.1 is bylaw C 2024-02, the bylaw services division review, which has been deferred from the March 4th meeting. And Clerk Almus, I will turn it over to you.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Doherty. So I'll also acknowledge that the report was recommended for a month to give council an opportunity to review it. There's a lot of information within that report, but during the meeting and following the meeting, we did receive a few follow-up emails regarding the information that's contained in the report. So we do have a brief presentation, and I'll take you through some of the items and further clarification that might benefit the committee for the discussion that's going to occur today. So our first slide. So the first question came as a result of discussion about the call volume, and the comment was data within the report appears to suggest there may be a reduction or leveling off for bylaw services call volume. So further clarification for that is historical trends in call volume are available since 2013 and are showing a gradual increase in the number of submitted complaints. A reduction in call volume can be attributed to the support now provided by customer service. Prior to 2021, many inquiries were entered into CityView by bylaw staff, as the division was usually the first point of contact for many inquiries, even if they did not relate to bylaw enforcement. On table 3 within the bylaw service review, it identifies the number of occurrences separated by their own origin. There can be considerable variation in occurrences based on origins. Figure 19 within the report demonstrates the relationship between complaint volume per 1,000 population, showing it has remained relatively consistent except during the pandemic. However, between 2011 and 2021, there has been a 38% increase in population growth that has been where there's been no frontline staffing additions, which has led to an increase in complaints addressed per officer annually, from 2011 being at 235 to 386 in 2021. This call volume has been maintained through the implementation of various efficiencies and the assistance of seasonal bylaw officers, as well as our customer service support. The next item was a question relating to the enforcement strategy. The comment, intention meeting of the integrated enforcement model and impacts on proactive enforcement desires by council. So for clarification, although the intention of this strategy is improving resource utilization at present, it remains unclear whether the adoption of an integrated enforcement model will result in substantial time savings as it impacts utilization will greatly determine any efficiency gains. Should time savings be realized through the implementation of the integrated model, the main priority for these extra resources would be to enhance the responsiveness to complaints. This includes ensuring prompt follow-up on complaints, expediting inspections, and elevating the level of customer service offered by the bylaw service team to our residents. Proactive enforcement challenges are discussed within the staff report or within the full review under section 6.3, highlighting that a shift to increasing to proactive enforcement is not currently possible with current resources without reductions in other service areas. The division believes that the integrated enforcement model represents a middle ground between the existing compliance-based approach and the penalty-based enforcement model. This model would primarily employ compliance-based strategies, but would also allow officers to adopt firmer enforcement actions under specific circumstances, such as repeat infractions at the same locations. If endorsed by council, the strategy will undergo a partial implementation and assessment during the upcoming summer months, and it will be more comprehensively developed and detailed in future policy reviews. The compliance-based enforcement strategy focuses on promoting and ensuring adherence to regulations or laws through education, guidance, and support for compliance. This approach emphasizes efforts to inform residents and businesses of their obligations and requirements under the law, often through outreach, education, and communication channels. The penalty-based enforcement strategy, on the other hand, involves imposing fines on individuals or entities that fail to comply with regulations or laws. This approach emphasizes the use of penalties or charges as a deterrent to discourage non-compliance and promote adherence to rules and standards. In a penalty-based enforcement, immediate notices or orders may be issued and administrative monetary penalties or fines imposed for violations without the opportunity for corrective action. The next comment received was regarding priorities and timeframes. And that is, the committee raised some questions at the time on March 4th as to how the recommendations were categorized and prioritized, and several comments were made regarding shifting recommendations to shorter timelines. For clarification, the arrangement of the recommendations into categories was not solely defined by priority, but evaluated considering a variety of factors, including but not limited to the capacity division to introduce short-term wins and thoughtfully reviewing sequencing of the recommendations that will enable the shifting of limited resources to the next priority project or recommendation, while ensuring the success of the other 2024 priority projects, such as the implementation of the new short-term accommodation program and the administrative monetary penalty system. Existing priorities defined in the town's operational plan, and providing the necessary time to educate the public about changes in service, if recommended by council, to ensure the community is fully aware of compliance requirements prior to issuing fines and penalties, and the priority of recommendations based on health and safety concerns, workload management, and improving the working environment. We'll go to the next slide. Structural changes. The comments received: the potential escalation in staffing requirements and financial expenditures resulting from structural changes beyond the year 2024. For clarification, since 2019, the division has undergone multiple structural changes and service realignments across various departments and directors, as outlined in the report. This was one of the key factors that led to the initiation of a comprehensive service review and analysis needed to ensure that the future success of the division could be achieved. Under section 7.6 of the report, it provides further details on the structural changes and illustrates the financial impact. In summary, the salary impact from the current approved 2024 budget to the recommended division structure amounts to an additional $6,800 annually. This increase is recurring on an annual basis and will remain unchanged until council decides to refill the vacant MLEO 3 position in a future budget or through other program or service adjustments. As proposed, the supervisor and manager, as needed, would still conduct complaint investigations for complex property standards and zoning issues, aiming to maintain service levels and assisting the other field officers. It should also be noted that the organization has realized cost savings of approximately $6,000 over the past year due to staffing changes, specifically by employing 2 MLEO 2s and 2 MLEO 3s versus the previous structure of 1 MLEO 2 and 3 MLEO 3s. This efficient staffing model is intended to be maintained, ensuring continued cost savings moving forward. The next item, animal control and hours. The question: current after-hours services provided and where animal licensing revenue was allocated. For clarification, the division's currently approved service level and council approved service level ensures that provision of on-call staff available 24/7 to address emergency situations involving injured dogs and cats, as well as dogs found within Collingwood that are securely contained, meaning that the dog must either be on a leash or within a home or enclosed yard for staff intervention. There are no additional mandated after-hours responsibilities. Dog licensing generates on average an annual revenue of approximately $20,000. This revenue helps cover the animal control costs, including the town's contract with the Humane Society for pound facilities, veterinarian care for injured pets, and the purchase of animal control equipment and supplies. An animal licensing software solution has been deployed in many Ontario municipalities, which has helped to increase the number of pets licensed and provides a quicker connection of lost dogs to their owners, while increasing revenue and requiring less staff resources. Implementing a software solution in Collingwood would help enable residents to connect lost dogs with their owners, removing the need for animal control staff to be involved. And again, further information is located on page 62 of the full review. The next item that came up was the discussion regarding wildlife and concerns relating to the recommendation to remove wildlife services provided by animal control staff. For clarification, over the years, the division has addressed and attended to various wildlife issues such as coyote sightings, distempered raccoons, injured wildlife, animal life removal, etc. While the recommendation to discontinue wildlife services may be perceived as a reduction of service, it will actually return the service back to its intended response for domestic animals only. A municipality, particularly of our size, should not be tasked with wildlife management, not without the dedicated trained staff for the service. Other pest control businesses, veterinarians, and government agencies provide these services, and it should remain, and it generally is intended to be a homeowner's responsibility. As noted, our bylaw staff are not trained in wildlife management, nor are they officially tasked with wildlife control responsibilities through council policy, with the exception of the coyote management plan. In addition to the wildlife feeding bylaw. However, the recommendation to continue the wildlife feeding enforcement will continue because it will reduce wildlife and human or domestic animal conflicts, and staff believes remains a valuable service to provide to our residents. Park staff will continue to address wildlife concerns in town parks, as will staff from other departments for their town property physical areas of work, including using external resources if required. Involving bylaw staff and wildlife functions not only confuses the public, but it also poses a serious injury and risk to staff. Bylaw staff would continue to provide information and resources online, but direct involvement in wildlife management and control would be referred to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry and/or licensed pest control or wildlife control companies. Direct involvement in wildlife could contravene the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act, as bylaw staff are not authorized to harass, capture, or kill wildlife unless they qualify as agents under the Act. Should committee or council wish to maintain a limited range of wildlife services for the community, it's recommended that a dedicated wildlife report be submitted to council for review. This report would specify the most suitable department or division for overseeing wildlife management and control, outline potential duties and responsibilities, and estimated costs associated with providing these additional services. And our last slide provides further clarification with respect to the final, and it's going to be a living document that identifies the various bylaws that are provided by the municipality and basically defines who is the administrator or owner of the policy or the bylaw, who is responsible for enforcement, and the enforcement piece as well can be divided into initiatives aimed at encouraging behavioral change, including commencement of proceedings in the Ontario Court of Justice under the Provincial Offences Act. It also defines the definition of owner, which is the town department or division who is tasked with developing and or updating, amending a town bylaw, ensuring that it remains relevant and effective in addressing community needs. I think we move to the next slide. I think that is it. So those are just some additional clarification items, and Acting Mayor Manager Herod and myself are here to assist with any questions that the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. Would there be, do we still have no, okay, we have no one in the gallery and we have no one online. Therefore, I will read in the recommendation, ask for a mover and a seconder. So the recommendation is that staff report C 2024-02 Bylaw Services Division Review be endorsed in principle. and that council approve the recommendations and next steps contained within the bylaw services review, resulting in a cost savings of approximately $6,200, and staff update work plans needed to evaluate future changes identified, including necessary analysis and reports back to council for future consideration. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Potts, seconded Deputy Mayor Fryer. Questions and comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Chair. So where it says amendments, there really weren't any amendments. It was just a response to questions. Is that what that means? Or potential amendments? I just wanted that clarified because I kept reading, trying to find somewhere that was amended.
Certainly for clarification, the amendment section contained within a staff report is just new information, so you don't have to reread the entire report. So it's just the amended staff report clarifications, but there wasn't any specific recommendation
amendments.
changes.
Okay, so I should be reading it amendments to staff report as opposed to amendments to a motion. Okay, thank you. So, you know, my concerns are still the same, and I understand it's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here where we need to have a process where we move forward, but I just still don't feel comfortable letting go of the animal control after hours or the wildlife in the meantime. So if there's a way, I understand that will negate the savings that's by doing those things would negate the savings within the staff report. But I'm hoping that by moving to the other model that has been proposed by staff, I keep forgetting the name of it. Anyway, integrated, yes, enforcement model, that it would still allow for staff to reassess things and keep bringing those reports to us. So I guess what I'm asking is that we sever out the wildlife recommendation and the after hours animal control section for voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I agree with all these recommendations. However, in regard to, we'll get it when it's severed, nevertheless, but the 24 hours, I would state that were I a homeowner and faced with a situation of some sort of rabid or wild animal in my backyard at that time, that either on the website or customer service, or I'm not sure who else would answer the phone, probably on the website, would provide a list of bona fide contractors who would be willing to come out at 11:30 or so at night to deal with this case. If we don't have that, then I'm worried, because I can see stepping back from that responsibility that the municipality assumed, but only if we can backfill about who's a qualified contractor to take this up. At 11:30 at night, if I've got a rabid animal there, I'm not really worried at that point about who's going to pay for it. I probably would understand it's going to be me that's going to pay for it. I just want the problem resolved. One small point is DocuPet, which I assume is a software that the municipality would buy. My dogs have always been microchipped, and I'm assuming that the vets all have that capability. Are we reinventing the wheel here by getting another technology that may already exist, with you just scan the pet with the microchip? And even then, I'd be surprised, well, I'd be delighted to know if 70 or 80% of dogs in Collingwood are microchipped, but I suppose you'd have to ask the vets that. Thank you.
Clerk Colmas.
Certainly. So we do have access to the scanners for microchipping, and there is a discounted rate if your animal is microchipped. The issue is you still need to have an officer or going to a veterinarian to read a microchip. So if somebody finds the pet, they're able to put it in their yard, contact the information on their tag online, and directly communicate with the owner where the dog is found. Maintaining privacy, of course. We do also have information regarding other wildlife responsibilities and information pertaining to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry online as well.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well then I will just really echo Councillor Jeffrey's comments. I am concerned about the removal of after hours dog and cat services, lost or otherwise. I am concerned about our stepping back from wild animal control without having an immediate backup. I'm concerned about the timelines that might evolve when we don't have an immediate backup. I appreciate that dealing with wild animals probably isn't or shouldn't be by law enforcement responsibility, but our residents have come to expect it. And so what is the alternative, and what kind of response times could they look forward to? I'd also add that I generally was concerned about limiting after hours, keeping our hours to sort of a Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 timeframe. We are a tourist town. We do have lots of residents and visitors to our community after hours, Monday to Friday, and certainly on the weekends as well. So that would be my concerns. And I would be also wanting to sever out that item, unless I'm not understanding the proposed new hours of operation. Okay, Clerk Collins.
Thank you. So on page 62, through yourself as chair, on page 62 of the report, it does address other alternatives to that during business hours, provides an opportunity to look at adjusting hours to 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Also, the opportunity of investigating a centralized call center that could potentially work in collaboration with other departments that use after-hour service calls, or investigating the retention of an after-hours contractor. So removing the animal control recommendations would be removing the exploration of the software solution and the time of day response. I just want to confirm that was the direction of severing. Or maybe if we sever them and we get to that one, we can ask that question.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so we've had a request then to sever the reduction in hours of service for domestic animals. And Councillor Jeffrey, are you also asking to sever out wild animals? Okay, and wild animals. Okay, so let us vote then. And I will sever out all all changes to after hours call outs. I have a problem because I'm locked out on my computer, so I can't reference the report. I apologize. Yeah.
See. So for clarification, as the motion was recommended, including the cost saving of all of the overall recommendations at that 6,200, basically we would keep in everything, remove the resulting cost savings by deleting it, and then considering wildlife and the animal control as separate items. Just because it doesn't make sense to keep in the $6,200 as cost savings if we're going to investigate the other. So just for clarification.
Okay, so then I will call the vote then on all, CAO Skinner.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just didn't want you to call the vote if you hadn't seen this. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify with staff, please, that with the changes such that we would have after hours, in addition to the police service after hours, that if we added back staff time after hours to go out for animal calls, that there's no additional costs. So we lose the savings, the 6,000 and something. But I was just not clear that there wouldn't be costs in addition that that the council should be aware of. And if so, we'd be happy to either report or come back. But
quick comments?
Certainly. Thank you, through the chair. Any of the changes that would be made through the committee today will have a sequential repercussion in cost or service level. So we would come back with that, but there would be for this in particular, and Acting Manager Harrod is able to explain what the additional cost would be.
Manager Harrod.
And members of council. So there would be additional costs potentially because what we have found out was through this process, we've realized that there are officer safety concerns, health and safety risks associated with having an officer go out to a property at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning and no one knowing about this person. So they could easily, if they're going to a vehicle, slip and fall, and no one would really know about them. So we need to look at other measures that would help ensure that if they do get injured, that they are safe and that they can be summoned because right now that is missing and it is a risk for staff. So there would potentially be costs, whether it's another officer or other tools out there that allow for help to be aided.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I don't support this continuation of this, but either way, in the next year or two, if the total number of hours can be documented, either doing it or not doing it, particularly if we didn't do it, what the calls are and complaints are of citizens out there, because it's valuable data no matter what way, if we revisit it perhaps in a year or two. But like if we continue it and there are very few calls, it will help us make a decision in the next budget cycle, I would think. Thank you.
Acting Manager Harrod.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Baines. So within the actual appendix, there is information in relation to the number of callouts per year. And I believe at the very most, we're talking about 20 callouts per year for officers being on call. I think that was the last, I apologize, I don't have it, the actual page number that references that, but I know what's in the report. And I would say between 15 to 20 calls per year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're just referencing the report. Yes, 15 calls. And just to clarify, these are calls just for animals, or these are all after hours call outs?
So these would just be after hours call out. So an officer going out to attend to a call.
Whether animal, whether it's
just currently the way it works right now, for a contained dog at somebody's home, or somebody may call us with an injured animal as well, injured dog or cat.
Okay, so we are still talking about domestic animals.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey.
Sure. If we could have a seconder for whichever I just want to know what we're voting on first, because then I have a lot of questions that have come up since this discussion.
Right.
So what are we specifically now? We're on without this cost savings and doing wildlife and animals later, or are we doing wildlife and animals now?
My suggestion was that we would take wildlife, we would take domestic animals, and we would take extended call out hours out of this and vote on everything else. So we'll sever those three. And it appears as though we can sever them out, and the clerk can help me with this, leave them out until we get a refined estimate of what the costs would be to retain the current level of service.
Okay, then I need to ask my questions now.
You go right ahead.
Okay. So first of all, in terms of the extra costs, I can only assume that we didn't anticipate this health and safety concern when the budget was prepared. Otherwise, we would have been prepared for this. Is that a correct assumption?
Clerk Thomas, would you?
So again, through this exercise of the staff initiated report, it was realized that some concerns were identified with respect to health and safety. There again, it's not something that was thought of during the budget process.
Okay, and then my next question is, will this also impact then enforcement of no parking during the winter for snow on the streets? Because those people for us are going to be going out after 11 o'clock at night on their own, I assume, and ticketing. Is this also going to require some budget impacts in terms of that health and safety information?
Manager Harrod?
So in terms of your question about the parking parking during the winter months. So for the most part, the OPP does provide that service to the town. However, there are a few times throughout the year we conduct periodic blitzes. So typically during the beginning of the season, kind of in the middle of the season, if we're seeing a trend in the number of vehicles parked on the road, and if we do go about and to have officers coming in at night, there's generally two officers that attend for that very reason.
Thank you. So that has been anticipated. So that's great. So then lastly, my understanding is that if we decide not to proceed with removing the wildlife services at this point, it can go back for a separate report to come back to us through this process, which is going to have a lot of things come back to us over the next little while. So that would be one of the ones that if we could solve with an education program or the direct contact information, as Councillor Baines has referred to, in a useful way for senior citizens who are maybe not connected to the internet. So that might be the phone number that the clerk was referring to. But I think that I would need more information to have comfort that, as the chair had also talked about too, that our residents have confidence that they have an avenue and that they don't have to be stressed or worried or feel they have no resources. So in my mind, that wildlife portion would be going back to staff to come back to us and say what potential solutions they have found to help us. So that's that one. And so I guess I've solved what I needed to kind of talk about before I voted on the other piece without the cost savings put in right now. We may realize those cost savings later on with reports that come back from staff. But in the meantime, we really can't commit to them until we have all the information.
Right. Okay. So, then are you saying that you are accepting the recommendation to limit the on-call hours for domestic animals? So the only section that you would want removed is the section relative to wild animals?
No, I'm assuming we can go through the process because again, I believe that the canine issues after hours and things still need to be in here for now. But I asked for that to be severed because I don't want to accept that recommendation. So, but I didn't think I'd bring that up yet because number one, need to clarify what we were voting on. Number two, the information for the wildlife decision, and then the rest we can vote on separate.
great. So I still think it comes back to if we sever out the domestic animal, I'm going to call it just domestic animal services. If we sever out the wild animal services, and for me anyway, I'm asking to have severed out the regular hours of operation, then we can vote on everything else in this very hefty, very well done report.
The order matters not.
So I believe Councillor Houston, I seconded, I believe.
Yeah.
Councillor Potts. So I would agree to the severed motion to continue to be seconded.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then I will call the vote with those 3 items severed out of the report. Oh, Manager Herod.
Sorry, I was trying to wave. So I also wanted to clarify because so the recommendation is to limit canine control to operating hours. So that doesn't necessarily mean 8:30 to 4:30 because we do have officers in the summer months that do work in the evenings that could get involved with animal control matters. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any change of heart.
Okay, now I'm confused because that's not what I understood from the report.
I think we should keep going with the severed. It can go back to staff, and if they can come back to us.
Thank you.
Because we can vote on it again at council. So we've got lots of time.
Good. That's better. All right, then I will call the vote on all items with the exclusion of those 3. So all in favor. And that carries unanimously. So what that means is that those 3 items remain as they are now. And I guess, Councillor Jeffrey, would you want to, or should we ask for a report to come back on just those 3 items? Even if it just winds up being clarification.
I think understanding what the direction of council or committee is, because that it'll give us time over the next 2 weeks to provide any additional clarity that we can. So I think at this point, having direction on whether the committee, wants to proceed with domestic animal control 24 hours a day, whether they would like to have wildlife enforcement, actually helps us in determining, the future amendments when it comes back to council, providing a costing from what we have. And maybe the amendment to the staff report would be, this is, additional information that we may not have available at this point that we'll have to come back with a full report. So I would prefer to have direction versus putting it back to a staff report because we don't have capacity to prepare a staff report. And if the committee is not, or council ultimately is not supportive of the amendment, then it'd be additional time spent on something that's may not merit the value.
So I will look to Councillor Jeffrey. What is your intention to keep services for those 3 items, or the 2 for you, as they are now, or would you like to see some other, or would you like to suggest some other change?
Well, I'm just going to clarify in terms of what the clerk might need to come back to me or to us through my request would be that if we're not going to continue with wildlife, that we continue with it now until we hear back from staff as to how we can communicate better to our residents and ensure that they have a system and a contact that they can reach in the timelines that are satisfactory to us. So that our residents know that they have the service. It may not be us, but in another way, and that we give them those resources. I just don't want to send them out in the world and say, go find yourself with wildlife.
Right. Yeah, and I agree. As long as we've got, reasonable alternative with reasonable timelines.
So I think we could probably vote on each of the three separately, maybe to give the input to the clerk. That might work better. I would move that, what I just said, if you could, did you get what I said?
Yeah, kind of. If I can paraphrase, so for those three items, that we would ask for staff to review the recommendations and respond as to how the same level of service to our residents, net level of service to our residents can be maintained, whether it is by town staff or whether it is by some alternative resource like MNRF or private contractor.
And at what cost?
I beg your pardon?
And at what cost?
Of course, and at what cost? Okay, I have the mayor and then, oh, okay, thank you. Mayor Hamlin?
I just had a few comments on the three items. Yep. Just on two of them, actually.
Go ahead.
So on the after hours for domestic animals, I'm just wondering, I decided to look at the website for the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. And so under what they do, they list, what if you found or lost a dog or cat? And so they direct for each municipality, calling Wasaga Beach, Meaford, Blue Mountains, Clearview, to call the animal control at each of the municipalities. So I'm just wondering, how are all these municipalities dealing with this? Should we have one person? Should we be hiring the Humane Society to, get a truck and deal with, I'll say South Georgian Bay? Because I'm just curious to what does everyone have an after hours, or should we be, and I don't know if this is something staff knows, so maybe I'll just pose that as a question. Do we know what anyone else is doing?
Clerk Almas or Andrew Herrick?
So I know through the chair to Mayor Hamlin. So the town of Blue Mountains does not provide 24/7 animal control. They have officers that work until 9 o'clock at night. And if they get any calls during that time, that they would go out, but after those hours, they would not come in to pick up a dog or provide any sort of wildlife services. Wasaga Beach, I'm unsure because we did reach out, but we weren't able to get a response back. And Clearview Township only does provide animal control during operating hours as well.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'll just ask when staff's looking at this, if they think it's worthwhile reaching out to the other municipalities and seeing if some, because if 5 municipalities chipped in for the cost of one person, because there's not that many after hours animals or 2 people or whatever the safe response is. If they could at least think about whether that might be an approach to consider further. Also on the wildlife front, I noticed our staff report with this item recommends that if council wants to develop more of a wildlife, I'll call it recovery process, that perhaps staff should be reporting back on how many staff would be required, what kind of training, because you can't just take an animal behind the shed and, bring out your shotgun, right? There's ways to treat wild animals, and it's not in everyone's knowledge on what that is. And again, I looked at the Georgian Triangle Humane Society under wildlife, if there's an injured wildlife, so they suggest calling the OPP. And they also direct people to wildlife centers, and there's a website, and also to wildlife control services in Collingwood, Critter Cop Wildlife Removal. So I think this is along the lines of what Councillor Baines was suggesting. Is there one or more reputable, wildlife people around who we could just put on the website or have known. So we don't have to, set up a whole system around the odd animal with distemper or, a fox that's been hit by a car. So I'm just hoping maybe staff could look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that is part of what staff is going to be reporting back on. Right, because we're asking staff to clarify our concerns relative to the handling of wild animals and domestic animals after hours.
Correct. That's my understanding as well. Also, if it's not already on there, and it will be presented in a report if that's what committee desires. I believe our website does refer people to those wildlife sanctuaries as well. Some of the issues are taking the animal from Collingwood to those wildlife sanctuaries because there's nothing around here that are authorized by the ministry. And I think to your question or comment about the OPP providing wildlife control, I think because they are authority having jurisdiction after hours for any provincial offenses, which would that's maybe why they suggest calling, because they may be able to get in contact with those key personnel.
Thank you. So I think what we're asking here really is just for some assurance that with the changes that you might be recommending in this report, that to come back to council to show how the concerns that have been expressed can be answered within your recommendations, or perhaps you'll offer some amendments. So is that doable within the next 2 weeks, Clerk Almas?
Thank you, Chair Doherty. So one of the comments that we wanted to provide clarification on is the sequencing of the recommendations and why the items were prioritized and what they do. I think we can come back with an amendment within the report that provides some additional information, potentially on costs. And another alternative too is those recommendations that were provided for like animal control service, in particular relating to the coverage from a time perspective through the week, is there's other options as Adam had indicated that were also identified. So we can provide that information as well, because we're suggesting another officer, for example, would not be required if it was still 8 to 8 Monday, 7 days a week. It's during the after hours that we definitely need an additional party to be part of that. So I think with the resolution right now, we've got that council or committee direct staff to review the recommendations to determine how the service can be provided at the same level as existing, including at what cost. And this is for animal control services, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, as well as the wildlife operations. And I'm sorry, you had indicated 3, and I'm not sure what the third.
Yeah, the third one was just hours of operation, regular hours of operation. Because there are options that are presented in terms of hours of operation, and speaking for myself anyway, I think that our residents have come to expect a certain level of responsiveness for any bylaw infraction or potential bylaw infraction. And I'm thinking, short disruption with short-term accommodations or property standards. And I feel as though the report was recommending a reduction in those services by proposing to reduce the hours. And so similarly, I would want to know what would be the costs associated with retaining or increasing the hours of operation for all bylaw callouts.
Okay, I think that's something that we can provide some information on. Another alternative that I'll throw out there is looking at implementing and reporting back on how the implementation is working. So that's something that we can investigate as well.
Okay, that sounds like we've got a few ways that we can turn it without reinventing the wheel between now and April 22nd. Oh, Mayor Hamlin.
I just wanted to offer one observation I had in case it's helpful to staff, but it was probably 6 or 7 years ago. And of course, if you go a few minutes drive and then you know, from our borders, you're in Clearview where there's lots of farms. And as I say, it was probably 6 or 7 years ago, I was driving along, I guess, 36, 37 west of here, Ontario, late on a Sunday afternoon. And there were some cows walking down the middle of the road. Meanwhile, there was all these people roaring down the road to get back to Toronto. So I didn't know what to do at the time. So I just called the non-emergency number for the OPP. They seem to know. I think these cows get out all the time. So they seem to know what to do. And we're like, okay, thanks a lot. So just to say, like, does the OPP do something? Like, they didn't tell me, oh, call, Clearview's, hotline, nor did they direct me to the Humane Society. So I just leaving that for clerks' consideration, staff's consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. So, okay, so would you mind kindly rereading the motion?
Certainly, that the committee requests staff to review the recommendations with respect to animal control, including hours of operation and wildlife control, and how to provide the same level of service, to determine how the same level of service can be maintained and at what cost.
And then regular hours of operation for all bylaw and complaints.
And not related to animal.
Yeah. So all other, yeah. Okay, so I have a moving. CAO Skinner.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check. I don't think this report is reducing the hours of operation of bylaw outside of those two other items. So I wasn't sure what number the third item is. You want to extend the hours of operation beyond the current operating hours for property standards, or?
No, my understanding from reading the report that we were proposing to reduce the hours of operation, or the hours that we would be responding to all other bylaw complaints, be they, as I say, neighborhood disruptions related to short-term accommodations or property standards, or any other bylaw infraction. So are we proposing to change those hours, or are we proposing to keep them the same where we do have some extended hours?
So in response to your question, so the current hours for animal control, the only, I guess, service that we provide 24/7 is animal control. Every other bylaw, whether it's property standards, noise, zoning, it's all done during business hours or operating hours. So we don't provide 24/7 bylaw enforcement.
Right, but we we had been, at one point, we had been doing extended bylaw hours. So we had some overlap staff so that we would operate bylaw enforcement until 8 o'clock at night.
So that is listed within the appendix. I unfortunately can't tell you what appendix, but there's a list of comparable municipalities, and it's documented in there. Collingwood provides service Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, with the exception of the summer months, which we do have extended hours because of our seasonal staff.
Okay. Okay, that being the case, then I will withdraw that third item.
And if there's anything or any further clarification, we can include it in the report when we come back.
Thank you, because that did cause me some confusion, which isn't too hard to do. So anyway, so then I have a mover and a seconder for this motion. I hope we don't need to read it out again. All right, well then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Okay, and that's painfully unanimous. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to 13.2.5. Which is the P 2024-09 Development Process and Fees Review Presentation of Final Reports. And I will turn the floor over to Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will present from the podium for this item because it is a bit on the longer side. The presentation for this report will be a bit of a tag team approach, beginning with a staff introduction and background, followed by a briefing from our consulting team, who I'll introduce in a couple of minutes, and then back to staff with some wrap-up remarks and our recommendation about a path forward. After the presentations have concluded, both the consultants and staff would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I also wanted to share with committee that although I'm standing here at the podium today, this has been a year-long project with contributors from across various divisions, from planning to building, engineering, and environmental services, as well as finance, senior leadership, and certainly many others. We also had input from the development community and third-party agencies, peer reviewers, and others that are part of the development review and approval system. So if we could go to the next slide, we'll dive right into the topic of the development process and fees review project final reports. So it's certainly been a goal of the town for the past several years to streamline development review and approval systems and to right-size the associated fees and the staff resources. And I would note for the balance of the presentation, when we refer to the development review and approval system, that spans from the beginning of a development proposal where potential property owners would be pre-consulting with the town, through to formal land use planning applications, the post-approval engineering processes, through to finally the building permit issuance and construction. So we're really covering that entire gamut of building from pre-consultation through to construction. So with the ICBL behind us and the official plan adopted, we did gain the staff capacity needed to really drive forward with this continuous improvement initiative. There were a number of external factors as well that increase the urgency for this review, including we have an increasing volume and complexity of applications. And as you're aware, there's an ever-evolving provincial context in terms of legislation and policy. The project did kick off last March after the consultant selection through the town's open market procurement process. And given the breadth of the project, we did divide it into 2 phases and involved consultation with stakeholders, including the development industry, peer reviewers, and so on, as I mentioned, as well as councillors throughout the entire process. If we could go to the next slide, please. The first phase of the project was focused on process improvement, and it had the following objectives: streamlining based on best practices in the context of legislative and regulatory changes at the provincial level, focusing on technology to support a fully integrated and automated workflow tool where possible. We also asked the consultant to recommend the appropriate level of staff delegated authority to achieve efficiencies, and to promote internal and external collaboration between teams and individual contributors. Project also looked at more clearly defining roles and responsibilities. We did want to reduce any duplication or close any process gaps, and provide for updated documents, including such things as process maps, checklists, forms, applications, and agreements. We also asked the consultant to develop key performance indicators that could measure our progress, and finally determine if we have the appropriate number and level of staff resources and that our skills in-house were sufficient to drive the process forward. Next slide, please. That brings us to the second phase of the project, which was focused on fees and deposits, and it had the following objectives. employing an industry-accepted methodology to update the fees and deposits, ensuring that any fees or deposit changes that we would recommend were defensible and comparable to similar municipalities, building on the process improvements, also recommending templates that are reflective of the streamlined process and legislative requirements, including some clearer language for proponents in terms of when charges are recoverable and at which points in the process. We also asked to coordinate fees and deposits, the structures consistently across those divisions that are involved in the development review and approval system. And finally, consider the implication of legislative changes, particularly those that require the refund of planning application fees if timelines are not met. You could go to the next slide, please. So that does bring us to the final reports. These documents are based on lean and SWOT approaches. They do include nearly 50 strategic and tactical recommendations that are based on a future state process map, which would represent essentially our intended process goals for the future. An activity-based costing model is used to underpin the fees analysis, and the concept of growth pays for growth is a core principle of the reports. The reports also present a multi-year or phased-in implementation approaches for our consideration. So at this time, Madam Chair, I would introduce the consulting team that we have joining us online. We have Todd McDonald from Performance Concepts and Michelle McCarthy from Dillon Consulting. These, among others from our consulting group, are the primary authors of these products that are attached to the staff report, and they will bring you through 2 briefings of those final reports in more detail. Before I step away from the podium, just a quick reminder that the staff presentation does have a couple of more slides around the recommendation and next steps. And ideally, Madam Chair, if you agree, we'd like to share those before we move to the question and answer stage. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Mr. McDonald, you're muted.
Always a good start to take mute off. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Summer, for that great context-setting introduction. And again, I'm pleased to be here tonight with my colleague, Michelle McCarthy. I'm going to keep it crisp. I know you're well into your meeting, and so we will, for continuity purposes, I'll run through both of the presentations. Michelle, who is a planner by training and can handle a lot of the technical planning related matters, will no doubt be active when your questions come up. So if we can move on into the slideshow. So again, from a scope point of view, I'm going to talk first about the DAP process review, the are we executing it right and what could we do better component of the work. I'm going to talk quickly about the scope and the context. And then we'll give you a quick whirlwind tour over the more than 50 recommendations. I promise I will not speak to each of them. That would be torturous, but I will pick some highlights out that I think are representative of the direction of improvement. And then conclude talking about an implementation roadmap and our real-time make it happen implementation tool that Summer and her team will be able to utilize. Thank you. Next slide. So again, Summer mentioned in her introductory remarks the nature of the horizontal development approvals process, moving from the regulatory authority of the Planning Act into the post-planning development engineering work that is primarily accomplished through the subdivision-driven process, and then into the overlapping linkages to the building permit process. We didn't go all the way through building to occupancy, but our mandate was to manage the transition up to the point of the building permit. We also, of course, in this work, took a look at some of the planning work that goes on after occupancy. But the emphasis here was the modernization of the planning and the engineering processes and those linkages. Thank you. Next slide. So again, as Summer noted, and I'll just reiterate, the process piece and the fees piece are intimately linked. One of our key deliverables, for instance, was a series of these as-should-be process maps. And we've made use of those maps both to inform our recommendations in the phase 1 work as well as part of our costing toolkit in the phase 2 work. So those process maps are an important deliverable that tie these two pieces of work together. Thank you. Next, yeah. And so, big picture, council, understand the interrelationship in the following way. When you put on a cost recovery lens and you look at modernizing your fee structure for development approvals, that lens provides the growth pays for growth fuel. The fuel is critically important, of course, to properly resource the process so that we have the staffing muscle in place. And once we've got the fuel, supplying the muscle in the right disciplines, we can then execute a lean, assembly line, consistent, high quality DAP process. So fuel, muscle, and process. That is the big picture. And fortunately, the two phases of this project tie all of those ideas together. Next slide. Technology, of course, is an increasingly important part of the development approvals process. In all of the work that we do in this area, we've been doing it since 2006 for our municipal clients, the whole question of the workflow platform, the portal to intake applications, and then the sandbox, if you will, that working area where we track and measure and ensure the clarity of documents. These are all critically important, and there's still a lot of work to do in Collingwood with the City View workflow tool to optimize and maximize its configuration and its functionality so that it can work as the, if you will, the central nervous system of your development approvals process. In any good workflow solution, there is, of course, that backroom work, which this visual suggests is the sandbox. And then there is the portal, where applicants, where the public, where developers from the outside can get a glimpse into the status of their reports and the status of their applications. And this is the technology vision that Collingwood and many of our development approvals process clients are moving towards. Next slide. Now, when it came time for us to sort of diagnose how you're doing now, how the town is doing now, we use a series of well-tuned instruments, one of which is called a Gemba walk. If you worked in Toyota, you'd know what a Gemba walk is. It's part of the Toyota way. It is the walk through the floor of the factory where improvement specialists look at every nuance of how the work is done. They close their mouths and they don't talk about change. They watch, they listen, they ask some questions, and they are very measured in the way that they try to understand how things are working now. We employed this Gemba walk technique across a range of operational areas in Collingwood to develop insights. We were able to build on those in a classic SWOT exercise: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You know, internal to the organization, of course, we look at strengths and opportunities. External to the organization as well, you can see how this works with the four sort of investigative lenses of a SWOT exercise. We looked at tech, we looked at process, we looked at who does what role clarity, resourcing adequacy, timeframe targets. Externally, we looked at the regulatory changes, Bill 109 and others that the province has put in place, council's relationship with the development community, the development community's own DAP improvement priorities. We mix-master all of this together, and we start to gain some analytical insights and strengths about what the changes should be moving forward towards a future state. Next slide. A couple of words quickly about this particularly important part of our work. When it came to the dialogue with the development community, and of course we also had a dialogue, it goes without saying, with a number of you. We had one-on-one meetings with a number of members of council. But when it came to the development community, we had a facilitated GTDI working session. We did outreach one-on-one with additional development stakeholders including interviews, conservation authorities, as well as developers. There was a direct and respectful dialogue around how DAP works, how DAP can work better, as well as a frank exchange of views around servicing capacity challenges and solutions. So that was an important box for us to tick in terms of outreach, and we can assure you that there was a depth of discussion and consultation with these stakeholders. Next, thank you. So using that framework, using those investigative techniques and instruments, we have developed a fairly robust set of future state findings and recommendations. And those have been broken down into a number of themes. And you can see those themes across the top. You know, who does what role clarity, process improvement, that lean thinking, how can we add value across a throughput process, governance and stakeholder relations, optimizing technology, moving forward to measure performance and set quantifiable performance targets, and then finally addressing issues of resourcing capacity. So this is the way that we have organized the 50+ recommendations, and I'll take you on a quick guided tour of those now. Next slide. So starting in the land of the purple, we are, of course, dealing with who does what. As you'll see here, we have defined recommendations in two ways, as either tactical or strategic. Strategic are broader, game-changing kinds of recommendations, dare I say, transformative. Tactical recommendations are, of course, important, and they are more iterative, more focused in size, incremental. That's what I was looking for, incremental as we move forward. And of course, you can see there are a lot of them. In this particular area of who does what, I would notice or point out R4 we think is particularly important. Using the process maps that we have developed and the town's list of business units, it's going to be important to revise according to a who does what set of roles and responsibilities, and do that through a set of working sessions. So these working sessions, now armed with the process mapping tools, will be able to further clarify moving forward who should be doing what, eliminating any redundancy, improving efficiency moving forward, and resulting in a set of standard operating procedures. An interesting example at the tactical level of that you can see in RC7, which is a end-to-end rationalization of how the town could deal with grading and drainage matters, taking a somewhat convoluted process, establishing development engineering as the go-to business unit to lead the town, all the way through from subdivision-driven processes with the master grading control plan, through building permit processes, doing the grading plot plan review to make sure that individual lots conform with that plan, and also spearheading the back-end post-occupancy inspections and sign-off for securities release. So that kind of progress is possible throughout the exercise. Next slide, please. Process improvement, once we've got who does what straightened away, process improvement is the core of a lot of the work that we did in this area. Again, there's a couple of slides full of robust tactical and strategic recommendations. An interesting example that I would just point out is if you look at P16, the lack of quality application submissions. Summer had mentioned Bill 109 and fee review requirements, or rather fee refund requirements that the province had put in place. We're recommending a new two-step deemed complete process. Traditionally, this municipality, like many others, would deem an application complete once the piece count was in place. They go to pre-con. Pre-con says, we need these 8 pieces of work from you. They submit 8 pieces of work. We deem them complete. Then we find out when we've turned on the Bill 109 clock, some of these pieces don't necessarily make it on the quality side. So this two-step deemed complete process will be clearly beneficial in terms of the quality of applications. Next slide. And again, the whole question of Bill 109 at the strategic level, our report has some pretty robust information. I'll have a slide on this in just a minute about Bill 109 adaptation options that are happening across the province, and the development of a made-in-Collingwood approach for the minimization of risk around leaking revenue from having to give back application fees because we can't hit timelines is an important strategic question. Obviously, there's lots of tactical issues as well. For instance, when you look at PI 12, the need for standardized templates, standardized conditions to expedite the production of development agreements, both subdivision and site plan. And so we have leaned in on a whole range of these tactical and strategic matters across the DAP process, across multiple application categories. Next slide. Again, to continue the process improvement in this area, which is where we did the great bulk of our work. You can see here there's a whole series of strategic and tactical matters. One of great interest from my point of view is the strategic question of delays between statutory public meetings and bringing decision reports to council. There's an opportunity here to really compress the throughput time of site plans and rezonings and deal with Bill 109 risk by creating a business rule and a standard operating procedure where a decision report would be presented at the next scheduled committee meeting after a statutory public meeting has been held. And so we'd be cutting out a redundant level of public consultation, and we'd be shaving a significant amount of time off of the throughput time of arriving at a decision. And again, I mean, we could go late into the evening here talking about the merits of many of these recommendations. I'm just picking out some highlights to give you a feel for the process kind of work that we did. Thanks. Next slide. And then finally, at this level, you can see here that some wrap up process improvement ideas. The timing of fee payment, for instance, is an important tactical question around our recommendation to have applicants pay fees directly to the Conservation Authority or any other external agency with a fee structure as part of a complete application. In other words, we don't want to be accepting applications, deeming them complete, and putting ourselves at Bill 109 risk prior to all of the ducks in a row being in place with the payments owed to other applications, to other organizations. Thanks. Next slide. Quickly on Bill 109, at the end of this process discussion, we have done a lot, and you can see on the left-hand side, this is the timeline of the fee clawbacks that the province has in place right now. And across the bottom, these are a range of different tools that are being used in different municipalities in Ontario to adapt process to reduce the risk of having to give back money. And so there are a whole range of viable alternatives here. This portfolio of options is provided in depth in the report. In particular, there are viable options around one and not done refusal decisions, a whole series of potentially applicable options for Collingwood to consider. Now, our team are not lawyers. We don't deliver legal advice. So we're not in the business of recommending exactly which options in which combination fit in Collingwood. But we think that we've provided a good overview of these pieces and that a made in Collingwood strategy around Bill 109 is both advisable and doable with this kind of input. Next slide. In the area of governance and stakeholder relations, we have weighed in on leveraging delegated authority. While these will appear to be perhaps bold and decisive within the original context of how Collingwood does business, these aggressive delegation maneuvers are quickly becoming standard practice across the province. So implementing an expanded use of delegation approvals is both healthy from a reduction of throughput times for applications, as well as avoiding, in Bill 109 world, as well as avoiding the pitfalls of no municipal decision and those kinds of appeals when it comes to subdivision world. And if council is concerned about overall strategic understanding of what's going on with delegated approvals, Collingwood can and should include a bump up option for council to override the standard default of a delegated approval. And Bill 13 from the province set out a range of these expanded opportunities, and we're recommending that Collingwood should optimize all of them. We're also recommending expanded delegation to the Director of Engineering Services or their designate to improve the early servicing agreements that are an important part of the post-draft plan of subdivision future state. Again, this expedites the movement of already approved units towards legal lot status and onwards into overlapping efficient applications for building permits. Next slide. What we're recommending here is the delegation of well, that's
actually a duplicate slide. Yeah, advance one more.
Thank you. Optimizing technology. So as we move into this area, clearly there is a need for CityView, your workflow tool, to consistently measure actual processing timelines, automate staff interactions to do this work, and apply the automation functionality of CityView to pre-consultation and then beyond into official applications. As we can document milestones in a process and notify about process achievement, it will be possible to drive a lot of lean efficiency in this way. And if staff buy into conscientiously updating the system, this system can be of game-changing importance to the modernization of the development approvals process. In order to make this happen, we are recommending a robustly funded and resourced standalone CityView optimization project with resources and funding in place to make that happen. This tool is critically important if we're going to measure DAP performance with key performance indicators. This system would feed those key performance indicators. If we really want to have, decision support intelligence, CityView plus KPIs are going to be critically important. And to that extent, the absence of that kind of reporting so far is something that we need to deal with, and that we need to make sure that there is sort of a property-centric click and view search capability built into CityView as we move forward. So powerful technology and powerful technology functionality will translate into improved sort of strategic management. Thanks. Next slide. Around document management, what we found when we were doing our work is that there were, Michelle helped me, seven standalone systems where Collingwood was recording differing components of information for the development approvals process. That kind of fragmented information management is just not going to work moving forward. So that needs to be consolidated and rationalized. we're recommending that a single document management storage solution should be characteristic of DAP, and that rollout should occur within CityView. CityView should be the hub that makes DAP work. And so this is a who does what exercise, if you will, on the information technology side. And there are certainly supporting bolt-on document management software tools like DigEPlan that can combine with CityView's process tracking to bring Collingwood into a modern solution here. Next slide. As we said, measuring performance. Our report has a fairly robust set of key performance indicators that are being used to measure DAP performance across the municipal community. What we are suggesting here, recommending, is a DAP Performs KPI working group to formally identify that core portfolio of KPIs, which will measure your historic performance, as well as help establish targets that will guide your future performance, and design a reporting tool that could tie into the annual budget cycle. And again, this needs to be coordinated with CityView optimization as the tool that will feed this. Critically important to establish these sort of modern measurement approaches to DAP and ensure we're getting the results that we plan for. Thanks. Next. Resource and capacity. You can have the best processes in the world, but if you don't have the horsepower to execute them, it's all for naught. And so we have recommended a multi-year DAP resourcing strategy. It's set out in the report in detail, with the initial emphasis on closing the capacity gap that we have identified around development engineering. Some thoughts on that in just a minute. The resourcing report would go on and build from this initial priority to look at other areas, and it would ensure that we have the staff and or consulting resources fully cost recovered via an updated fee to add these resources without any negative property tax impacts in the budget. And specifically, a particular resourcing gap that we've identified is, if we're going to modernize CityView, we need to address the ongoing need for super user capacity, the people that really know how to rock and roll and generate those important evidence-based analytical reports out of CityView to make KPIs work, to make results reporting work, and to make sure that CityView is sort of hitting on all cylinders. And we're recommending that the town hire a minimum of one new full-time super user. And that super user position, of course, can be funded by the DAP fee revenues we're going to talk about in a minute. Again, no negative property tax impacts from doing so. Next. Around peer review, Summer and the team have already done a lot of really good work lining up peer review resources that can be used when there are the need for outside expertise to look at studies. And so we are recommending an expedited peer review process where these experts would be on a retainer for rapid deployment on an as-needed basis. We wouldn't have to go through a formal purchasing competition every time to get this work done on a timely basis. Onwards, thank you. Just a quick update on some of the content you'll find in the report when it comes to the resource and capacity bottlenecks that are present in Collingwood. And this is actually an excerpt from the report. And what it's showing is that in subdivision world, there are going to be multiple new post-draft plan engineering review phases over the next few years. One draft plan of subdivision doesn't just generate one engineering review phase. They can and will generate multiple phases. So in total, there are going to be 21 of these detailed, technically robust engineering review phases that are going to be needed to process over the next 5 to 7 years. And this could represent as much as a quadrupling of the work already allocated to development engineering. So If we want to avoid capacity blockages in getting that housing to market, we have to start planning for this engineering capacity problem and this post-draft plan spike in workload. Next slide. And then we had a series of more generic general recommendations at the end that didn't fit into any of the particular categories we spoke about. These are all enunciated in some detail in the report. And onwards, thanks. Now, when it comes to implementation of these recommendations, we certainly recognize, I certainly do, running a management consulting company that's all about execution. This is a busy place. Even if the Collingwood team was fully staffed, which it's not right now, the whirlwind of the day job would take up maybe 80% of their capacity to do anything. If we want to work on change, we have to do so in a really focused way and have wildly important goals and clear priorities. Next. In order to make that happen, we've developed a 3-year implementation roadmap, and it's going to need dedicated change management resources. And that staffing muscle, that change management muscle, to make that happen can be funded without negative property tax impacts, again, from the fully costed fees that we have designed. Building permit reserve fund balances are also available to supply funding increments where required in areas like technology. We believe that a change management reserve with an initial contribution, again, fee supported, from $100,000 to $150,000, staged across a couple of budget years, might now be 25 and 26 instead of 24 and 25, is appropriate. We know that there's a $40,000 down payment that's been made already. We think additional change management resources are going to be necessary to implement this fairly ambitious 3-year implementation roadmap that we've designed in the report. Next. This tool is one of our deliverables. We have developed an interactive implementation tool in Google Sheets. It's going to allow you to have an evolving Gantt timeline of implementation for all of these recommendations, and it will be a modern and powerful tool to measure, to manage and measure implementation as we move forward. It can easily be reconfigured. Timelines can automatically change and refresh inside the tool. Again, it's an application of a technology tool to change management. And again, by relentlessly focusing on these recommendations with this tool, we think Collingwood will be well positioned to create a high-performing DAP model and secure your successful development outcomes for years to come. And I believe that is the end of phase 1. In conversation, Summer suggested we would seamlessly move into the fee review briefing, and then questions could come at the end. So, change the Rubik's Cube. We're now moving from process improvement to how are we going to pay for this? And on we go into the how it's going to get paid for with modernized fees. Next slide. Again, we'll look at the scope of the fees. We'll look at the legislative ground rules, because there are some. We'll highlight the recommended new fees. We have done an exhaustive comparator municipal analysis. We have done a revenue forecast. And then we can sum up by talking about phasing, moving from current fees to new fees, and a little bit of a paid political announcement by me on the actual impact of DAP fees on housing prices, which is an issue of frequent conversation with our friends in the development industry. Next slide, please. So like we did the first time, we're going to look at Planning Act fees because we looked at Planning Act process. We're going to look at development engineering fees, and we're going to look at building permit fees. The emphasis was on the modernization of planning and engineering fees. That's where the low-hanging fruit was, and we've done some marginal fine-tuning around building fees. Now, in addition to Planning Act fees, we've also looked at deposits, as Summer had mentioned in her original comments. Next, please. Yeah, that's decorative. Let's go. Thank you. Okay, the ground rules. Planning Act's pretty clear. Thou shalt not cross-subsidize across fee categories. Section 69, you can see the words on the page, members of council. It basically says that you can design fees to meet only the anticipated cost to the municipality of the specific application. So if we're being very good, we should not be using profit center applications to recover costs from discounted fee categories. If we want to offer a subsidy to an applicant for a fee that's below the actual processing cost, it should be paid for by property taxes. I would also note that these fees are can be paid under protest at the point that they're made, and they're appealable to the OLT. There are no public process requirements for Planning Act fees. You don't have to have a public meeting to change a Planning Act fee. Next, please. The Municipal Act is a little kinder. These fees are permissible. They include engineering review and inspection fees. In contrast to the strict requirements of the Planning Act, there are not explicit requirements by specific applications where we have to justify the cost of these fees. And the statute does not provide for an appeal of these Municipal Act fees, these development engineering fees, to the OLT. They can be appealed to courts if the municipalities are acting outside their authority. Again, no public process or mandatory term for these bylaws are required under the Act. There is a requirement, though, that municipal procedural bylaws provide for transparency with respect to what these fees actually are and what they're being collected for. So a little more elbow room around these development engineering style fees that follow planning fees. Next, please. And then finally, the building code has pretty well-defined ground rules. You can recover all of your anticipated costs, and the revenues have to balance across the overall Building Code Act enterprise. You can collect less than that. Property tax support is allowed. You're also allowed to implement building reserve fund contributions from permit fee revenues. So when it comes to equalizing costs and revenues, the reserve contribution costs count as a cost, and they can balance a robust stream of revenues. You can cross-subsidize building permit application categories with other permit categories not prohibited when setting fees. So, for example, residential housing building permit fees coming out of a subdivision process can generate a quote-unquote profit to cushion a quote-unquote loss from an accessory building fee or a residential addition fee. And the Building Reserve Fund, there is no ceiling balance that's defined in law. There's an established methodology. Having done 40 of these, I can tell you what that is. And as far as appeals go, building permit fees are appealable only to Division Court, not to the OLT. This is the area where if you change your building permit fees, you will require a public meeting. So keep those rules in mind. Those are the rules of the game. And let's move on into the next phase of the work. Quickly, the costs. The costs that are part of an activity-based costing approach start with the direct costs. These are the costs associated with the frontline staff who are putting their hands on the files. Hands on the frontline staff and consultants, the hands on the file processing effort to move a planning application or a post-draft plan engineering review or a building permit forward. Now, we also have direct costs that are eligible to be included in these fees associated with management who are in the business. Now, many of your managers are actually working managers on files. They have hands on the file costs, but they are also delivering coaching and oversight functions. And those coaching and oversight functions across a portfolio of staff doing a portfolio of work are also eligible for capture in these costs. And then finally, none of those direct staff costs could happen if we didn't have indirect support burdens in finance to pay the bills, in legal and HR and IT to provide support functions. Those indirect portion of those indirect costs are also eligible in the mix master of calculating these fees. Now, of course, we staple all these costs, the direct and the indirect, to the various staff and consultants doing the hands-on the file work. The costs are attributed to these staff, and then they flow through into the various application buckets, the deliverables of the development approvals process. The next slide is instructive in this way. Thank you. So here you see a diagrammatic example. People do the work. They have a staff hourly rate to do work, hands on the file work. Their staff hourly rate includes an indirect allocation into their backpack, plus the direct salary, wage, and benefit costs of each position. Those planners or engineering techs, whoever they may be, fire staff, whoever is involved, are then working on differing amounts of effort that are consumed by rezoning files or site plans or building permits, subdivisions, all of the application categories. And as the time is allocated from the staff into the buckets, the money follows. This is the essence of activity-based costing. The activity generates the Moulinex allocation of the costs into the various buckets. Next, please. Now, in order to make sure we're doing this properly, we have a really important quality control test, which we call a capacity analysis. And so when staff person A is doing the work, we make sure that the processing time for doing the work once, the one-time processing estimate for each costing category, for each person in each costing category, multiplied by the average number of times it's done, the volumes, gives you a total processing time for each position across all the volumes that they work on, across the various categories. And we express that DAP work as a percentage of their total processing capacity to do anything. And so if we have someone that's 300% allocated, we know that their processing efforts are wrong and that the fees are probably not defendable. So the capacity analysis gives us armor, defendability armor that we can use at the OLT to protect the veracity of our fees. Next. Volumes. So of course, we need to use the volumes not just to forecast our revenues, but also to undertake the fee analysis, the capacity analysis, excuse me. So you can see, in this case, we used a 6-year average of volumes from 2018 to 2023. And of course, we've got them broken out by categories. Interestingly, you know, the one that I keep going to for purposes of resourcing adequacy is the post-draft plan engineering review of phases. We are going to do considerably more work than that would tell you we've done traditionally. You can see what those differences in volumes are across the various categories. And again, these have all been built into our fee calculation model. Next. Now, again, you know, to carry over from the choke point of development engineering in the phase 1 report, we built specific information into the examination of the adequacy of the development engineering review fee in this case. And, you know, these are the phases. We know they're here and they're also coming soon. And we had to test the adequacy of your fee structure to make sure we can get this work done. And it's also, again, a valuable indication of a place where you're definitely going to have a staffing challenge moving forward with the work that needs to get done. What I would note here is that these engineering staff that are going to have to handle this escalating spike in work also have responsibilities outside of DAP. The same staff are overseeing capital project design and construction in the rest of the capital budget. And that's a workload priority that's also going to grow. Thank you. Next slide. So a lot of numbers here. What we basically have here is the capacity analysis. And the numbers in blue are the estimated shares of these positions that the town has traditionally said are available for DAP. What we found when we went through the exercise of taking their one-time processing minutes and estimating the time that they're actually spending on the work demonstrated that the manager of the director is spending over 100% of her allocated 20%. The manager planning is spending 159% of the percentage that was allocated to DAP. So the problem here isn't necessarily that you don't have the capacity. The problem here is that you have underestimated the amount of that capacity in these positions that would be required to do the DAP work. There's no leftover capacity to do the policy work that some of these staff are tasked with. In the development engineering area, again, we have issues here because the shares of these staff that were envisioned as being available for DAP are not going to be sufficient to deal with the amount of work that they're going to have to do moving forward. I should also mention, for technical reasons, when we estimated the time that's required to do the work for site plans and rezonings and official plan amendments, we only included one technical review cycle of work in these estimates because of the necessity to avoid Bill 109 refunds. Additional capacity will be required for additional cycles of review. You'll see more on that in a moment. Next slide. So into the growth pays for growth fees. In green, you'll see the recommended fees. Excuse me. Now, when we do this work across the province, we acknowledge that there's a full cost fee. That's 100% of all the effort. But we also acknowledge that some of that effort is expended in the interest of existing development. And it might not be appropriate to charge, might not always be appropriate to charge 100% full cost fee. And so what you'll see across growth municipalities in Ontario is a discount to 75%. So in the case of pre-cons, we're recommending a new pre-con fee of $45.24 at the 75% level. You can see we've made a similar recommendation for site plan. In the case of subdivision, that is primarily a greenfield exercise with less skin in the game by existing development. So we're recommending the full cost modernized fees be put into place in those application categories. Next, please. Again, you can see here when it comes to Committee of Adjustment fees, we've opted in almost every case, with the exception of one, that we go to the discounted fee for purposes of affordability, for purposes of promoting compliance. The only case where we've opted for recommending the 100% fee is a consent with a lot created. Yes, there's only one D in created. But in that case, there is a significant economic benefit that's being produced, and we think it's appropriate for the applicant to pay the full processing cost when very lucrative lots are being created on their behalf. You can see here in terms of OPA zoning combos in zoning bylaw amendments that include the removal of the H. This is the approach Collingwood takes. We're recommending, again, those discounted to 75% fees, which reflect the benefit conferred by DAP on existing development, not just new development. We dug deep into the post-draft engineering review fee, which is currently calculated at a 5% of construction value. We calculated a flat full cost fee. We looked at the revenue generation using the existing 5% fee, and we have determined that that fee will be adequate moving forward to provide the staffing resources that you need, either staff or consultants, to do the upcoming work. Next slide. Again, when it comes to some of these special category applications, these are complex and I can answer questions on them later, but bottom line is there is a processing fee that we're recommending for some of these unique categories like ministers' zoning orders, community infrastructure, accelerators, block plans, a lot of the stuff that happens before a planning application. But there is a lot of horsepower that's expended by the town on analysis, and we're recommending a series of drawdown deposits with an initial installment of $25,000. Now, if a ZBA or an accelerator generates $50,000 worth of effort, you're going to have to refresh that 25 more than once. But we think 25,000 is an appropriate first installment in the form of a drawdown deposit. And then you can see there are a series of other miscellaneous application categories, which we think the full cost processing fees were appropriate for those. Next slide, please. Those, of course, need context. And this is the context. We've done in consultation with staff, we've done a deep dive comparison where we developed 6 different development scenarios. That's what you see in the first column. Subdivisions with 100 units, subdivision with 200 units, an engineering review phase with $1 million of construction value, a 50-unit multi-res site plan, a 2,000 square meter commercial site plan, a 100-unit major rezoning, a standard condo. We then went to the comparators. We pulled all their fee bylaws. We did a lot of technical work here, and you'll see some of them are from Simcoe, some from Northumberland, some from Gray. We've added in the 2-tier fees from each level of government where merited, and you can then compare them to the recommended green fees that you see for Collingwood. And so you can see that the peer average for a 100-unit subdivision would be about $42,000. The recommended fee in Collingwood would be $31,000. The peer average in a larger subdivision would have been $56,000. Again, in Collingwood, because we're not recommending a per unit escalator, the subdivision fee would be $31,000. The percentage of construction value engineering fee that we have in place now is appropriate when you look at comparators like New Tech and Coburg and Blue Mountain. We think that fee is adequate and defendable. You can see compared to others, the $22,000 multi-res site plan compares well with the $19,000 average. The $22,000 for commercial still compares reasonably well with the $16,000 average. The major rezoning at $20,000 is more expensive than the average, but it is based on the processing costs that are there. It costs what it costs. And then finally, the standard condo, we're recommending consistent with the subdivisions, the full cost fee, and that is $9,000 for a traditional condo following a site plan. So the recommended fees, which are significantly higher than your current fees, are nonetheless on market with peer comparators, representative peer comparators, both from within Simcoe and beyond Simcoe. Next slide. Talked quickly about Bill 109 adaptation in the Phase 1 report. It has certainly informed our thinking about how we could design your DAP fees to position you when you consider your Bill 109 adaptation process. I don't have to speak about this in detail. I would note, though, that the optional one and not done refusal decision, think carefully about that when you see how we've designed some of these fees moving forward. Next slide. So again, we're recommending a new additional review cycle fee built into the site plan, and the rezoning fees right now is only 1 cycle of effort. If it took 3 cycles, you'd be too late. And so the process assumes that you'll be able to generate high quality applications and decisions with 1 cycle of effort. But if you can't, if you need additional cycles of effort on any particular application category, like a site plan or an OPA or a ZBA or others, such as draft plans or condominiums, we have recommended a new additional review cycle fee, the applicant just can't get it right fee, because we needed multiple review cycles. The recommended review fee here for these additional cycles is $4,500 per cycle, and that it would be applied to major and minor site plans, OPAs, and ZBAs as a beginning point. So it's a bit of a workaround from a Bill 109 point of view. but it is an application category that could be applicable well beyond Bill 109 as well. Next slide. So if you implemented those green fees that we've been talking about, what this shows you is that you would move from current revenues of about $330,000 across these planning application categories. You would generate new revenues of about $863,000, and you would achieve a net revenue increase of over $500,000 from DAP. While remaining on point with the market comparators, you would eliminate an ongoing annual property tax subsidy that DAP is generating right now of over $500,000. On the one hand, the development industry might look at that and say, wow, that's a big increase in our costs. But from another perspective, it is a ongoing cost that existing development, i.e. taxpayers, have been shouldering for some period of time. So we actually believe that from a growth pays for growth cost recovery perspective, this is good news, that there is an ability to improve the cost recovery performance of DAP with these modernized fees. Next slide. Quickly on deposits, we're recommending a new drawdown deposit model for the town to consider in how it administers its deposits. Bottom line here is that these $15,000 drawdowns would be justified based on the actual work that consultants are doing as part of the work for peer review, and this would be a flow through. The invoices would come through for the work. These would be on hand, and we'd pay them as we go. And applicants would have to refill them as they go, ensuring that we're never in a position where we have negative cash flow from work that's been done for this kind of specialized work. Next slide. Quickly, in the building permit world, fine tuning, I'm going to be very quick here. You'll see that the most important building permit fee, which is for detached, semi-detached, and row housing, remains unchanged at $1.17 per square foot. There has been some tune-up of some other less frequently used categories, and there has been an increase in the multi-residential category, multi-unit building category. Thank you. Next slide. A final thought here on fee increases. So these new modernized slides are going to generate increasing revenue streams if adopted. Some in the development industry will say that that has negative, perhaps might say that has negative implications for the price of housing, and we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Context is important here. It should be noted, for instance, that a future $750,000 housing unit in a 100-unit subdivision in Collingwood would absorb $482 in a subdivision and rezoning DAP fee burden. When you take the subdivision fee and the rezoning fee and you divide it by 100 and you slap it onto one unit, it's $482 on that $750,000 unit. That same unit would absorb between $2,500 and $3,000 in the development engineering fee, depending on the construction value of the infrastructure that was required. And the estimated building fee would be between $1,700 and $2,000. In other words, the upside total from the full fee modernization would be $5,500, or less than 1% of the input costs of a $750,000 house. Now, if everybody wants to open the books and we see what profit margins look like and we see what the input costs look like across a whole unit, maybe there can be a conversation about whether or not modernized full cost fees are appropriate. But not having access to that information, it's fairly clear to our team that a less than 1% impact on the price of housing as the funding mechanism for building it better and building it faster is a reasonable proposition. Next slide. As we said before, we went through consultation. The industry has been fully briefed, not just on the process stuff that we've shown you already, but on the fee stuff. They were quiet. We didn't hear a lot. They listened carefully. And as you consider changes moving forward, no doubt they'll have something to say. Next slide. Phasing. Phasing is often used by our municipal clients. We think a 3-year phasing is an appropriate balance when we're dealing with fairly substantial increases. You're moving from a situation right now where your DAP fees were recovering less than 50% of the cost, and therefore your property tax subsidy existing development was paying to these developers was over 50% of the total costs. And through phasing, you could certainly move to a situation where broadly we're looking at a 75-25 kind of relationship of 100% of eligible costs. And we think a 3-year phasing is appropriate, and we see phasing approaches of this kind of duration often in the work that we do. Next slide. I think we're there. So Summer, back to you if you have concluding comments, or again, we're happy to take questions of clarification or justification from members of council. And I appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald, for a very thorough report. Director Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for a second opportunity to address committee. I'll be as quick as I can. And a big thank you to the consulting team to take you through briefings. And they were brief considering the size of the reports, as brief as we could make them. They, of course, will stay online to assist us with answering any questions that you have after these brief staff remarks. So these final 2 slides speak to the staff recommendation in the covering report on today's agenda. And you will note that staff are not suggesting that these process improvement documents be formally endorsed by council in their entirety. We are suggesting that they be received as guiding documents for the continuous improvement within the development review and approval system, including the general principle that growth would pay for growth. And the rationale for this recommendation to receive rather than endorse the consultant's final report has a few prongs. Of course, as we just mentioned, the reports are information dense, and they require time not only for this council, but for staff to fully digest the content and understand the change management impacts of the recommendations. The majority of the recommendations, which Todd and his team have categorized as tactical, those are internal, operational, or minor in nature, and they don't require council endorsement for staff to action as part of our continuous improvement for our program areas. The reports represent the consulting team's professional opinion, most of which we support as staff, but there are a few recommendations which we feel may require some refinement or even some legal review to maximize success in the Collingwood context. As Todd mentioned, currently the divisions that do drive the development review and approvals processes are experiencing a high level of staff vacancies in our current complement, and that does make it challenging for us to meet our baseline legislative requirements and leaves us with very few limited resources for process improvement at this point in time. The consulting team also noted that the full cost for the implementation of these recommendations would land somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000. And we do have $40,000 allocated in the 2024 budget. And as noted in the staff report, there is an opportunity to augment that with grant dollars. And finally, but importantly, staff are expecting yet another tranche of provincial legislative changes to be announced in the near term, and those may materially influence some of the recommendations. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the context of the previous slide, staff are recommending a 2-pronged approach for our next steps.
For implementation of those internal tactical items, staff would pursue incremental actions aligned with the consultant recommendations and in consideration of the implementation plan that was presented in the reports. This work would be done as time and resources allow, but there is certainly an understanding that process improvement does represent a key priority and ultimately will free up staff time and capacity once the recommendations have been implemented. So what do we mean by some of these internal tactical minor items? They would be things like updating or creating forms, templates, standard comments and agreements, ensuring role clarity, developing process manuals, refining our performance indicators, improving our technological tools, and better document management, things like that. In terms of major recommendations, those are the more strategic components of the report that either require or would benefit from council endorsement. Staff would plan to return with these items under separate cover for more specific consideration, combining where possible with other existing processes like the annual budget or the annual fee update. So some examples of major changes that would require council endorsement or touch points. These include changes to existing bylaws, for example, the delegation bylaw, site plan bylaw, pre-consultation bylaw, and the like. Of course, any changes to staff complement or matters where a budget allocation would be required. And as Todd mentioned, where additional public meetings are needed under legislation, such as to change building permit fees. We also included in this group some process changes that don't technically require council direction, but they would certainly benefit for further discussion around this table, particularly as they would impact the development community. And some examples of those include imposing sunset clauses on site plan approvals, moving forward with a one and done single review cycle of formal planning applications, and formalizing the sequential application processing to reduce fee refund risks. So final slide, please. That does conclude our collective presentations. Of course, we have a number of senior staff here in the chamber and online, as well as the consulting team here to assist with questions or comments through your deliberations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Valentine. Clerk Hall, we have no one in the gallery. Is there anyone online? Okay, seeing that, I will read in the recommendation and look for a mover and a seconder, and we can launch some discussion. The recommendation is that staff report P 2024-09 development process and fees review presentation of final reports dated April 8th, 2024. Inclusive of the appended phase 1 and 2 final reports and process maps, be received as guiding documents for continuous improvement within the development review and approval systems, including the general principle that growth pays for growth, and that staff be directed to return to council as resources permit prior to implementation of any recommendations that require or would benefit from endorsement or further direction to facilitate action as outlined in staff report 2024-09. Mover and seconder, Councillor Houston, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Questions, comments, Deputy Mayor?
Extensive presentation and very, very well done by my compliments to staff and to the consultant. It got my mind spinning, that's for sure. So I think what I'd start out with is mentioning that earlier tonight we had Ken Hill here from the Georgian Triangle District Institute, and he complimented being provided info and updates through the process. And in that case, he was referring to development charges. But I noticed in the 5.4 portion of the report, I believe it's the second fees one, that we've done the same with consultation with the development community. And I really appreciate the effort by staff in that regard, because I do think it has its merits and it has its rewards. So it doesn't mean that the developers are going to necessarily agree with everything we want, but I just wondered if I could ask through you, Chair, to Director Valentine, because it does talk about having consultation throughout, and that moving forward, if we implement, then they'll continue to be involved. So I wondered, in your opinion, how are you finding the interaction with the consultants so far in regards to the work that's been done?
Director Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, as the Deputy Mayor indicated, the development industry was consulted through both phases of this project, and the report did consider and incorporate their input, particularly around process. As Todd mentioned, they were a bit quieter around the final recommendations for fees. We've also been keeping in touch with the industry in terms of bringing this report forward. We did send out a development community newsletter that actually goes out to more than 400 subscribers. And we did invite them to watch. So hopefully a few of them are watching the live stream this evening, or will be able to do so as their time allows. Ultimately, we do plan to continue the dialogue with GDTI in particular as our key conduit through to the development industry. We took a similar approach with the Affordable Housing Master Plan. We were invited to one of their quarterly meetings to go through the report in detail, and that was quite successful. So we would certainly plan to take a similar approach. Again, if GDTI is willing, we would have to be invited to their meetings because they are closed to the public. And as the recommendation does suggest that we bring back those major implementation decisions to council, that would also provide additional opportunities for feedback from the development industry or any members of public with interest.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, please. And that's great information to hear, because that's part of my, I'm very much in support of the proposals that are being put forward by staff taking this forward, because it does talk about further interaction with the development community and coming back as it's starting to be implemented, and because it's going to be an evolving situation. The next area that I wanted to inquire about, it would be directed to Mr. McDonald. I hone in on comparative analysis. And I noticed in regards to the peer municipal comparison that's part of 5.2, you've included Wasaga Beach and Blue Mountains. I tend to look at our neighboring communities for something like this as a kind of trying to give me a gauge on where we're sitting, because of course, in a lot of cases, the developers are working with our community and then the neighboring community too. So my first question would be, do you know how recent these fees are for those municipalities? Are they maybe going under a review process right now? Because I'm thinking, because of Bill 109, the municipalities have to be at certain stages of things, I'm sure, trying to look at the impacts. So I just wondered if you had any idea if these are fairly recent set fees or not.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes, through the chair, of course. The fees are all for the same year. They were all the fees in place for the 2023. They were all set out in the 2023 fees bylaw. But, you know, I mean, Deputy, your point is well taken. I ask myself this question all the time when we're doing these peer reviews. Have these guys done a fee modernization review of their own lately? Or are they sitting with a whole bunch of property tax subsidy behind their fees? So we try to ascertain that. I know in the case of Blue Mountain that they have done a recent fee review. Not by my firm, but I know that they have done one. And so that there's always a question of, are the peer comparators fees full cost fees, or do they have a big property tax subsidy sitting behind them? What we do know in this case is that the fees that we've used here are all up to date, and they're all from the same year. So we're getting as close to apples comparison as we can.
Again, just to
Deputy Mayor?
follow up, because when I look at the numbers that are being proposed for Collingwood, I see consistency when I'm looking down the chart of the various things: subdivision units over 2 phases, subdivision units over 3 phases. You can see some consistency in how those numbers are drawing down. I look at the comparators and find Blue Mountain tended to be doing that until it got to the standard condo, and so I feel confident knowing, just as you say, there's no way to know for certain what subsidization they may have put into some of these particular areas. So I was just, as I say, I tend to hone in on our neighbors, and I saw quite a bit of fluctuation, especially in the subdivision costs that Wasaga. But I guess we don't know again as to how recently that had been done. So I appreciate the information in that regard, and I'll turn to my fellow councillors to ask anything further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So not really any technical questions, I don't think. I really liked the presentation, and it's funny how staff and I seem to be on opposite opinions when we should endorse in principle and when we shouldn't. And this is one where I would do an amendment to endorse in principle ahead of received and endorsed in principle as guiding documents and carrying on, because for the same reasons they explained to me in the times I asked for not to have it, I think we can put it in because they feel comfortable with it. And that's how confident I am in this report. The other question I had was in terms of like moving forward, it's kind of the chicken and the egg, because if you phase in the fees, we're going to have to phase in the resources to support it, because we know how our budget works. And I would, through you, Madam Chair, to the CAO confirm we have done an engineering piece already in a full-time engineering management role.
CAO?
Yes, council did approve the addition of an engineering manager in the 2024 budget. Yeah, and I'm just not positive if this report has considered that additional manager. I would note that the use of the manager is split beyond simply the scope of this report. So we might have to look at that in more detail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Follow-up?
Yep. So the other follow-up would be then in terms of maybe having to sever out paragraph 2. I was a little concerned when I see as resources permits, which brings me back to the chicken and the egg, because I think this is a critically important report with some very, and I know there's a lot of recommendations in here. Staff are going, the staff's bailiwick, and they can take it and run with it. We don't need to dabble in it. And I know there's a lot there that they can do. But I would like to feel that we were going to make a more progressive or aggressive approach on getting to these recommendations sooner than later. So that wording kind of made me feel that I wasn't confident we were going to move forward, because I think we really get one of the comments we do receive from our residents is paying for good reports and not using them and leaving them on a shelf. So I would have some concerns with that. So I'll look for some wording there. And the other question I had, and this may be a consultant question, but in our DC's presentation earlier today, we saw discounts for people hitting into the markets we needed in terms of rental and affordable and attainable housing. And is there some potential within this fee structure to encourage or move people into those housing types that we need in our community? So that's my comments and my questions and some potential amendments, but also to sever probably to accomplish that.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. I'll turn to, I guess, Mr. McDonald regarding the question for, I guess, indirectly incentives for creation of rentals and apartments. And you're on mute.
Again. Mr. On mute again. The approach that we've taken to the fee review work is to establish a continuum between what you're recovering now and what our technical work says you could recover as your ceiling, as your maximum cost recovery amount based on what the costs really are. Where council chooses to position itself on that continuum for specific types of applications is a governance decision. In a sense, it's beyond our mandate to say, oh, well, you should be here. What we have noted is that the 75% total recovery discount is one that sort of has become an industry standard for many applications. If the question is, can we discount processing fees further for certain desirable types of development, that's a bit beyond my, I'm not a legal advisor. It's a bit beyond my sort of policy capabilities to say whether that's the case. What I do know is that it is Section 69 says we can't cross-subsidize application categories. If you had set up a specific application category based on the characteristics of some of these applicants, maybe it's a different thing. But I must say, in all honesty, it's a bit outside my scope of expertise to advise on policy-related discounts to fees based on certain subsets of applicants. Perhaps that's more of a question for legal counsel than your outside fee consultant. I'd submit respectfully, Councillor.
I think I see the director.
Yes, I see the director's card as well. So, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So this is where the work that Todd and his team have done really complements the Affordable Housing Master Plan that Council's already endorsed. So through the legal review and the consulting review around how do we incentivize affordable housing, the consultant basically looked at two options, either providing fee discounts or fee refunds through a community improvement process or through a municipal capital facilities bylaw. So Council's already provided staff with direction to move forward with a municipal capital facilities bylaw to create the framework to provide incentives, which could include rebates, refunds, or discounts around planning or engineering applications. So we're working on that framework, and that framework is important under the Municipal Act for clear, transparent ways that we can attribute incentives so that we're not running afoul of the Municipal Act and bonusing certain developers over another. So the framework is in motion, and depending how deep council wants to go with those types of discounts, through that process, we can talk more about funding and where the dollars would come from to implement such incentives.
Okay, thank you for that. And there's one other comment that I did miss. I think I heard correctly that there was a tracking tool provided to track how these are implemented. So I think that, I would like to hear back more often than as resources permit, and which I already stated in another way. But I think we have the tool in place to help make that easier. So I don't know what that frequency is, whether it's quarterly or semi-annually, but I'd just like to hear more often.
Okay, so with regard to that tracking mechanism, Mr. McDonald, or I guess Director Valentine, is this a means by which these recommendations could perhaps be implemented in a more what's the word I'm looking for? Predictable manner?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, as noted by the consultants, they have provided us with a tool called Google Sheets where we can look at their recommended implementation plan, move items around, use that as a reporting basis to council. We also have the City View workflow tool, which is more about, how many applications, how quickly are they getting through the system, that type of thing. So we've got a couple of prongs that we can provide you with reports on the frequency that you would suggest. I just do feel compelled to note that between planning and engineering services, we are down 4 staff members at this current time. So that's why we were a little bit trepidatious around the recommendation to drive forward quite quickly, because we do have to meet our baseline legislative requirements, which we are struggling to do at this point in time. Certainly staff recognize this has been a year-long effort by many, many folks, and it's really the key to freeing up those staff resources and having a more streamlined system. So we certainly do want to move forward as quickly as we can, but there are certain staffing realities that are constraining at this point in time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say I was blown away by this report and by the presentation of it this evening. So thank you so much to our consultants and to our staff. I think this fits in so nicely with us having recently approved a new official plan to set out how the growth in our community is going to work. And with our moving forward on our development charges review that we got start on tonight. This to me is the final piece. I'm sure there's more coming because I don't see the whole picture, but at least we're seeing now what it means to have fee modernization, to look at who does what and make sure we're streamlining our resources in the appropriate way, and also to look at streamlining our processes. Like this is totally wonderful that our community's moving in this way. I'm so glad that the report emphasized that growth pays for growth, because we all know that and we all say it, but to see the subsidization of by our property tax base of our developers, it was shocking. So it was good to see that in black and white and to have a plan to see how we can move forward to address it. I'm not so concerned about phasing in the cost increases, and I'll just say that perhaps our development community, I'd be interested to hear their views on this, but if we can move more quickly through the development process by implementing these things, not only does it get their projects approved, they save time on their consultants to move us through the process. They'll save on the interest costs of carrying their project while they're trying to get through all of the, I'll say processes at the town, and they get to market faster. So if I was them, I'd say go for it, get this in place, and let's get things moving. The thing that gives me pause is the need for resources and how this is going to work. Because being an eternal optimist and knowing how much hard work I've put into it and our staff in getting our expanded water treatment plant going, I'm going to say if that goes, and we're going to move forward on that, I don't know whether to say this is great or it's terrible news, but I think we're going to see a lot more than the chart of the developments that we're now expecting. I've talked to developers banks have said, well, we're waiting to give you funding until, and it's all about the water treatment plant, because it's generally thought out there, and I'm saying down to Toronto where the big banks are, that we're not approving any developments right now because of the water. And of course, we know that's not true, but that's what the word is out in the world. So once our plant is a go, I think we're going to see more and more needs. And I'm also very mindful and fingers crossed that our development down with our terminals project, which a couple of years ago was considered a $200 million development, wonder how much that is now. Once that gets going, that's going to be tons of staff approval time. So I guess I'm just saying, I hope staff can give some real thought to how are we going to beef up our planning and engineering resources. And we know Wasaga Beach, was throwing big bucks at their planners to take some of ours. That seemed to work. So I don't know, is that the answer? I honestly, this is beyond, my abilities, but I really think that's a concentrated concentrated effort we need to sort out sooner than later. Not only are we a growth area, but there's other big projects that are coming soon. And And not to sit, only to say on our water treatment plant, how much staff resources that's going to take. So that's just me worrying out loud. Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I will, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what Councillor Jeffrey brought up, because that was something that I was looking at as well. Kind of how are we doing with maybe trying to push that denser kind of situation? But one thing that stood out to me in that chart, the comparative chart in 5.2, is we actually have a fee going down. And that's the standard condo, and that gave me a lot of confidence in the structure that was being suggested here, because where we found the cost to be such, we brought the rate down, and knowing that Town of Blue Mountains has done a study, even though it isn't with our consultants, also gives me some confidence, because I did see a lot of continuity between those numbers and our numbers. But standard condo to me is something that would be in that denser situation. So I'm hopeful that we see those kinds of things happen going forward, that our fees help along the way. I did have one other question for staff, if I could. That in the presentation after the consultant, Director Valentine, you made comment that there may be some recommendations that may need to be refined or meet some legal or regulatory requirement. This has to be a very difficult task when you're trying to deal with Bill 109, when you really don't know the impact of Bill 109. But are you anticipating that there could be any major changes to the thoughts of how Bill 109 are going to impact going forward, or are you hopeful that you're honing in on what you think is going to happen? I know it's tough, but I just wonder.
Go ahead, Director Valentine. Speculate freely.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I don't have a crystal ball, and I would be remiss to guess where the province may go next. But I certainly do understand through correspondence that we've received, public notices and so on, that the province is reviewing the fee refunds, particularly around those larger applications, official plan amendments combined with zoning bylaw amendments and zoning bylaw amendments themselves. So not so much around site plan, which is supposed to be a quick process right at the end of a longer planning, a longer sort of train of planning applications. So we are hopeful that there might be some change that would see a reduction in the fee refunds, but in terms of whether that will come to fruition, it's difficult to say at this time. We just keep hearing there's going to be an announcement this spring of some type.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you again to staff. Excellent report, and I'm very supportive of it going forward, as we say in principle. So
thank you. I cannot really add any further to what my colleagues have just said. I certainly would endorse Councillor Jeffrey's recommendation that not only this report be received, but add and endorsed. I would certainly support that, so we could sever these two sections of the recommendation and add and endorsed, or would that be considered kind of friendly?
Second.
Okay. Would our mover and seconder agree to adding the words "and endorsed"? Okay. Well, then we can vote on it as amended. And then with regard to the second paragraph, and the big "as resources permit," speaking for myself, I would not want to change that recommendation. I think that until we are in a situation where we have a full complement or nearly a full complement of staff resources, that it's just additional pressure on our staff when they're just trying to get through the development approval process right now. So every confidence that these will come forward to us in a timely manner as soon as staff are able. So I would,
Just one clarification. Is that changing it to endorsed or endorsed in principle?
Councillor Jeffrey?
Okay.
Endorsed in principle,
Endorsed in principle. Okay, so do we still have a support on that? Councillor Jeffrey, are you, oh, you know what? I'm going to call the vote on these two severed amendments, and then we can vote whether we support the second part of it or not. We're just voting on the first now. We're voting on the first part now. Okay, so call the vote on paragraph 1. Okay, so the recommendation is that the report A be received, and Councillor Jeffrey's amendment is received and endorsed in principle as guiding documents for continuous improvement within the development review and approval system, including general principle that growth pays for growth. So endorsed in principle. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. And the second part of the recommendation, and that staff be directed to return to council as resources permit prior to implementation of any recommendations that require or would benefit from endorsement or further direction to facilitate action as outlined in the report. All in favor?
I talked about an amendment. You decided I didn't need it, but I may have still wanted to.
Yeah, I know you talked about an amendment, but
it's just an addition. I think at the very least, we should be hearing from staff at least semi-annually. As even if it's, we couldn't get to it, or this is still on the plate, I would like to see the list prioritized from their perspective in terms of their low-hanging fruit and what they think they can get to. But I don't think this should be indefinite. I think as resources permit, but not later than 6 months. And semi-annually thereafter if you want. But I just really think we do need to hear about this. It's important.
So the amendment you're proposing is, and that staff be directed to return to council as resources permit within 6 months. Is that what you're?
Not later than.
Or not later than six months prior to implementation of any recommendation. So I have an amendment, seconder for that amendment. Councillor Potts. Okay, I'll call the vote on the amendment. Oh,
I'm just concerned that if this amendment passes, if there's not the money to undertake, if they feel there's not the money to undertake a response to this, then presumably they won't bring it forward. I'd rather know what it's going to cost, warts and all, and then debate it. Thank you. But perhaps I'm mishearing.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Explain further, please. There are a lot of matters that staff are going to do for staff, and they're going to be able to tell us they put these are ones they picked that they don't need our input on, and that they can tell us where they're at with those, and they can say whether they've had time or not to assess the ones that might require, or put it into their operating report quarterly as to when they think those might come up for us to make a decision on. It's just having information. I just don't think it should go into a void after this investment. That's all.
Okay.
I wasn't asking them to come back and ask us to spend money and put staff in place in 6 months. I'm asking them to tell us where they're at with the list, what their low-hanging fruit is, and how they can best use this to our advantage.
Okay. I'll call the vote then on the second paragraph as amended. All in favor?
Just the images.
Yeah, so staff be directed to return to council as resources permit within 6 months.
Not later.
Not later than, sorry, with not later than 6 months. Okay. That's correct. Yeah. Okay, so again, call the vote on adding not later than 6 months. All in favor? And opposed? And that carries. Okay. Okay. So then finally, we will call the vote on the motion, the recommendation as amended. All in favor? That's a full recommendation, right? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so that carries. Thank you very much. And we are after the 8 o'clock hour, approaching the 9 o'clock hour. So I will just ask for a mover and seconder to extend till 9 o'clock. Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer. And vote to carry on till 9 o'clock. All in favor? And that carries. Would you like we can carry, if you need to just slip out quickly yourself, we can just carry on to the next item. Yeah. Okay. Next item on the agenda. So we're going back now to 13.2.2. which is the T 2024-05 Heritage Reserve Fund Review and Amendments, also deferred from March 18th. And I will turn that over to Treasurer Quinlan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Just a quick summary of this report. The Heritage Reserve policy required a review. It requires a review every 5 years. Between staff and consultation with the Heritage Committee, what staff are recommending are that there are a couple of changes to the policy itself. The first part would be a change to the maximum target balance, or the target balance, I should say, changing it from 30,000 to 175,000. This is largely to add some flexibility to the actual reserve. The original intention was specifically for an expansion of the district or a review of the heritage program. And after reviewing the cost of what these types of work would be, we realized that the $30,000 balance would not be able to accomplish those projects. So increasing the target balance to the 175,000 would accommodate any of these larger projects, like, for example, a heritage review process that we were looking at in 2022 budget and 2023 as well, but did get deferred. Additionally, we would fund that reserve fund through the annual surplus that is often created through the tax credit incentive program. So we have, over the last several years, incurred a surplus in that area, which has been applied to the general surplus for the organization or for the corporation. What we are suggesting is that a maximum of $20,000 per year from that surplus would be allocated to this reserve until we meet that target balance. Additionally, we are recommending that we expand the definitions or the use of the funds. As I mentioned, it was really put into place to do an expansion of the district, but we've added also that there would be projects that the Heritage Committee would support, and of course would be supported by council or endorsed by council through the annual budget process, which it would include things like Part 4 designations, some suggested program improvements, any emergency planning, and some public education as well. Finally, the last change we are recommending is that it be reviewed every 10 years instead of every 5, with the expectation that it'll take us a few years to get to that 175,000 target balance. But of course, at any point in time, if we did decide it needed a review, we could come before that time. I'll just close to say, honestly, the biggest part of the review was to try and create a little bit more flexibility and to make sure that it actually made sense, that the funds were set aside for specific programs. But if we didn't have the target balance at that level that could actually complete those programs, it didn't really make a lot of sense. So that was the biggest change. And then and adding the surplus allocation each year as well.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. Do we have anyone online, Clerk Almus? Okay, and no one in the gallery. All right, then I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. And that is that staff report T 2024-05 Heritage Reserve Fund Review and amendments be received, and that council approve amendments to the Heritage Reserve Fund in accordance with the recommendation of the Collingwood Heritage Committee as indicated in Appendix A. Mover and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring. Questions or comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I am not in support because my sound. Oh, there. Okay. I think it frankly takes the focus away from what the original intention was, which was to expand the Heritage District, which I'm in support of. And having heard no response or specific recommendation from the committee as to the viability or desirability to expand the Heritage District themselves, I'm at a loss to find a reason to support this because I would really like to see the focus on expanding the Heritage District. So thank you.
Okay. Treasurer Quinlan.
If I may, Chair Doherty, just in response to Councillor Baines' question, I think what is really key here, this has been with consultation with the Heritage Committee, is that even if they did want to create, and that could still happen, a heritage conservation district or expand the district itself, the amount of funds in the reserve would not accommodate that. And that's really where a large part of the concern is. It would be, if the Heritage Committee did review something like that, of course, it would come through council and there'd be lots of discussions about whether, how far we go and all those things. But the fact was that the funding just wasn't enough to cover something like that. So that was sort of step one of it. The second part was that they do other work, and being able to do, say, a program review, for example, the tax credit program that we do, as well as the grant program for major projects that were renovations that you do to a heritage home. If they wanted to expand that in any way, they don't really have the resources or the capability to make the program better, because A, the funding isn't enough, and B, the reserve fund policy wasn't, it was a bit of a gray area, to be perfectly frank, but it wasn't really in coverage of those types of things. So I think from the Heritage Committee standpoint, and I hate to speak for them, but they're not here, it was really to do the work that they have been assigned to do. One being, hey, can we make these districts bigger, or should we be looking at other districts? And also being able to create a program that makes sense and works for the residents of the town of Collingwood.
Thank you, Treasurer, for that explanation. That goes a long way towards satisfying me, but I would still be vocal about expanding the Heritage District itself and focusing on that. But I will support this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Okay, I see no other questions or comments. I just had one. I'm very supportive of the recommendation and the reasons why. But I did see there was an item as to one of the potential uses of the funds, and that was to prepare an emergency plan. And it was my understanding, and I may have to jump through to the CAO to ask this question, that emergency plans should be prepared by emergency services, and that I wouldn't want to see these resources going to what should be done by another department. CAO.
Yes, this is a different type of emergency plan, as I understand it, from the Heritage Committee and some of the presentations that they've made. It's really about what happens if a heritage home or building is subject to an emergency. If there was an earthquake, for example, and one of our heritage homes came down, what would happen with the building materials? Would they be reused? Would we be able to rebuild some of those homes? Is how I had understood it. So as far as keeping people and places safe, how the town would operate during an emergency, it's absolutely what you've just articulated. This one would be about our heritage district and structures and what would happen.
Okay, so yeah, all right, I understand. Thank you. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Questions asked. I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously among us that are here. Oh, there's the mayor. Did you vote?
You guys, you go.
Okay. All right. Okay, next item, 13.2.3, employee future benefits, liability and reserve, also deferred for March 18th. That I believe that you're up again, Treasurer Quinlan.
I am. Thank you, Chair Doherty. Again, just a brief summary. We did discuss this at the previous committee of the whole. There are some added sections to the amendment area of the report. We have heard some comments from the public as well, and I think we just want to be very clear that this adjustment was essentially reallocating an accumulated surplus. There is not an implication of overtaxation of residents at all. Rather, it just denotes a shift from of a surplus allocation from one reserve account to another. So I think there has been a bit of fear that, in fact, we've been adding this to the tax bills each year. That is certainly not the case. This is essentially moving the surplus from one reserve to another. I will say that just to add to some of the information also, that when this particular rule came into place, it was in 2009, and all of PSAB was changing quite significantly, most specifically with respect to how tangible capital assets are dealt with. And as you can imagine, with the amount of assets that the town has, and previously not being recorded on our books at all. To be perfectly frank, that's exactly the way things were back prior to 2009. Accumulating that information and getting that into a state that was that you could put into a financial statement was a significant project, not just for the town of Collingwood, but for all municipalities at that time. Not an excuse, but rather just an understanding of where things were at the time when this particular PSAB Act came through. Again, I can't share enough that this is not an overtaxation. I just want it to be very clear that it's essentially moving from one reserve account to another. So rather than it's maybe sitting in general or working capital reserve, it's been sitting in the employee benefits reserve. It is a choice to not fund it. Albeit, I tend to agree with that choice. I think, if I had, if I was here back then, I likely would not have funded it myself, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's different. So I just want to be very clear about that as well. The doubling of the entry, I think, was a bit, I think it's just having two different sections, looking at it from a liability versus a reserve standpoint. And to be perfectly frank, over the last couple of years, it's well below the level of materiality that our audit would bring up. So just a change in the way the working papers were addressed is what brought it to light. And then, of course, it takes time to review and understand and to get to the right, conclusion with it as well. So I think there's some additional information here that is helpful to council and to the members of public as well. Of course, we're happy to answer any questions beyond that, but we did include some recommendations, and our recommendation at this point is to carry on with the 1.7 million going into the Life Cycle Reserve Fund, discontinue funding this effective the end of this year, or 2023, I should say, and going forward, and that the remaining amount, or the other side of the amount, should be held in the general reserve until we complete the full community-based strategic plan, to see what types of things the community comes forward with in terms of either new innovations or new ideas. I will just remind council that we did do a big fulsome report back in March of 2021, I want to say, with respect to the asset sale proceeds, which I reviewed heavily when I was looking at this report as well, because it really helped us a lot. We used a numerical amount to come up with where things should go, and it was based on feedback from the community, but also largely driven by that community-based strategic plan, which is why we ended up with, we should really wait and hear what that comes out of that plan in order to allocate the remainder of the funds. So again, I think I've added just a few extra points, but happy to answer any questions. Chair Doherty, thank you.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. And we have no one in the gallery, and I assume we still have no one online. Okay, and I will read the recommendation in. That staff report T 2024-04 employee future benefit liability and reserve be received, and that council directs staff to reallocate $1,774,100 from the Employee Future Benefit Reserve to the Life Cycle Reserve Fund and discontinue funding effective for the 2023 fiscal year and going forward. And that council directs staff to reallocate $1,774,100 from the Employee Future Benefit Liability to the General Reserve Fund until the completion of the community-based strategic plan, and discontinue funding of the liability effective for the 2023 fiscal year and going forward. Mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Baines. Comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So just a clarification so that I can hear the rest of my colleagues. But so when we say there was never any tax dollars used, where did the money come from to put it into the Employee Future Benefit Reserve to begin with? I know we're moving it reserve to reserve right now, but through to the treasurer, where did those funds originate in the beginning?
Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. So what I mean is that it was never budgeted as part of the municipal levy. So the funding was resourced by the surpluses that accumulate each year.
So they were taxes paid, but were surplus in a year and got put into that reserve.
All our surpluses, all our accumulated surpluses come from taxes for sure. What I'm saying is that they didn't come into account when the tax rate was created or calculated. So, for example, the taxes each year, we talk about a forecasted surplus or deficit each year. The accumulation of that is what funded this particular this reserve. So the general reserve, for example, or the working capital reserve would essentially be fictitiously lower because the funding didn't go there, but went into this reserve instead.
Okay. All right. Thank you for follow-up. So then that means that in the 2024 budget, there is no money budgeted that would be used for this.
If I may, Chair Doherty. Yep. That is correct, Councillor Jeffrey. We have not budgeted for this.
It would only have come from a surplus at the end of the year.
It would only have come from a surplus at the end of the year. That's correct.
Okay, that helps me for now.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. To begin, the amended report was very helpful in that it provides the additional detail that the treasurer spoke of. And I felt that that covered all my major questions so I definitely support the first recommendation to receive the report. Regarding the other two recommendations, my primary intention when I suggested a discussion by council last meeting was to propose a high priority community-based solution for the tax dollars that accumulated unnecessarily. Currently, the reserve to assist with any municipal expense associated with the new hospital is underfunded, in my opinion. A 1.774 million will not only bring the reserve up to 4 million, but also since a new hospital is viewed as if not the top, then one of the top tax-related priorities, the taxpayers will know these contributions have been applied to help cover a very worthy area of municipal requirement. Before going into that in more detail, I will indicate support, as proposed by staff, that the other 1.774 million in the Employee Future Benefit Liability Reserve should be allocated to Life Cycle Reserve, because that reserve is partly in shortfall position due to the funding decisions related to the judicial inquiry. It will move funds from a reserve that is almost certainly not going to be required to one that definitely will need to be utilized. So I support the second recommendation, but I wasn't necessarily supporting the idea of the ceasing the annual funding portion. In considering an increasing of the hospital reserve, an understanding of current partner commitments is useful in my analysis. Simcoe County has committed $20 million of the $45 million established in 2018 for the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance. For background, it is worth noting that Simcoe County has committed $107 million since 1994 to support area hospitals. As a sidebar, this is a far cry from 1888 when the Ladies Hospital Committee remarkably raised sufficient funds for building the original General and Marine Hospital. It was the first institution of its kind in Simcoe County, but only received $500 from the upper tier that year. I refer to the 20 million because, as we know, Simcoe County's Hospital Alliance's funding policy is meant to create a single point of contact and procedure for Simcoe County's hospitals. The General Marine's new hospital project will be a different situation, though, in that Collingwood and our other 4 municipal partners will need to directly assist over and above because the non-provincial covered costs are likely going to be excessive. While an exact level of the commitment hasn't been determined yet, 5 or 6 years ago, when I was previously in term with council, the suggestion was in the order of $5 million as a Collingwood amount. And we all know how costs have risen over the last that time frame. Clearview has already committed to a level of at least 3.5 million and have been accumulating funds into reserve for that purpose. On the heels of the recent statements that Premier Ford put forward, it would be great if Collingwood took the positive step of growing our reserve to 4 million and then determined how to best adequately increase it. In our case, there are many unique factors to consider in this regard since it will be a new facility at a different location. As the General Marine locates to the Poplar Side Road, decisions about the Hume Street facility and property will need to be made. In closing, I would submit that the hospital reserve would continue to be still be a discretionary reserve because the actual commitment to the project and any associated aspect of it would still have to be finalized by council once more is known. But having the funds in hand when we do determine how best to proceed with our municipal partners will be a positive step forward for when those decisions are made. For these reasons, in regards to the third recommendation, I support option 3, as it is my preferred option of the 5 and will put forward an amendment at the appropriate time. I will do that after my colleagues have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, so you're referencing option 3, and that is?
The hospital reserve.
Okay, so that's not part of the recommendation.
No, that's why I said I will put an amendment forward at the appropriate time, but I wanted to listen to my colleagues first.
Okay. Right. Okay, any other questions or comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a difficult decision for us, but it's a happy one to have to make. Wish we had these every meeting. I've thought a lot about the hospital fund since it was raised by a deputy mayor in the last meeting. And I guess where I'm at on this is, we are going to have to pony up a bit for the hospital, and we don't know how much yet, or even what the timeline is. Clearly, the province hasn't approved a new hospital for us yet. And it will be, I think, about a 10-year build. So I think, there's some things to weigh. The other thing I've been weighing is, this is a 5-municipality event, notwithstanding it's in Collingwood. There's no real, well, anyway, I won't get into that. I'll just say it's in Collingwood, but it's serving 5 municipalities. And as the staff report points out, we have 2 million set aside now. And when our MZO project came forward, we had a chance to negotiate community benefits, as every municipality does, and it's usually a lot of millions of dollars. And in our case, we allocated, if I can put it that way, our community benefits to the hospital. So that $9 million value of land that's referenced in the staff report, in my mind, I would add it to the 2 million that we've already got in a reserve fund, so that we have 11 million in our skin in the game, if I can put it that way, for hospital redevelopment at this point. Now, I know we're going to want to do more, and we can do better. But just trying to think about what should we do today. I've really been thinking about our community, what are we calling it? Community-based strategic plan, sorry, because I'm sort of wondering what's going to come out of that. And what's top of mind for me is our multi-use recplex and where that's going to fall out in the community needs. Certainly with respect to the Arts Center that's moving forward, and hasn't yet come to council, but will, I think, at some point in the next month or two. We know that we have land already if council moves ahead with it. For a multi-use recplex, we probably don't have the land. So I'm sort of a mind thinking that either we should be putting it to land or waiting until we do our community-based strategic plan to see what the priorities of the community are. There's no harm in waiting. And if there's no community priorities that require this level of commitment, we can make a decision then to say, okay, we'll put it in the hospital reserve fund. All to say, I think, I guess it's the staff recommendation that I would be supporting at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. This is a perplexing and challenging decision to make. And the Deputy Mayor spoke very eloquently, actually, about support for the hospital. And it's, my goodness, to say anything not in support of that is to be on the side of the devil rather than the angels. But I would just say, of course, we will step up to support the hospital when the time comes. But tactically, in my opinion, as far as timing goes at this point, if it had, or if it would leverage a similar or a greater contribution right now from one of the other 5 contributors to this, great. But I would just, if we hold off in an attempt when the time comes, and it's all about timing, to leverage other municipalities to step up with an equal or greater contribution. That's what I would hope that we can achieve when the time comes for supporting the hospital. So in that regard, I do, after some thought on this, support the staff recommendations in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add one comment in terms of the hospital. I know from my 4 years on the hospital board, when we were going through the very early beginnings of this process, that the hospital does need to show increases in their commitments and donations to the project moving forward to prove to the province that it is that they have the community support. And I think by doing the 2 million now, we, you know, what we our part of the local share is going to be a lot more than that going forward at the given the price increases of a hospital being built potentially 10 years from now. But I think that to be able to assist in moving their process forward and showing our intent and commitment to it is a really good message to send to the province. So that's where I'm coming from in terms of I would be supporting the $2 million addition to that, knowing that we move things from the reserve to reserve. So if some emergency comes going forward, then I guess you move from reserve, or you borrow it, or you do whatever we haven't had to do for quite a long time. But I think in terms of positioning that hospital project, it's an important commitment to make now. And we've been working on the strategic plan for a year and a half now. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like I'm working on a strategic plan for the next council, that we are taking our direction and information from the strategic plan that's in place. And we've been doing that along with all our major decisions. So I'm quite comfortable in supporting this going to the hospital reserve.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, you are proposing, first of all, a severance, and secondly, an amendment.
Yes, I had said that I would like to propose an amendment for the third part of the recommendations. And that would be that the option 3, the hospital reserve, be where the allocation goes.
Okay, is there a seconder?
Through the chair, just for clarification purposes. So the mover and seconder that we have for the full motion as presented was the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Baines. And we're looking at severing the last half and voting on it separately. So if it is turned down, then you will put your option 3 on.
Can I not propose an amendment on part 3? I guess I'd have to ask for it to be severed. That's what you're saying. I should have added that. I'm sorry, Chair.
But as the mover of the motion, so the normal process is the mover and seconder would say the same for all parts of the severed motion, but you're not supportive of the third paragraph.
Yes, I'd have to ask for somebody else to sever it, and then somebody else to first and second it. Yeah.
We'd have to defeat it.
We have to defeat it first.
Because it's the opposite. It's alter varies to what the motion is. So it's a separate, the recommendation is that it funds the community-based strategic plan.
To the general reserve. Yeah. And I can't propose an amendment to that part.
If it fails.
Okay.
So-
I guess I'm confused.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Clerk, pretty please. Why could amendment not be made to simply replace the words of one reserve into another? I'm not following the, it's usually what you would have done was put the options there and say, pick an option to vote on. We didn't pick one. That got inserted for our benefit. So I'm saying, I think we should be able to amend to replace the general reserve with the hospital reserve. But you're the clerk. I'm just me.
Thank you. The technicality with this one through the chair is that the mover of the motion has to vote in favor of the motion. So even severing it does not satisfy it. So the mover would have to change if we were to consider it. But normally the normal process would be if it's to go towards something that's not what is recommended, that it would be voted down and then amendment put forward.
And I was the mover, wasn't I?
Mhm.
So I have no problem with proceeding the way the clerk wants. If I'm going to have a chance for my amendment, it would have to have support of the majority of council anyway. So, we can vote on the first two parts. We can sever the third and see if it goes through or not.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so call the vote then on the recommendation that the report be received and that council direct staff to reallocate 1.774 million from the employee future benefit reserve to the life cycle reserve fund and discontinue funding effective for the 2023 fiscal year and going forward. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, and the third paragraph, and that council directs staff to reallocate 1.774 million from the employee future benefit liability to the general reserve fund until the completion of the community-based strategic plan and discontinue funding the liability effective for the 2023 fiscal year and going forward. So, are you moving this?
Wanted to make sure I had Sorry, I wanted to make sure I had an opportunity to add an additional comment before we voted. So whenever you think that time is appropriate.
Okay, I'll just get a mover and a seconder for.
Okay, I'll move.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
move.
so mayor and seconder. Councillor Baines, yes, okay. So comments.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to address the comment that Councillor Jeffrey made, who was poo-pooing the community-based strategic plan because it is really something of benefit to the next council, and that we've already been doing it for a year. Because I have to say, my own view is quite different. We are only 1 year, 5 months into a 4-year term. And we are just getting going in a big way on the community strategic plan and the downtown visioning exercise. And as of last Friday, when the surveys closed, our consultant had done 400 surveys of people on the phone, 15 minutes worth throughout the community, and another almost 500 people had weighed in on the Engage Collingwood site. And then we're going to be moving forward in the next year, in the next months, I should say, with our consultants and our community and our staff to come together with this plan during this year. So I do not think that this is a plan for 5 years from now. I think it's a plan for us. And I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yep. Deputy Mayor.
In regards to the motion, I just want to say again, I just feel like this is a real positive step to show the other partners that we're going to have for the other municipalities. And we're going to be the host of the facility, and we may have a little higher share. I'm not going to go into detail about what I think about what the community benefit is for the MZO property or the possibilities of the property that's going to be vacated if they do move to the Poplar. But the main thing for me is to send a good, strong message to our neighboring municipalities that we're putting money away and we're doing it on a regular basis. And this was just an opportunity that I saw coming out of this. I didn't mean it to take anything away from the work with the community-based strategic plan. I just think that there's other mechanisms in place that we will use to look at funding those. And one of them might be the surplus for 2023. But anyway, so I definitely will not be supporting this in hopes that I can bring forward my option. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation. I'll call a vote on that. All in favor? Okay, 3 and opposed. 2, 3, 4. Okay, and it fails. So, Deputy Mayor?
I would like to propose that option 3 is where the reserve funds are transferred to. from
Okay,
the
so-
liability. So basically just inserting hospital reserve instead of general
Right.
reserve.
Okay. So we have a motion to allocate the funds to the hospital redevelopment reserve, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that carries. So it is 9 o'clock. So put it forward to the committee to extend for another hour. Councillor Potts, Councillor Baines, all in favor? Yeah. No? Okay, well, that's okay. The majority would like to move on. So the next item is 13.2.4, the heritage designation of 362 Peel Street. And the recommendation is that 362 Peel Street recommendation be received. Oops, sorry, I'm moving ahead of myself. I first of all will turn it over to Director Valentine, and is Senior Planner Tico with us as well?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Senior Planner Tico. Oh, I see him. Thank goodness he's still online. In the interest of time, he's prepared to take you quickly through his summary of the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank
Senior
you.
Planner Tico, and you're not
Thank
even in your pajamas yet.
Not yet. We can go to the next slide, please. All right, so 362 Peel Street is located on the west side of Peel Street, north of Bush Street, and south of Harbin Court in the east side of Collingwood. The property is located within a residential neighborhood that consists of a two-story single detached dwelling with a wooden clapboard exterior. 362 Peel Street is a representative example of a modest Georgian-style residence. The subject property is not within the Collingwood Downtown Heritage Conservation District, and as such, the district plan would not apply should the property be designated. Next slide, please. The Georgian-style dwelling at 362 Peel Street was originally constructed at 273 Ontario Street sometime between 1870 and 1875 and moved to the subject property on Peel Street in 1960. 273 Ontario was a former address located on the east side of Ontario, mid-block between 4th Street East and Hume Street, which presently is part of the Monaco development. The approximate location of this former address and the original dwelling location are noted in the diagram on the left. And the picture from 1901 on the right of the slide shows the subject building in its original location on the east side of Ontario. Next slide, please. In April 2023, the owner of 362 Peel Street requested that their property be designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The Heritage Committee received this request at their April 2023 meeting, and a cultural heritage evaluation report was subsequently undertaken. The Heritage Committee received the completed report on 362 Peel at their February 1st, 2024 meeting and recommended staff bring forward a report to Committee of the Whole and Council recommending issuance of a notice of intention to designate. The owner was also provided with the completed report and reconfirmed their desire to proceed with designation. Next slide, please. The Cultural Heritage Evaluation Report or Designation Report completed by ARA Limited is linked to in the staff report resources. The report concludes that the property warrants designation, and specifically the report found that the property has value in 2 out of the 9 criteria set out under Regulation 906 of the Ontario Heritage Act for determining cultural heritage value. Those 9 criteria can generally be summarized into 3 main themes, and out of those themes, design or physical value and historical or associative value were identified. No contextual value, which is the 3rd theme, was identified because the dwelling has been removed from its original location and is therefore out of context with its surroundings. And so 8 heritage attributes of the property that support the identified heritage value are listed on the slide there. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, publication of a notice of intention to designate should council make a favorable recommendation. If no objections to the designation within 30 days, council may pass a designation bylaw within 120 days of the notice publication, or may opt to withdraw their intention to designate if objections are received and council finds they have merit. The designation bylaw would include a statement of cultural heritage value and interest and a description of the heritage attributes as outlined in the report at Resource 2. Notice of passing will be published, and the owner and the Ontario Heritage Trust will be served with the bylaw and the notice of passing. There is a 30-day appeal period where anyone could appeal the designation bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and if no appeals within the 30 days, the bylaw comes into force, is registered on title, and added to the town and provincial heritage registers. If the bylaw comes into force in effect, the owners would be eligible, subject to program criteria, to apply for heritage-related incentive programs through the town, and would also be subject to heritage permits to support exterior alterations. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, based on the owner's request, subsequent evaluation, and recommendation of the Heritage Committee, staff are recommending, in summary, the Council initiates the process to designate 362 Peel Street under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act by directing staff to issue a notice of intention to designate and bring forward a designation bylaw within 120 days of the publication of the notice of intention to designate. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Tico. Still no one online for comment and no one in the gallery. So I will read the recommendation that staff report P 2024-08 heritage designation of 362 Peel Street dated April 8th, 2024 be received, and the council initiates the process to designate 362 Peel Street under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act by directing staff to issue a notice of intention to designate, and that council directs staff to bring forward for consideration a designation bylaw for 362 Peel Street within 120 days of the publication of the notice of intent to designate. Mover and seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Houston. Questions or comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Senior Planner Tico, thank you so much for showing those additional photographs other than what was initially shown in the first staff report. I got to tell you, even though I'm a heritage guy, I was having a hard time with this particular application. But the other photos showing the bay windows and the pillars more particularly. Really improved the case, I would say. And I was also concerned that it was outside the Heritage District as well. But I can accept this recommendation as it stands now. So thank you for, as I said, showing those other photos.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. The beauty of the Part 4 is you can designate anywhere. But I agree, the photos were an excellent addition to the presentation. So seeing no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, and now we move on to 13.2.6. PRC 2024-04, adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. And I believe Acting Director Cubitt will be making this presentation.
Jennifer Parker is actually, sorry, did you hear that? Jennifer Parker will be joining us virtually to intro the staff report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Manager Parker.
Good evening, Council. I'll be very brief. On January 22nd, the deputation was shared with Council with a request to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism. Staff report PRC 2024-04 provides background on the history of the IHRA and the non-legally binding definition of anti-Semitism, including the different levels of government where the definition has already been adopted. The report shares context as to why adopting a definition is important, citing provincial and national data of acts of anti-Semitism and the harm caused. In review of the request made in the deputation, staff would put forward the recommendation that the definition of anti-Semitism be adopted and that staff continue to work on building initiatives with the focus of building awareness and understanding, combating racism, discrimination, exclusion, and intolerance. I open the floor to any questions.
Thank you. That was very succinct. And I assume we still have no one online or in the gallery, so I will read the recommendation. That staff report PRC 2024-04, adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism be received, and that Council adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism and list the illustrative examples as adopted by the IHRA on May 26, 2016, which reads, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. And the Council directs staff to continue working to build initiatives and actions aimed at building awareness and understanding, combating racism, discrimination, exclusion, and intolerance. Mover and seconder, Councillor Potts, Councillor Ring. Any questions or comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was very pleased to give notice of this motion following the deputation. I had the opportunity to participate in the Prime Minister's session with respect to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And I know I heard a lot about the pain that happens in a community and our communities across Canada. So I really appreciate staff and their diligence in resourcing this and putting it, the definition for us in place as a municipality. I know it's part of our ever evolving commitment to the inclusivity of our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, I also wanted to thank our community who came forward to bring this to our attention. I had a chance to meet with the Feldmans and get to know them and their family, and I can say that what they've been exposed to over, the last 6 months has not been pleasant for others in our town who are also of Jewish faith. So I'm grateful to have this recommendation before us tonight, and I heartily support its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I also am very supportive, very glad to see this come forward in this form. And I'm also really glad and very supportive of the fact that as part of the recommendation, staff have added that we continue working to building initiatives and actions aimed at building awareness, understanding, and combating racism, because anti-Semitism is not the only form of racism, unfortunately, and sometimes members of our community experience it. So thank you for thoughtfully included that part. So seeing no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. So item 13.3 is deputations, and we have none. So item 13.4 is reports and minutes of other committees and boards. The recommendation is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations obtained therein be approved. So we have minutes from the Collingwood Heritage Committee, December 7th, with a recommendation that the Collingwood Heritage Committee recommend that Council approve the amendments as outlined in policy number FIN 008-07, Heritage Reserve Fund, option 1, which was provided in staff report this evening. That the Collingwood Heritage Committee recommends approval of a one-time transfer of $5,000 from the 2023 Heritage Committee budget to economic development to support the costs of the Discover Collingwood app as a digital platform for the heritage walking tours. Should we vote on this? Because there was a recommendation. Should we vote on this separately? It's all together. Okay. Okay, very good. We also have minutes tonight, the Collingwood Heritage Committee minutes from March 7th, the Collingwood Police Services Board minutes of January 18th, the Accessibility Advisory Committee of February 15th, Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management minutes from February 8th and March 14th, the Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management AGM, the Collingwood Public Library Board, February 22nd, and the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee minutes of February 8th. Mover and seconder, Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston. Are there any items that, yes, Councillor Baines.
Chair Doherty, I'm not requesting it be severed, but I'd just like to make a comment on one of the minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
That is Accessibility Advisory Committee of February the 15th. In there, I note that one of the volunteers, Shane McLaughlin, recommended to the town that with the ending of the contract with Ace Cabs in April 2025, that the town get ahead of negotiations and planning for taking that over for the town itself, or at least not necessarily putting words in his mouth, what will happen as a result of the ending of the contract with Ace Cabs in April of 25. And I would agree with that sentiment. I hope we get ahead of this.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Any other comments or questions? Okay, then seeing none, I will call the vote to receive these minutes. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. 13.5, old or deferred business. Is there any? Item 13.6. Oh, sorry. Okay. Item 13.6 is new or other business. And I had intended, oh, sorry, Mayor Hamlin.
Oh, I just had one, but you go ahead and then I'll.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no, after you. Oh, no, it's sister.
I could use a little laughter at this point. Okay. What I'm seeking is, and I don't know if this is a motion, it's support for a staff report. So, and to come forward at a date when I understand the clerk thinks it could fit into another report she's going to bring forward to council, and I've forgotten what she's told me. So I'll say what it is and then she can fill you in. Just there's been, the question revolves around when I'm not available to attend events. When is it appropriate for individual council members to attend in my stead? And I understand in councils past, it rotated around the council, and but not for what you might call official duties. Like if I can't chair a meeting, obviously the deputy mayor is going to do that, or if I've got the flu and the prime minister comes to town, that's something. But I'm thinking more anyway. I don't know exactly how to define it. And I know for example, you'll recall at the beginning of my term, I had wanted to share some of the radio spots, and there's lots of opportunities. And where I'm coming from on this is I would like to see our council have the opportunity to develop their speaking skills or leadership skills or what have you, if they're interested in doing that. So what I wanted to do was to ask that a report be prepared by our clerk to just identify within the parameters that I've discussed what sections of what procedures that we have in place that we'd have to consider if council was of a mind to just clarify exactly when members of council can step up and fill in for me when I'm have a conflict.
Thank you. So, Mayor Hamlin, that would be a notice of motion then?
Well, I don't know. I thought if I need a notice of motion for a staff report or if I can just ask for a staff report. It's a notice of motion? Okay, so let's pretend this is item 13.7. Notices of motion. Okay, so I've just read my notice of motion and I'll deal with it.
Okay,
at the
thank you.
next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Any other business? Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm only going to do one of my two. During our meetings with CCAT, it came up, we were talking about kind of our frustrations in procurement and inability to, because of the legislative requirements we have, we can't do as much as we'd like to in terms of like things like green concrete and those kind of things. But then we talked about, one of the members of CCAT brought it to my attention that one of our developers in Collingwood did actually use green concrete. And so we talked about how wonderful it would be to showcase some of these developers in what they are doing in terms of those greening. And I know as part of our FCM plan, I was wondering if part of the community in those calculations of GHG reductions, we were going to rely heavily just not on what we could do as a municipality, but what we could do as a community. And I think some of those things, like some of the examples that Clean Collingwood brought to us here with Walmart and those other successful, the tonnage reduction of transport vehicles on the roads should be going towards our community numbers. And I was wondering if we were tracking those. But my biggest thing was wanting to really showcase those who were leaders and early adopters. You can call them early adopters at this point, but for us in our community, they're early adopters and contributing to that. And I think we should celebrate them. I'm not sure where that would land, but if it requires a notice of motion, I hate to burden anymore, but it's kind of a fun thing. I think that we could do. So that's my other business. The clerk's thinking about it.
Okay. Clerk Almas.
Thank you. Through yourself as chair for clarification, you'd like to do a sort of recognition program for external.
Even Breaking Down Barriers used to do the thumbs up, something like that, where we're recognizing them and our community realizes what they're contributing to our green initiatives. So that might land with Executive Director Peg or whoever's looking after that portfolio.
If you don't mind, then maybe we'll have a conversation with staff and that could potentially be a notice of motion if we decide that's the best word.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I could even jump on that a little more by saying that we should actually, for all of these legitimate carbon capture mechanisms, that they actually should form part of our climate change mitigation strategy. So we could put actual quantifications to it. So it would definitely require some staff consultation. We'll talk to staff about it. Yeah, we'll talk to staff. It's same thing. Your thumbs up. I'm saying, give me the numbers. Okay. Any other business? Okay. I know that it is getting on a little bit, but because the Canada Community Building Fund did come up tonight, I am going to endeavor to provide a very succinct report of the AMO board meeting 2 weeks ago. I'll start with that, actually. The board of directors authorized AMO to execute a new 10-year Canada Community Building Fund agreement between Canada, Ontario, AMO, and the City of Toronto. The renewed agreement will cover the period of 2024 to 2033 and enable AMO to administer nearly $8 billion over this period for municipal infrastructure projects. Allocations and annual indexing will continue to be distributed in accordance with the existing model. Several changes were made to the agreement. Some new costs, like municipal employee costs related to capacity building, will be made eligible for the fund. Canada will issue a statement of priorities prior to distributing the funds each year. The statement of priorities will identify the actions that the signatories are required to take for CCBF funding to flow. Ontario, AMO, and Toronto will need to reply to the statement of priorities with a letter of intent. The letter of intent must identify how CCBF funding will address items in the statement of priorities, or just call it SOP, and what actions will be taken to improve housing outcomes. Funding is now conditional on the province doing their part with respect to statement of priorities and letter of intent. AMO will need to prepare an annual housing report by September 30th and an annual outcomes report by March 31st each year. Municipalities will be expected to use the CCBF funds to alleviate housing pressures where it makes sense to do so. Municipalities with 30,000 or more residents will be required to develop a housing needs assessment and will be required to report housing outcomes resulting from each CCBF investment. But it's important to note that the town of Collingwood will not be affected by these new requirements as a municipality of under 30,000. Collingwood and other communities of a size of under 30,000 will be exempt from the new reporting requirements relating to housing unless they have identified housing pressures that can be alleviated by closing infrastructure gaps and building capacity.
Wow. Yeah, may I comment?
Yes, you may.
So, apart from the $8 billion, this is really not good news. Because of how that's going to flow, it's not going to be predictable or flexible. And we're going to have to hit certain targets, not only by municipality, but provincially, by what you just said. And so my advocacy work goes on at FCM for to double it, but to double it now with the parameters they've put on it is it sounds to me like, as much as we appreciate the funding for sure, that it has jeopardized our ability to address our municipal concerns, our priorities.
We are a municipality of under 30,000, so we are not subject to these.
No, I reported previously on our discussions at FCM on that advocacy, and we firmly believe in some of our discussions that it's only a matter of time they'll test it with the over 30, and then. So I hope I'm wrong on that.
With the over 30.
Yeah.
They already
over 30.
They already
then they will move on to the under 30.
Right. Okay, so for information, stay tuned. There will be discussions coming out of this for sure. I think the key things is that the federal government is really wanting the provinces to do their part. And they're asking for accountability from municipalities of over 30,000 that are receiving the lion's share, because they're larger, of the funding. I had a couple of other items, but they're not urgent. There's just one other thing that I will mention, and I have a more detailed report coming to council and staff, but as part of the committee of the whole meeting, the board heard from outgoing Emergency Services Steering Committee Chair Norm Gale, who provided a presentation to the board regarding the increasing costs to deliver emergency services, identifying labor costs associated with interest arbitration, escalating 911 call demands, and EMS mental health and PTSI leaves of absence as the primary causes, and for which the ESSC has offered suggested mitigating actions. And as I say, I will provide much more detail in a follow-up note to council and staff. Okay, so we have notices of motion. One provided in advance by Councillor Potts, backyard chickens. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. Just before I read in this motion, I just want to thank Director Valentine for the assistance on this thorough motion. And I certainly wouldn't be able to come up with all this in this period of time. So just a recommendation that in recognition of the benefits of urban agriculture, staff be directed to explore a permissive framework for backyard hen coops or other small scale livestock rearing, in brackets, bees, goats, rabbits, etc., in the town of Collingwood through the zoning bylaw update project, and pending the nature of the public input and consultant advice received. Staff be further directed to report back to council on the options, necessary bylaw amendments, requirements to establish a licensing program, and or enforcement resources needed.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. And we'll look forward to hearing more about that on April 22nd. And then Mayor Hamlin, you had a notice of motion.
That was the one that I dealt with earlier. Thank you.
You've got that. Okay. Councillor Jeffrey, going to have a little chat with staff before you. Okay, very good. Any other notices of motion? Okay, I have two as referenced earlier. The first was with regard to Highway 13 and redirection of that funding, and municipal equipment operator training funded by the province. So I will bring those forward on April 22nd. And that brings us to rise from the Committee of the Whole. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Baines, Councillor Houston, all in favor? And I will turn it over to Mayor Hamlin.
Sorry, thank you. So the recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-032, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held April 8, 2024, be enacted and passed this 8th day of April, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ring, Councillor Perry, all those in favor? And a motion to adjourn, and I have one right beside me. Thank you, Councillor Potts. All those in favor? Thank you.